Hello, chat. How are you doing? Can you hear me? That's the main question. That's what we're going to start with, and we're going to go from there. That's excellent. Okay, things are at least starting well. Sorry, there's a lot of things to set up when you do these things. Like, for example, I'm not entirely sure why my alerts are appearing on both sides of the screen at once. Because that's just neat. Thank you. Good morning, all. Good morning, good morning. Yeah, so I don't know why... Just trying to work out why it's appearing on the left and the right of the screen. Very celebratory, but at the same time, probably don't need both. So if we go this one, I'm gonna go whoop, and then that looks right. Now you can actually see the game. I can see chat. Now I can see the pirate software chat. No, I can't. Do we really want to see the pirate software chat? I mean, they smell. Our chat is much better. I've definitely done something where I have forgotten how to connect up StreamerBot to everything else. Chillax, amazing. Thank you for the gift subs, bud. That is appreciated. Feel very strange about being monetized, but you guys are beasts. Oh, who's calling me? Well, hello there.
Why, hello, Cronus.
Good morning. How goes it?
Let me fix my audio so that they can hear you. All right, there we go. Can you try it?
Hello.
Hello. All right, it works.
I definitely haven't got StreamerBot connected to Twitch, and I can't work out how to connect up to my OBS, etc. So this is all fun.
Wait, it's not connected?
I don't know how to tell it to look at my channel. I must be having a moment.
Okay. Yeah. So under StreamerBot, there's a tab called Platforms. Do you have that one?
Yes. Ah, there we go. That would make more sense. Twitch.
And it'll say connected and the number of connections once you have it there, and it'll connect up to it. It can connect up in the middle of a live broadcast, so you'll be good.
Account.
You can also connect it up to YouTube at the same time.
That makes more sense. I mean, YouTube is a down the line thing. We'll try that one out another day.
Very good.
At the moment,
then you too can be subjected to the terror that is streaming on YouTube.
Subjected. Yeah, I mean, that sounds about right. Yeah, from what I've seen of it. I just kind of, like, last night I was just kind of screaming while I was going through all the tax paperwork and all the other stuff on Twitch. So, I got to experience some of it this morning. And setting up all of the alerts, like, wow, that's a lot of options in there.
Curtis, I do want to ask you, why don't you read your YouTube chat? Why do you ignore them?
It's because they're all AI. They're all part of Skynet trying to masquerade as viewers on my personal YouTube chat.
Yeah. It does make sense. Can't believe you hear it. He thinks you're AI, chat. Insane. So I learned something last night. I went on a binge because I was like, there are gaps. Like when we were sitting there talking about Dune, I was like, there's gaps in knowledge of things that I've known about Dune for a while, but they're things that are like inferred or kind of like little talked about here and there, and I wanted a deep dive to try and find out way more information about how some of this shit works. And I went into this huge thing about the life cycle of the worm. And you know how the whole time we've been like, oh yeah, it's fungus and poop is what spice is. No.
Yeah. Oh.
It's weirder. It gets weirder.
Weirder than that.
The worm produces worm plankton. It's the best way to put it. It produces tiny little organisms constantly whenever it's going through the soil. The worm is also a terraformer. The way that Arrakis used to be is it used to be a lush plant life driven world filled with water. Amazing. And the worms convert it. The way this happens is these tiny little worm plankton, these tiny little dudes, right? What they do is they cannot touch water because water is toxic to the worm and all life around it. So what they do is they conglomerate around water and they form a cyst around the water naturally, and they build it into a giant bubble, basically. And when they get near each other, they form together into a trout called a sand trout. It's like a tiny little fish thing, right? Sand trouts, which is why we get sand trout leather. Yeah, super creepy. Then, after it forms the trout, it forms this bubble. Eventually, this detonates. That's our spice bloom, because there's like a fungal process that goes on, and they're producing heat and energy, and then it detonates, and it kills most of the trout. But when that explodes, enough of them combine that it creates a new baby worm. So what you're seeing is the death of millions and the production of a single new worm each time there's a bloom of spice. Most of the people on Arrakis don't actually know this. They don't realize that the worm is tied to spice production for most of the time that Arrakis is around.
And they
also,
said,
Paul Atreides'
wow.
son is terrifying.
They said Warhammer 40k lore was fucked up.
It gets weirder. So, Paul is like a super being that was created to be the super being, but he's not. Eventually, he fails. And when he fails, he gets blinded, and he walks into the desert to die. Also, afterwards, he has a son, and that son is really gross and turns into a half-worm. And then he takes over the entirety of the universe and makes everyone bow to his will because he restricts all of the spice that goes out into the universe. And then eventually, he dies. But he knows that he's going to die because he can see the future because of the spice. And when he dies, he releases a whole bunch of sand trouts everywhere, because when a worm dies, they split back out into trouts. And then those go back out into Arrakis, and Arrakis goes from a lush world back into a desert world again. Dune is freaking weird. It's very Warhammer 40k. Anyway, enjoy. Yep, they planned it. Paul and Leto planned it. They knew into the future that this was the only timeline where everything would possibly work. So he had to become a half-worm. Gross. And then he had to die. He knew it. It was fine. It's strange as shit. But yeah,
Wow.
spice doesn't actually make you God, even though I kept saying it's God. It's basically God, right? You can see the future.
Yeah, it makes you prescient. It makes you see all the connections, and I guess you can kind of like compute them and work them all out and get connect to everything. Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
So, you know, in Warhammer 40k, you have the ones who guide you through the warp, and they're like real messed up, right?
Yeah.
Those guys, they burn them out over time. Same shit in Dune. The way it works is they take a human being and they put them in a bath of spice, and over thousands of years, that person mutates into a giant, gross blob thing. It's disgusting. But the reason they have that is because when you're prescient on spice, you can fold space perfectly to instantly transport from one location to another by folding space without anyone getting injured.
That's quite
That big
cool.
ship that you see up above the planet, that's actually a Highliner, which is one that's used for transportation. Terrifying.
Okay, cool.
Anyway, I did my deep dive for the night,
Wow.
and I filled in many gaps of my Dune knowledge.
This is what happened for me during Space Marine. Yeah. I'm just
I'm
going
going to keep doing this. Yeah.
my chat's kind of blowing up with the hype train, so I'm just going to thank some people. So I'm going to mute myself so that not everyone has to hear it from your channel.
Good luck.
I just want to say a massive shout out to everyone who is subbing and doing stuff. Like, it is crazy. I'm incredibly grateful. Chillax, Beans for Brains, Dunzia, 50 community. I mean, jeez, like, wow. Thank all of you. I really appreciate the support. I didn't expect this. What can I say? I'm glad you guys are having fun, enjoying the stream. You know, I'm glad to keep kind of creating this stuff for you. It's good fun to create content, and to be honest, like, this is neat. I'll need to take a little bit of time later to set up for sponsorship for Thor, but like, I can talk about that while I do it and kind of walk through how this all works and all kinds of things. So, you know, I want to share information with you guys as well. You know, I appreciate the support. It is very cool. I'm not doing a day 4 subathon. That would kill me. But hey, we'll go for quite a long stream. We'll see how things go. But like, oh my god, yeah, it is kind of unreal. I'm very appreciative. If I go for a subathon, I feel like the pirate software community will come in here. They'll drop a shitload of subs, and I'll be streaming for like 96 hours. Like, no one will see me until next weekend. I've already lost like 3 days back to back. Terrifying. I don't even know how all these things work to set these things up. Like, my subscriber tiers like are goblin names. So you've got my tier 1 subs are goblins, tier 2 subs are hobgoblins, and tier 3 subs are red caps. Because red caps are the dangerous, bloodthirsty ones. So I will be getting some emotes sorted. I'll be getting some of that stuff done. It's just about kind of the backlogging and the time and getting it sorted, really. Cat Corrupt, I keep an eye on my chat when offline. However, now that I've actually got streamer bot set up properly, it should actually automatically go into a stopped mode when like an emote only mode when I finish stream today. So we'll see. We will see. Thank you, Jim. I really appreciate that. That's super kind of you. So, bro. Harry Brown, Lukewarm Skelly, Pam Miaugi, thank you all very much. Goblin Scout, amazing, 10 gift subs, thank you very much. Are the alerts appearing on the screen properly? Are you guys getting the alerts popping up, or have they stopped? No, okay. I do that one, edit alerts. Are they showing up on both sides now? Screen preview. How do I add in bits of UI? Ah, there's so many options. Okay, so the stream manager UI is somewhat confusing inside Twitch, so bear with me. Time since last ads manager, here we go. Learn how it works. Okay, schedule. Okay, I'm hoping that you guys get a 1-minute warning for ads, and that it'll say in chat when ads start. I will try and pause for ads, but at the moment I'm playing Dune. Did the title of the stream not change? What if I push this update out? Maybe I didn't press done. That's entirely possible. That update. Full stream. There we go. Sorry, I forgot to press done. These are all the things that, you know, pro streamers remember to do. Okay, but how did I get to... Okay. I'm definitely not a pro streamer. There are a lot of things here that should be done. Edit layout. Here we go. Mod actions. What is stream health? Well, let's look at things like bitrate and other things. Okay. And the FPS. Nice. Okay. That's really cool. I click save. Whoa, James Brown, thank you very much. It's very kind of you. 25 gift subs, damn. Level 15. There are other channels out there on Twitch, right? Who that they would, their hype trains would never even get close to this level, and I'm so incredibly grateful that I appreciate it more than any of you know. I didn't expect any of you would actually be here. Like I say, I find it incredibly flattering, and we'll just continue to create cool content. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad you're enjoying the cat cams. I've had a lot of positive experience and feedback about the cat cams, so you've all got good taste. I know I wouldn't be here without you guys, so like this, it feels very odd to me that this is what's happening, but hey, I'm just glad that you guys are at least enjoying the content. I can deliver something that's like fun for you, and that we can do cool stuff together, because you know, I'm very lucky in that regard to be in this position. Sorry, I'm just setting up all my various windows. Steam, stream what sound? No. Notepad 1, there we go. Don't know what the difference between a community sub and a gift sub is. Because those seem like the same kind of thing. Yes, you can use exclamation point Discord if you want to join the Chrono Zone, which is you know, where it's at. If I do that, let's see if alerts. I don't know why alerts are still appearing on both sides, but we're kind of see how it all goes, how it all plays out. Ah, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you. That's good to know. Amazing. Okay, now it appears to be appearing on one side of the screen properly. This is getting annoying. I really appreciate you. Thank you, Luke Skelly from the 10. Imperium Seraphim, thank you for the 5 community subs. Poppy Slow, thank you for the 5. Mathin, thank you for 20. Yeah, like I say, all of you are incredible. You're all amazing. I appreciate you greatly. I should probably stop yapping and get on with playing Dune for you, shouldn't I? It's so easy to spend all your time yapping as a streamer. Wow. Where's my server? Yes, recent servers. Crazy. Obviously, it's forgotten. I broke it. It's not like I was logged into the server 40 minutes ago. My goal is met. Awesome. Let's go and see what I can do for goals. Manage goals. So follow a goal is there. Oh, yeah, the subscription goal may have slightly been broken. What the fuck, chat? 312. You guys are incredible, honestly. What is Partner Plus? Like, what do you need for Partner Plus? Let's have a look. Partner Plus level 1 is 60/40 and requires 100 plus points or more for 3 consecutive months. Level 2 is 300 points. By the looks of things, you can... So the earlier version of the Plus program was partners only. Those things. It looks like in October 2023 they changed that, so that the Plus program is now available to affiliates as well, and it basically requires that you meet a certain level of shares, a certain level of sub points across the 3-month period. So level 1, which is 60/40 net revenue share, requires 100 sub points or plus points is what they call it. Level 2, 70/30, requires 300 plus points. So things that apply towards that are recurring paid subscriptions count. Okay, gift subs and prizes do not count. However, gift subs are eligible for the Plus program subscription revenue split, so they change. Whereas Prime subs, you don't change the revenue split on those based on what you get on the partner program, which is really cool. Interesting to see that work. Again, same thing as normal on other people. Tier 1 is 1 point, Tier 2 is 2 points, and Tier 3 is 6 points. So in terms of efficiency, Tier 3 is always going to be more efficient. I'm just seeing it for myself. There you go. Nice. Streambot did tell you that there was going to be an ad in 1 minute. That's really nice to see, that things are actually working and that I'm not totally incompetent when it comes to setting things up. Woo! So if I set my goal to be 300 plus points... Oh, that shouldn't have done that. Whoops. Quality. Oh, those on-screen celebrations are a bit much, aren't they? Those fireworks and stuff. We can probably change that, can't we? What? I don't know what these goals should be, so like I kind of feel bad changing them, but hey, I really appreciate all of you. You guys are great. We'll do this. So it's this. Did that work? So let me do some shout out. Wow. Okay, where was I last time? So Jiggles, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Locus, thank you for the community gift subs. 525 Rustlin, thank you for the sub. Chillax, thank you for gifting one to Lanthirimladiel. That's gonna be hard to say first thing in the morning. Lanthirimladiel. James Brown, thank you for the 40 community subs. That's so, jeez, amazing. I mean, thank you, really appreciate it. Orby1, thank you for continuing your sub. I mean, this is insane. All of you are amazing. I don't know what to say. I just thank you for the love, I guess. All I can really do. Level 18 height. This is insane. This is my first day monetized on the platform. Like, wow. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate this. I do appreciate you guys trying to absolutely break my setup and me. Q-Man, thank you for the gift subs. Unstoppable, thank you for the community gift subs. I mean, geez. 20 gift subs from Unstoppable, 10 from Q-Man. And look who's here. Hi, Bailey. Yeah. Baby. Yeah. You're a good cat, aren't you? Yeah, you are. Did you come for the hype train? Yeah. I know that you've got food. This is the song of... I'm not even sure if I can just about... Yeah. Wow. I need to find a way to set this camera up so you can see the entire gap. I just need to rotate it by 90 degrees. Hello. Hi. Yeah, what's up? You want to come say hi to chat? What would you like the exclamation point Bailey command to do? To tell you a little bit about Bailey? Or... We can do that. Hey, baby. Yeah. Hey. Yeah, you want some love? You're gonna headbutt the blue screen and mess with the background? Oh, okay, now we've got some distortion. I love you, little cat. Very funny. You're the cutest little baby, aren't you? You want... I wonder if I can do... Do you think StreamerBot would let me read... let's set this up. We'll play around with this together. So if I can show you guys this. Add... Display capture, window capture, StreamerBot. Does this work? Here we go. Okay, this is StreamerBot. Let's put it below all of the camera outputs, same as the games and stuff. This way you can still see the cat cam when Bailey is in here or not. Okay, so this is... Oh, hello Raiders. Platinum Meg with a party of 84 viewers. Hi, how's it going? Amazing. See you. Thank you for coming today. Oh, J-Moy, I really appreciate it. I did sleep well, thank you. It's, this is my first stream since I hit affiliate late last night, and Fransley did a bunch of tax forms very, very late, which was an experience. Thank you, Twitch. You make that very enjoyable. Whoa. I will, okay. Nixia, thank you for the 6 month sub at tier 1. That's very kind of you and very, very down the line, very forward thinking. Unstoppable, thank you for the 25 community gift subs. That's massively appreciated. As you can see, Bailey appreciates all of this too. Jedi Aura, thank you for the gift subs. I can indeed hear you, yes.
I've heard that you're being, what is this, thankful? That's very unhark.
I'm being very thankful. Yeah, it's kind of nuts. I'm being...
That smells Atreides.
Chat's trying to overwhelm me by creating... We're on a level 19 hype train. Bailey has arrived. I've just been raided. I don't really know what's going on. Everything's on fire. Welcome. I'm trying to set up StreamerBot so that it does things.
Yeah, this is streaming. That's what it is. Yeah. Streaming when people like you. That's how it works. But now you're being thankful, which is very unharkening. You have to berate them. Yeah, as a toxic streamer, as you want to be, you want to be trained as a toxic streamer. You have to berate chat for doing that.
I can understand that. Chat, I can't believe you guys would do this. Awful. You know, there are some. In all fairness, there are some times when I want to copy what Winky does. You know, sometimes what Winky does is a good idea, like blaming everything on AI. Ignoring chat doesn't seem to be the one. And Bailey says that he wants to talk to chat, so Bailey says chat's okay.
Kronos is denying the ancient rules. He's refusing to be a toxic hype beast.
No, that happens in US time. In EU time zone, I'll be like nice and supportive, and I'll be all kinds of friendly. And then I reckon in US time zone, I should probably be really toxic, just so the Americans like it as well. How about that?
That's true. That's true. We do like giga toxicity. That's very popular, I think.
Yeah, it's all the rage. Yeah, so hot right now.
So hot right now. The toxicity is so hot right now. Jesus Christ.
Let's see. What was I doing?
I've been told that they can't even hear you unless you're being toxic. So Americans, we actually have a mind filter that we can't, when you're nice, we cannot physically hear you. So you have to be toxic. Yeah, it's important.
That makes sense. Makes sense.
That's a masquerade.
Bailey, I'm trying to set up streamer bot commands. I can't do that while I'm petting your belly as well. Maybe I can.
I'm glad to know that Bailey's a cat. That whole phrase would change.
He might think he's a cat, but really he's a big bitch. He's currently rolling over asking for the most intense belly rubs ever on the cat cam.
That is actually what cats are.
Yes.
Honestly. So
when are you getting a cat? When are you getting a cat cam?
Oh, when I get a cat.
You've definitely got a cat. In fact, you've got...
Meatball's not my cat. He's not my cat.
You've definitely said he's your cat several times.
He's not my cat. He's an old man that sometimes breaks into my office, and I have no control. You know what he did? You know I scared the shit out of him yesterday, and he wouldn't look at me for
was
like
that
a full day.
Was that when you did the hunting? Made the hunting sounds.
I did the hunting. Yeah. He came up and he tried to hunt me. He did like his eyes were like dinner plates, like full pupil, and he came around a box and he was doing this with his head, and I went like cats do when they hunt things like at him, and he went freaked out and he ran away, and he wouldn't get near me for a full day. It was great. I spoke cat language, scared the shit out of him. He deserved it. You insulted his mother? Probably fair.
Or you were just talking about, you reminded Meatball that he needs to submit his taxes. That's what it was.
True. When is he going to pay rent? That little bastard. Most cats pay rent by bringing you like a dead animal. He just lays on the floor and attacks your feet. Ow. I may have messed that up. There we go.
Okay, so we can do...
Is it down this one? It is. Trail leads south again.
Streamer bot does so many things. Oh my god.
Yeah.
What do you mean I set a new sub goal? Oh my god.
Your sub goal already done?
My sub goal's at 500 points and is already done. What are you doing, guys? You're insane. Start new goal.
Destroy him.
I don't understand this. I'm horrified and concerned.
Destroy him. Yes.
Horrified and concerned. Did they break the bit goal as well? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, they didn't break the bit goal. My subscription tiers are tier 1 is Goblin, tier 2 is Hobgoblin, and tier 3 is Redcap. Nice thematic range there. I like it.
Pretty good. It's pretty good.
Yeah, my tier 3s are the really aggressive, bloodthirsty goblins. That's how that works.
Redcaps are pretty powerful.
Yeah, they're actually one of the scarier goblins in lore. Right, let me just go back through. Where was the last time I went
Goblin
through?
Hug of Death. That's how it should be.
Unstoppable Jedi Rock. So
the Great Goblin D's.
Chillax, thank you for the gift sub to Platinum Meg. Red T-Rex, thank you for the
one of them is a
gift
mind
sub.
goblin. Kind of disappointed, to be honest with you.
Eddie Shisan, thank you for the gift. Thank you for your subscriptions. I mean, Danzia, thank you. Another 50 community gift subs. I mean, amazing. Thank you. I really appreciate it. You mean Mind Goblin D's nuts?
Yeah.
Ooh.
The Mind Goblin, dude.
Keep going. Thank you for 50 community subs is insane. Honestly, thank you. That's incredible. Disco Option, thank you for the sub.
When I fell asleep last night, I'm pretty sure I had a spice dream.
XZ, thank you for 5 community subs. Mormon, thank you for the Prime. Dax, thank you for 3 months at tier 1. I mean, Golomancer Art. Lysian, thank you for 5 community gift subs. Wooden Hooligan, thank you for the Prime. James Brown, thank you for 35 community. I mean, this is The Spectre, 1 community gift sub. Circus S33, thank you for continuing your sub, and the 5 community gift subs. I mean, this is nuts. Now I'm going to go back and read some of chat. Do I have any idea what my alerts to be in future? Some 40k is one of the references? I mean, quite possibly.
Why? I pulled up at the last second. Ooh. No, you don't.
Obviously, I'm a big 40k fan. I definitely want to do something with that, but I don't know if I want that to be my alerts. I don't know. I'm going to have to speak to somebody to get it sorted because, like, I'm basically to get some ideas and stuff because that's insane. We're at level 20 hype train. I never thought I would be at this position. This is nuts. Did you guys just necro the oh my god. Oh my god. Did it hit 0 and then you managed to resurrect it? Insanity.
There we go.
Insanity. So I've just seen my first ever train get necroed. It got to 0, it got to the timer, but then someone managed to get it right on like the last second. It completed and then also went back up to level 21. So like, what?
That's the way.
This is insane, honestly. That's trying to break me and it's starting to work. I don't know what to do.
Good. Break him.
James Brown, another 15 community sub. I mean, Balthazar, thank you for the 5.
That should be.
Denton, thank you for 5.
Breaking
wow.
Chronos is the best part of the day. You are a new streamer. Thus, fresh brain to be molded.
The newest. Yes.
How's the game? It's fantastic. Love this game. By the way, Chronos, last night, I want to let you know, I collected 2,500 erythrite crystals, and then I produced 300 duraluminum, and then I built a spice refinery, and I've refined probably 45 spice melange right now.
Wow, very nice. That's awesome. That's actually, yeah that's great.
So we got a huge amount of spice melange going. Yeah, massive. And I've got plasteel, peristeel, whatever it is, whatever the hell it's called. The final tier, I've got 10 of those.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, we need lots of those.
Yeah. Can you get me more jasmium, and I can just keep doing that?
I can, yes. I'm just currently doing everything on the Twitch Stream Manager and Streamer Bot and a bunch of other things, and just doing that. So I will do that soon.
Oh, look at this guy being a streamer.
See, we'll do 500 of those.
Okay, I'm just gonna go this way. Is the lube run done for now? No. I produced... I don't even know how much lube. I think it was like another 4,000 lube last night.
Right, so what we're looking at now is this is StreamerBot. So I've just set up something inside.
I found out about
Twitch.
quicksand with my first sand.
We disabled Thor. I've set up something inside Twitch so that it should be able to read. So channel reward redemption. If you were to Bailey fat, so it can read it, then I can do a sub action. I should be able to do StreamerBot. No, Twitch chat. Oh, can I do it? So it's a you. Play around with this. Let's see what we can do. What faction do I follow in 40k? There is no faction I specifically follow in 40k. I'll be clear with that. However, I think the first one I started collecting was Chaos because my idea, in looking at what the Imperium of Man does inside 40k, they are a hideous organization. They are incredibly xenophobic. They are incredibly oppressive. They're incredibly fascistic. They are not a positive force. The Space Marines are not a good force. They are a dictatorship, 100%. Within Chaos, you have everything from full-on Chaos Worshipper all the way through to basic renegade from the Imperium. And so even rogue traders who have gone too far will also fall into that category. So Chaos, as in anything that's not Space Marine, to me, is the more interesting faction. So you're talking about the groups of humans that live on the fringe society, or the Space Marine jumps that haven't turned to Chaos Gods or large Chaos Legions, but have become small renegade groups trying to make their living out in the middle of nowhere. Those are, I think, the stories inside 40k that are the coolest. Because you are talking like small groups, like 100 Space Marines, or you know, a few thousand people, or, you know, one rogue trader who just go off and create a new kind of environment, like create like a new place to be. That's how humanity kind of spread across the stars. Level 20 hype train. I mean, honestly, I never expected that. Hype train level 21, 23%, 517 gift subs, and 6,316 bits. Honestly, like, jeez. Thank you, chat. Enjoy the emotes. Enjoy what you got. I get a little frog. Look at that little frog. Look at him. He's just a little guy. Then you've also got the default ones like Orcs is the best. We love the Orcs. The Orcs is well funny. Let me do some more of these readings out. So I can't remember who I last thanked. So James Brownlee for the 15 community subs. Balthazar, thank you for the 5. Senzon, thank you for the 5. But thank you for your sub tier 1. Zero Magic, thank you for your prime. Lord Parrot, thank you for your sub. Zero Magic, thank you for the sub. Top Charger, Grey Knight. You don't redeem Bailey Fat before I've even written the bot. You know I get distracted. This is unfair. This is unreasonable. So we'll say that you moved in with me in 2023. God, that was a while ago. 2023. Built his old home due to his owners getting a new Labrador, who is extremely So yeah, Bailey Fats are out of stock. I'm writing the command right now, and I don't want it going off more than about every 5 minutes, but otherwise, because I know full well what you're like, if I don't put a cooldown on it, all of you will just be hammering that redeem, and the only thing in chat will be the bot sending messages about Bailey, which I know that everybody wants, but at the same time, it's going to be slightly disruptive. I'm not sure I can get sort of fit in one message. Can I get to do one after the other, maybe? That's a horrible word to write, neighborhood.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I like how I can hear a sandstorm inside Yeah, that is neighborhood. Weird. Will the hype train be used to pay for a real antique sword gain? I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing with the hype trains, with the income. I haven't even set a monetization payout from Twitch. It's all just sitting inside Twitch. If I spell Bailey wrong, I'll be very, very upset, because that's not hard to spell. Like, obviously, because I'm sensible and I'm a cybersecurity expert, my password is just my pet's name with no capitalizations or anything. God damn it, I haven't finished writing the bot. You can see that I haven't finished writing the bot. Ah! Let's see if this works. Putting a 1 over question mark, and we can go back into the end and edit it. So if I do another Twitch chat, send message to channel. that the same one? By different homes, dot, dot, dot. Okay. Which? Chat. Send message. What else would you like to know about Bailey? Don't... I owe you 2 Bailey facts. Okay. The first one. That's not how you spell front. He's house cat breed. I think as far as I know, his mother was a British Shorthair and his dad was a cat. That's basically how that works. I think with most house cats. I think he was just like generic tabby mix. Yeah, like Mira says. His favorite treat, he's a big fan of Dreamies. He just goes absolutely mental for them. But if I get sushi, normally I will get an extra piece of sashimi for him. And I will cut it apart for him, and he will eat it because it's completely fresh, completely untreated, like raw salmon. So he will have one piece of that about once a fortnight when I get sushi. More if I get sushi more often. This is all going to be used to make a Bailey slot on the Pirate Software wiki, isn't it? Fine. I can see that. Paul Shoe's probably sitting somewhere like taking notes, or Nellis is hiding, like lurking, just writing a wiki page as we speak. What's happening? Who's his favorite person? It's me. He will follow me around. He will have conversations with me. I am the main human. He does like my girlfriend, and he does tolerate visitors. He likes, you know, he can be bribed very easily. But I think he thinks he's a dog sometimes, genuinely, because he just follows me around all day. Like this morning, I woke up and he was just sat alongside me watching me sleep, which was kind of creepy. Normally he does that for about 10 minutes before he decides to like hit me in the face with his paw, just be like, hello, you're sleeping, here's the paw. So I'd rather he did that than try and put it in my mouth. I have a friend whose cat will try and put her paw, the cat will put her paw into my friend's mouth, and she doesn't. My friend's not a big fan of it. Very, very funny. Okay, so that's the second one done. I don't know if these will go in order, so when someone else redeems them, I'd be very interested in seeing what order they come out at. I'm sorry if I missed your chat message. I'm just trying to focus on doing this so that I can actually show you the game in the background, because, you know, that's what most of you have come here for today, rather than watching me set up bot stuff for a new stream. You have a friend whose cat would lick her eyelids while sleeping. That is the worst. Oh my god. Yeah, no thank you. Like, blah. Okay, first of all, great to know that it works in order. Second of all, that's the third one. Nah. They got to level 21 at 23% according to my activity feed. 9 minutes ago. Since then, thank you Magic Hippie for the 5 community gift subs. Rakiva, did you prefer River or Rakiva? What works for you? These ad breaks roll around quickly, don't they? Are they every 15 minutes? That doesn't sound right. I'll change that as well. Let's fix that as well separately in a second. Machara, thank you for the 3 months at tier 1. Amazing. I appreciate you greatly. Let's see. 3. What did I just do? I basically just did. No, you didn't get auto modded. You are here. Someone got auto modded earlier for saying some words, but I mean, you have to be auto modded for something that Twitch thinks is bad. I haven't got a huge amount of setup in here. The ad pop-up thing, I can show you how that works. I haven't got a screen that pops up, but I have got it so that it will send a message in chat so that people know that an ad is coming 1 minute out, and that it will send a chat message. I haven't quite gotten to the stage where I've got like an ad screen. I probably should. I do want to do that, but I'm not sure how I want to do that yet. So that's a different problem. I can only be so creative in any given day, and we're starting with the most important thing on this channel, Bailey commands. Ooh, mwah. Across the ring in summer. Balthazar, thank you for the 5 community gift subs. Really appreciate it, bud. I'm going to have to put more of a time down, more of a cooldown on this, aren't I? I mean, how much information do we want? How far are we? We're up to his weight loss. They were up to winter last year. Twitch chat. Send message channel. So we're talking about number 4. Oh, ads have begun. Okay, so I'll I should do like a Mirror, I should basically just give you at this point like your ability to run that as a command, because like you say that a lot in both channels, don't you? Do this. I'm gonna go slash commands add. Did that work? Are you gonna do your job, Nightbot? Let's go and see what was going on with this. Why are you not working, Nightbot? Nightbot, why are you being a bitch? Nightbot should be working. Let me fix that, and then I'll go back to the other one. I'll go back to StreamerBot. Sorry about this. Should be working. Right, Nightbot can leave the channel and then join the channel. Setting up. Is Nightbot in the viewer list? Okay, so apparently just, yeah, like you say, turn the bot off and on again worked. Fine. Let's do this. There we go. You can now use exclamation point mirror check, and that will automatically do that command for you, Mirror. Thank you for that. I've noticed that you do that on the Pirate Software one. I know some people thank you a lot. You know, it's appreciated because it does help remind some people to actually get up and move around and do stuff. And as somebody who, you know, has struggled with mobility issues across my life, it is a very good thing to do. So thank you for taking care of people. I'm going to set it on a 5-minute cooldown so that people can't spam it, and then we'll go from there. So, okay. Also good that that's now working. Message. Where was I? Sorry. There we go. Twitch. Chat. Send messaging channel. Nice. As gifts. You want a daily Bailey command for my blue sky? Can do that. $11 bottles of water. Ah! Okay, yes, you're right. I need to update my blue sky as well. It does not say soon to be streamer. And apparently now a streamer. There you go. I've updated it. You're done. Done. Hydrate requests. Those need to not be so frequently or I will die. That is trying to kill me. IRL. For real, no doubt. There's a 15-minute cooldown on this. What? Why? How have you done this already? 5. We're gonna do a 60-minute cooldown because you guys are goblins. Per user per stream 1. There you go. To make this more expensive for you all. Horrifying. Save that. Ad time. I'm not letting you all run that many ads, so we're going to go like this. We're going to go 5 of those, 1 of those. Okay, so we've now got Hydrate, Bailey backstory, and ad time. Those should be sufficient. Bitrate is looking good. Hello. Willanu, thank you for the sub. Let me finish typing these commands. Damn. What am I doing? Get distracted. B. Here we go. That's what we can do. Do that. 4 out of 4. I'm going to regret doing this at some point. No. We will add in. You want to do more than 1 hydrate message per stream. Fine. You can do 10 hydrate per stream, and each person can do a maximum of 5. How about that? How about that? Whoops. What are we currently looking at on OBS? Looking at this. Okay. We want to add 1 more of these power up and viewer point awards. We're going to add another one for 10,000. Backstory expansion. Add. Go. And I've added a backstory expansion so that people can then choose to, they want to ask for more Bailey backstory now, they can ask for that. If I do add, oh no. Okay, so some of you asked how you do the ads thing. So what you do for this is you just go into StreamBot, you, under platforms, you link up your Twitch platform. So you put it all into here, into the accounts, etc. You can same thing with other platforms. You then go actions. You would do add. You just do a new action. So we're going to call this cat smells. You can assign it to a group. You can make it queue if you want. I want this one to always run because I want it to skip any queue. I don't care what else is going on. The ads are always going to run, for example. So you would go, okay. Triggers, you would go Twitch, ads, ad run. That's when the ads start immediately. Oh, you can't see the pop-up dialogues. That's really annoying. And no, the cat cam is off because Bailey isn't in the room right now. He's probably gone to my armchair, knowing him. You would think, though, that when you're doing the display capture of that window, it would show you the right clicks within them. Silly. Come on, OBS, what we doing? What we doing? Properties. We would probably have to go for a display capture rather than... Yeah, we're going to go for screen capture, unfortunately. So let me remove that for now. I'm going to put that into that mode. Sorry about this, chat. This is all new to me. Control play capture. You would then go this one, display, control. This one. Shouldn't be any sound on that. Okay, now if I'm under live, add scene. Okay, you can see that now? That's all working for you? You can see stream bot and you can see the windows, yeah? Looks like it's working. Looks like I can see it in OBS. You see the game? That's because I didn't press this button. I didn't take it out of studio mode. I am a smart. Here we go. So again, this is StreamBot, and you should now be able to see the these bits here. So delete this and I'll start again. So you log into StreamBot, you've got all of these tabs. You can, under platforms, you can set up your Twitch, and it'll automatically pull these things from your channel if you've got them set up. It's very, very neat. Under actions here, you can set up various things. So under Bailey, this is what I've done, literally just 4 messages in order, one after the other. And they skip the queue, and they literally will fall back. Nice and easy. If you want to do something for ads, I've got 2 of these. I've got ads approaching, which is going to warn me when there's a minute away from the ads. And then there's also, okay, Nightbot, you can calm down and shut up. I don't mind if people spam emotes here. Let's not do that. Fine. Sorry about that. You should no longer get timed out for spamming emotes. Oh, and then you immediately get timed out for spamming. You get told off for spamming caps. Nice, good job. Limit. You're on 8 capital letters now. Okay, so you can have 20 capital letters for that. You're gonna get a 10-minute touch. Jesus. You can have like a 60-second, not even that, 30-second timeout. Down, Nightbot. Wow. Nightbot is mean. Nightbot hates you guys. Sorry about this. Like, wow. We can refine these filters over time, though. Links, again, I don't need you to worry about that. Do a 30-second for that one. Okay, if you are a subscriber, you'll be able to send links in chat, just like Thor's community. Just to make it nice and easy. Because that's what you're all used to, right? Say all of you. Definitely not all of you. Some of you are used to. Luke of Games, thank you for your sub. And Gerbil of Wolves, thank you for 6 months of tier 1. Awesome. Jeez. Jordo Monster, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it greatly. You guys all rock. Do this. Anyway, sorry, I was showing you guys something. How to do the ads. Ad. So you would do, if you want to do something that deals with the ads, this is how you want to do it. You want to go always run, because you want it to be, you don't want it to be pending. You just want it to always run no matter what. So you create this one. Under triggers, you're going to go Twitch, ads. Ad run would be when the ads start. If you went Twitch, ads, upcoming ad, you can set how many minutes away you want to do. So you can run, for example, a 3-minute warning or a 1-minute warning. Those are your options there. And then you can do sub actions. For example, you could do Twitch, chat, send a message. That's what I've got now. So it would be the ads are coming, hide. And then if it's behind my camera, that's very rude. How dare it? You can do things like OBS scenes. No. You could set active scenes so that it would change it between, for example, what I'm currently looking at and say my be right back screen. If I put this, I can make it so it triggers this. You can make it so that it enables certain things. So what I'm going to do is you basically do, I think Thor normally does do sources enable. This is a good question. So these aren't exclamation point commands. This is basically, that's just the name of the streaming bot action. So unfortunately, it won't let you do that. Just set random scene source visible, but I would rather not do that. I haven't got OBS connected, that'll be why. But that's the kind of thing you can do with it. So I just need to find out how Thor does that one bit with the scene, but apart from that, you can do a bunch with streaming bot to be triggered. These kind of things. But now you've got 4 out of 4 on the Bailey facts that now sends when that's redeemed. You can theoretically top that up and add more information to that over time, and eventually there'll probably be a short story about Bailey, to be honest with you. Like, that's how it'll end up being. Insane. Geordie, thank you for subscribing with Prime. It's much appreciated. You rock. If I minimize this, what happened? Oh, nice. Okay. Right, now we're going to play the game. Oh, Geordie, thank you for the 50 community gift subs. Holy jeez, you are incredible. Thank you. Amazing. Like I said, chat, you guys all rock. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for everything. Like, it's great. You guys rock. So kind of you all. I really know what Thor means when he says that, like, he wouldn't be here without you guys. Like, it really does. Make things a bit better. Let me do this. Thor's chat smells.
Kronos' chat smells, actually.
Likely.
You know what they smell? Kronos.
Some of them smell of Thor. Gross.
Yeah. Get wrecked. Do you think devs should buff the mines? I think the mines should go off immediately. I don't think they should be like tick 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 tick, tick, right?
How's sound balance for everyone?
I think they should. I think you should be incentivized to look for the landmines. I think they should go off like maybe half the timer, if that makes sense. What do you think about it, Kronos?
The thing about the mines is they do that beeping noise, and then there's just this massive quiet pause, and then they explode, and it's kind of, that pause I think is too long.
I agree. Yeah, half the time maybe. I would think.
Yeah, or just make the beeps go for longer. Like, that's the other thing. Or
I just can't. I can't run around the. I shouldn't be able to run around the room in a circle and just light all the mines and not care.
No.
You know.
Yeah, I agree with that. Okay.
The mines only kill you if you hesitate right now, which is boring.
How about that? I've moved Thor down about 5 decibels. That sound any better? Keep letting me know.
If you run over a mine, it should hurt you. It has guns? What do you mean it has guns? The game? Yes.
Sweet. I've moved the game volume up a couple of decibels as well, so you might be able to hear the music in the background. Make Thor sound squeaky.
It has guns.
Let's see what I can do. I wonder if I could do voice chat output, filters, audio filters.
Backpack full? No, can I drop those?
Not that one. I wonder if I can do this.
One of the last sections of my quests, of one of these quest chains, Kronos.
Which train?
I'm level 130 now, by the way.
Oh wow, jeez, doing well.
You stop getting intel at level 126, by the way. Like per character level.
That makes sense. Bloodrinker, thank you very much for the sub.
Deep Desert that I think I'm just going to get everything unlocked this week. Do we know when the Deep Desert Coriolis storm hits? How many hours?
That's today. Let me just quickly switch my 1 day, 21 minute. So top of the hour and a day's time.
Okay.
So don't want to be out there in the deep desert when that hit, for sure.
No, I want to get out there on my Thopter and go get as much intel as possible, basically. Shit. So if you'll take any of them out.
Which question is this? Sorry, I can't remember which one you said.
I don't remember, but it's a Masquerade one. Masquerade Zone. Perfect. Making a martyr.
While it's fun making him sound like a super battle droid from Star Wars Battlefront to the original one, that's about what I can get on the 3-band equalizer. See what I can do on some of the other ones.
Masquerade, they're really actually nasty, but they're only aluminum tier. But Masquerade they have so much armor.
Yeah, the Masquerade take an awful lot to kill. They are one of the kind of end game enemies, I say.
Really?
You're in the Udan.
Hajra Liturjan Mark IV.
Wow. What does that hold?
I don't know. It's a unique purple, and I can't see because I can't do the stats until I learn the damn thing. I'll get that recipe back home. Thank you very much for those gifted subs. That's very nice of you. Hype train's at level 5. What a boss, dude. The gifted subs are all 35% off now, too. Wait, what? Another 5. Thank you. Making a martyr. Done. Okay. I finished that entire quest line. Throw that on the floor, and then we can do this. There we go. What did that give me? Oh, shit. Ho, 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 ho. Look what it gave me, dude.
Let me go to your stream and refresh it. Oh, nice.
Thufir's best.
That's, yeah, I've got that one too.
262 damage,
yeah.
Sniper rifle.
I haven't even used it yet. I've just been carrying it around with me for ages. Like,
I swap my
ridiculous.
sniper out for the long shot now. And use this baby later once it dies.
Nice. Is the long shot even more powerful?
Dude.
What's the damage difference between Thufir's best and the long shot?
Oh, that's huge.
Oh. What's the damage difference between Thufir's best and the long shot?
Long shot is 209.3, Thufir's 262.1.
Oh, very nice.
It's huge, dude.
Good chat. I might have found something that
That's
can do it.
effective range of 75 meters.
Suggestions isn't working.
Long shot only has 2 rounds. Interesting. Thank you very much. That was the quest turn-in, by the way, for that quest chain.
Oh, nice.
I don't know if Canley is... I don't know if we can do PvP here. Can't repair guns? You can, but there's no reason to when I have 2 massive upgrade ones. I'm gonna go home and drop loot. But you have to have the schematic unlocked to repair something anyway.
Okay, there we go. Suggestions is in chat. Let me just see if I can keep working on this
Time to go home.
thing.
Or at least, time to go back to this.
Let's see if this works when Thor talks next. I'm not convinced, but we're going to give it a real good go. Pitch shift under filters of an audio source. So I'm looking at voice chat output, which is an audio source. Filters. I do not see any of those. Rebend equalizer, compressor, expander, gain, invert polarity limiter, NVIDIA audio effects, noise gate, suppression, upward compressor, and a VST2X plugin. There is no pitch shift unless I install it, I believe. We'll have to see what happens with Thor talks. I put an equalizer on the mic, and I'm going to keep playing with the audio effects. Although, why did that not link up? He is talking in his stream. Yes, I can't access his computer. I can only access my computer. Chat, why are you chat? Is that not working?
That Mark IV Litherjean is terrible. It's 2,250. Oh wait, no, it's not. It's not terrible. It's only 2 volume. It's 2.25 liters at only 2 volume in size. That's really good, actually.
Not quite right, is
It's
it?
15
It
volume
sounds like low quality.
And that's 2 volume for 2.25 capacity. I may swap to that.
Remember what has the... I might have to do that. You think the radio sounded more fun? What, when I turned him into the old Spitfire pilot mode a second ago, you mean? See what I can do. Look at these. I have to try hard for the memes, chat. It's very important. Felix, I see you. See you, Felix. I hear that you've been running around the dunes of Arrakis, cackling, Felix. Oh wait, actually, I might have actually an emote I can give you guys. If I can do this, if it will let me.
Kronos, I got the Giga rifle.
We love the Giga. Wait, when you say Giga rifle, how Giga are we talking?
Okay, so it only takes 35 duraluminum ingots, right? That's the big part. 271 damage per shot, shoots 3 bullets at a time.
Okay, that's not bad at all.
That's disgusting, dude.
That's...
Triple, yeah.
Is it scoped or is it iron sights?
It looks like it's an iron sight one. Yeah, it's
I'm kind of fine
a
with that.
Karpov.
Is it? Okay.
It's a triple shot Karpov. 271 per bullet. It's called 5 Fingers Triple Shot.
Okay, I mean...
I think I got that from the Landsrad rewards. Pretty sure.
Oh, I need to go and claim mine today, actually. That's what I need to remember to do.
Need to go do it now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to play with settings and stuff at the moment. Okay. Oh.
Pincushion set is like super giga armor, by the way. On the,
It's light armor.
Plastinium tier. Yeah, but like, look at all the mitigation on it.
It's, I mean, yeah, it's great. Imagine what the heavy armor is like.
Insane. Yeah, it's got to be nuts. Oh, actually, I have a heavy armor. Look at this. The glove has 263 armor value. And it reduces power usage by 10%? That's insane. Ah, that's nuts. Circuit gauntlets are the one that I got. Also, did you hear about the Litherjean that I got?
Yeah, the 2 liter one. Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah.
That's not small.
It's 2 liter. it's 2.25 liters, but it's only 2 volume. So I'm gonna swap over to it, get some more volume.
That is good, to be fair.
We got 13 volume back. It's probably the way to do it. Okay. This. That one. I just got a full still suit set for a quest item.
Not bad
Like
at
a
all. Oh,
completed
yes. Yeah,
craft
you'll get the purple still suit set, wouldn't you? Yeah.
Oh, it's so good.
Yeah, it's nice.
It's a full upgrade for me. Dude. Every piece has plus 1% hydration capture as well.
It's great. Yeah, it's a very, very good set to have.
It's just a full up upgrade on every slot. God damn. Are still suits worth it at all? Oh yeah. I have 4 heat protection now, up from 2. You can see my spy size now.
What is that?
Built-in AC, dude.
Log in.
Okay. I need to go home. Also, you converted me in terms of not using the Emperor's wings anymore.
What are you using now? Full suspensor or the leap suspensor?
I'm using Leap Suspensor. It's actually better than the Emperor's one. I can't take fall damage anymore.
Oh wow, nice. Yeah.
Yeah, because the Emperor's one slows you as you fall.
Yes.
This one stops you when you press it when you fall.
Yeah, it's nice.
Am I back online or still online? Back online. Oh yeah, I gotta check to see if we have a YouTube short for the day.
If not, let me know. I'll piece it up. I've got to do a little bit in a minute for you've got a sponsorship later, so I just need to get the cheat sheet ready for you.
Cool. What the hell? Wait, what?
Felix, if you can't game and run your air conditioning at the same time because it trips your breaker, you should probably get an electrician in.
Get a Landsred award. Do you need to contribute or be part of the winning house? You just need to contribute. You have to get the points, and then you go to the vendor for that faction, and you collect. You got to collect before tomorrow. What the hell happened here?
There it is. Voice chat.
Don't understand.
Downtime for updates has already happened, so that's what we've had today. And If Thor talks now, you should be able to hear a weird effects. I'm just playing with things at the moment. Hang on.
All right. Got the short set up for the day. The short is out. Or will be.
Do you guys hear it like Thor's in space?
Oh. I am out of volume. Why does Thor look so angry? I was confused. Alright. So now I've got these soft stuff boots, but I don't think I need them anymore. What do I do with these damn things?
Doing this is more difficult than I expected it to be, chat. Apologies. I'm not particularly good with audio. It's not something that I've done a lot of, so... Not working.
Okay. Need duraluminum for that.
Oh
you
my
base
god.
the grid like your gear. You
Apartments
need to
sound
constantly
horrifying.
update
That's how that works.
constantly. So yes.
Couldn't be me. In the UK, we live in houses made of
Lubricant is
big old
ready.
bricks. That's all it is.
Let's do that. Then we'll go up there. Get these wind catches running. Oh, are we out of wind catches? Where are the filters? I thought I made a shitload of these. Make all these filters real quick. I was throwing his hair today. Doing good. How you doing? Ah, a million cobalt paste. Yes.
Okay, chat, we're going to give up on this one for today. I need to play some stuff that's not going to be on stream. Like, I don't want to mess with the...
Become rich in cobalt paste.
Ooh. I don't want to mess with the settings while I'm live because it might break something inside OBS. But we will try harder to roll Thor again down the line. We'll see what we can do. We'll make it work.
Sandstorm 1 minute.
I am in a testing facility, so hopefully that won't be a problem. Oh wait, that sucks.
What?
My ornithopter is outside and it's the assault one, I think. But it might be in somewhere that counts as sheltered, I don't know.
Oh, Godspeed.
Don't know if I was smart. Was I smart? I was smart. It counts as sheltered.
Sector weather alert.
Good deal.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh, wait. Ah, it's about to hit.
There we go, chat. I just set an alarm so that I could be reminded to do Thor sponsorship stuff later.
Yay. Sandstorm's hit.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Large
You've
sandstorm.
entered Desert Botanical Testing Station number 163.
Ooh, spice melange. I got 22 spice melange.
Very nice. Yeah, I mean that's. Yeah, I mean I don't even want to talk about how much spice melange we need. I don't want to think about
I know,
it.
we need a lot. We need a lot.
Soccer was taken. Thank you for your sub 20 minutes ago. Sorry I didn't see that. Deadbolt Dogs, thank you for 6 months at tier 1. That's incredible of you. Amazing, honestly.
Enables galactic travel and extends life. Addiction to withdrawal leads to death.
Apparently I'm poisoned. This is not ideal. Sabu, thank you for the prime, bud. Good to see you here. How's it going? Oh, why can I not? Okay. Apparently clicking in
Too much
game
to
helps.
mutate you? I mean, if they put you in a
A
bad.
large sandstorm is approaching.
Okay, how's this one shot?
Apparently I'm critically injured. Not great for me.
Okay.
Ah, yes, I could hear my own
Now-
stream because I was listening to
All of
Thor,
these
so I could
will
hear if it was
function.
working. That makes sense. Hey Jake, morning. How's it going? How's it going,
This
bud?
is done.
Good to see you here.
That's done.
It's a Monday,
That's
so I
These are all running.
was
And
about
these
to tell you
last
all thinking
two
it was
on
Tuesday.
after
Never
runs, I
mind.
go and fill them with lubricant.
Thanks, Luke. I really appreciate it, bud. You enjoy your day, bud. Take it easy. Oh, 1 second. 1 second, chat. Sorry about that, chat. I may have to disappear in a couple of hours just for a couple of minutes. Apparently, I've got a plumber coming over today.
Did you forget you have a plumbing issue?
Well, it's just low water pressure, and it's kind of always been that way since we moved in. But my girlfriend's arranged a plumber to come over and kind of have a look at it today. So I'm sick of it.
That's a good idea. Because it could be like a leaky pipe.
It's definitely not. It's definitely not after. So I don't know if you have this in the US. We have water meters on every property, so you can go and see how much water is being used between the main system, where it's provided basically by the local council, the municipality, and the house. It's definitely not on the house side of that. So but there might theoretically be a leak between the mains and the house somewhere. Which would account for the loss of water pressure, because even the next house up the street, the water pressure is much higher. So I'm just kind of working out what's going on. And this happens every time I go to TwitchCon and I come back. I'm just so annoyed by the water pressure being so good at the hotels and then so awful when I get back that I've finally had enough.
I had a weird situation like that at the old house where I had already moved over to the new place, and my water bill was steadily increasing.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, what the hell is going on? And I had to hire a guy out, and we had a break in the pipe, and it was slowly getting worse and worse and just leaking water out, and I was paying for that water.
Oof.
It's like, great. That's fantastic.
There was
I was like, I don't live there. No one's there. Why is the water bill going up?
I had something similar when I moved into this place. When I moved in, when I gave the electricity meter readings, it went all of a sudden. It went from like a small amount. They basically said that I'd used £2,800 worth of electricity in a day. And I was like, if you think I can use 10,000 kilowatts, so yeah, that's that in a day. What am I doing? I'm running a small city. Is that what I'm doing? No, something is wrong on your system. Funnily enough, after a long and heated phone call, that one mysteriously went away.
Yeah, that'd do it.
Like before I purchased the house, I took a photo of the electricity meter, so I knew what the reading was before I moved in. And like, yeah, that was.
They tried to scam you.
What looked like happened because before I purchased the house, they moved the house from an old style meter system to we have now smart meters. In order to do that, they had to change the meter system. It looks like what happened when the guy installed the new meter. So before I purchased the house, he just wrote down the meter reading wrong. So it was 10,000 lower than it had been before. Like, so the power company thought it was on like 50,000, and it was actually on 60,000.
You've entered Desert
And
Botanical
yeah, they thought
number 163.
and yeah, so that's the problem. That's always the way. But yes, if I'd suddenly just overnight used the power of a small village, I would have been somewhat alarmed. The government have found out, that I'm running a small town of mole people. The mole people need power too, honestly.
They do. They do.
But if there was a leak between the mains and my house, it would also make sense why a certain part of my neighbor's front lawn is dropping precipitously. It's almost like sinkhole-esque. So we just need someone to look at it. Be fine, right?
That's not great, dude.
Not my property, not my problem.
I mean, it sounds like it's about to be your problem.
It sounds like it's a problem for the council if it's between the municipal line and my house. That's on them. I don't own that bit, that stretch of pipeline. Once it hits the water meter, that's when it's my problem.
That sounds really bad, dude.
Alternatively, the mods are living in a sinkhole somewhere. Yes, that's exactly what's happening. All the mods who are moving to the UK are living in a sinkhole in my neighbor's front garden. That's how that works.
I can't believe you're collecting all the mods.
I can. They're like Pokemon.
By the way, you know the spice-powered generator we can build?
Yeah.
It's 1,000 power for one of them.
Yeah, but maintaining spice generation is like a job by itself.
Yeah, because you use spice melange to make spice-infused, like, power bricks, and then you feed spice-infused power bricks to that. And it also takes 270 spice melange to make it in the first place.
Wow.
And 430 plastanium ingots. It's insane.
Henry Morgan, Charles Vane.
Let's see, fabricators. Next fabricator I'm making, by the way, is going to be All right, next thing I make. I don't know what I'm gonna make next because I can't get plastanium in large quantities yet.
I'm just giving Nitrado updates on some of our server information, so we'll see what they can do.
Nice. Have you seen the large spice refinery yet? Like what it looks like?
Yeah, it's big.
It's gigantic.
The large oil
It's
refinery
huge.
isn't I mean, large is in the name. It's
So tall.
there are a couple of other streamers joining our server for the next couple of days.
Ooh, who's joining?
Helping Hands from SideQuest, who we met at on that last day of TwitchCon.
Oh,
He's joining. He's
That's
awesome.
good.
I've spoken to him a few times. He's just such a genuine guy. And Vicky, you know, Vicky, the one who made us up into a pizza. Yeah.
Vicky's fantastic. Hell yeah.
Vicky burned out her CPU playing Doom the other day. Apparently, she had it looked like it was manufacturing issue, like a weakness in the CPU. So she's had to replace it. Yeah.
That's ass.
So she was doing that on Saturday, and then had to basically spend all of Sunday replacing her CPU and screaming into the void.
That's awful.
Sounds like she had a similar issue to I had. You know when I moved from the old Intel machine across to a new PC, but I was having RAM issues for like a week.
Yeah.
It's the same kind of feeling, like you've just moved across to a new computer and you just want it to work, and you've moved because the old one wasn't working, and then when it doesn't, it's just like the most soul-crushing thing. So she's just moved to a new PC, and then that happened. So it's like a pretty much new part. So yeah, it's something to be returnable to the manufacturer. So it'll be under warranty and such, but like, it's still a pain, it's still not what you want. Such a level of stress that's so awful. I hate it when it happens.
Yeah, no,
We
it's
have taken their
I
water
feel bad for
for
her. It's also like, at least you can
shining.
RMA it, you know?
I ask for your command regarding this sacred bounty. Naib Jorba.
At the very least, you can get it back. Okay. I think...
Oh, nice, yeah. Yum.
I really need to switch out this loot. You know what? I might go and do an aluminum run.
Yeah, that makes
I think
sense.
the aluminum run is probably the right choice right now. I'm out of aluminum again.
We will pause for the ads chat, so I'm just gonna kind of chill in this room for a minute while we do that. I need to get some practice at pausing for the ads.
Yeah, I think it's aluminum run time.
Appreciate you.
Let's do this.
Gazbic, thank you for the sub, the tier 1, appreciate that. Black Steel, thank you for the 5 community gift subs. You fucking rock, dude. You rock. Thank you. And Hadge01, thank you for 6 months at tier 1. You are awesome. Honestly, you guys rock.
It's max level 200.
I'm so grateful so many of you are here. You all rock.
132.
And yeah, Mirror is awesome. Mirror has always been in Thor's community, and now here, like, reminding people to like kind of sit up, check their posture, get some drinks, like basically look after themselves, because
I am a base mom.
it's so easy to not look after yourself when you're just playing games for hours on end, or when you're watching someone on stream. Like, I'm so guilty of watching Thor while I moderate, and then just being like, oh, I've been here for 9 hours. Maybe I should stand up and like de-scrungle my spine.
But right now, I need to go collect as much aluminum as I can get.
Love from the UK. I haven't actually been to Canada.
Nah, I don't need a big one.
Lightfire.
I
What's
like my scout.
if I was going to visit Canada, whereabouts would you suggest and why? Yeah, my shrimp spine, you know, just curling over, flicking at people. Alberta and British Columbia. Okay, nice. Yeah, Thor and I were talking about like kind of destinations we want to go and visit when we can get him up and rolling for IRL streams, and we can do that kind of thing. Australia, obviously, 2026 is one of the ones that's majorly on the cards. We're currently in kind of the planning process of that. And then we're also looking at places like, we want to go to Brazil when it's safer to do so, when Thor is allowed to do that. Neither of us can do a lot of Eastern Europe, unfortunately, for a number of reasons. I'm actually not allowed to enter certain African countries either at the moment because of my background is financial markets, so to be a bit careful about what I do. Thor's in the same boat because obviously because of his background of cybersecurity, he's actually not allowed to go to certain places. So we are just kind of balancing what we can do, where we can go, and ultimately, like, we'd love to visit absolutely everyone. We just know that we can't do that feasibly because also we have to maintain a stream at the same time. Where in Australia? That is a good question. We want to make sure that we visit Barjo, Cardboard Cowboy, and a couple of the streamers that we know, like Bloody Drongo. We're cool. I personally would like to go to the Northern Territories and look at some of the Aboriginal history stuff, because obviously I'm from the UK. I'm very aware that my nation did not do a very good job a couple of hundred years ago, where we walked around the world, we're like, oh, I like it here, we're going to take all these natural resources and wipe out the inhabitants. I would like to learn about what was there before and the culture that is thereafter, and just kind of see a little bit about kind of what was really going on in Australia rather than the history that I might have learned. So I think it's important to get kind of both sides of it, you know, and obviously what we get taught in history isn't always reflective of what's actually going on in real life for people. So that's one of the things I want to do. So I'd love to go and see places someone like Uluru, or go and meet with some like kind of traditional elders and kind of learn something about the country, and to teach you guys about it as well, because I think that, you know, Thor and I are in a position where we can share some of that stuff and go and see it, where other people need traveling to, you know, Australia isn't possible for everyone. It's an awfully long journey. So I'd love to be able to do that. I'd love to be able to come back and talk about it. I think it'd be neat. I mean, we say that, you know, the culture for the Aboriginals are those things, but what has forced them into that position? We have something similar in the UK where the gypsy community is heavily looked down on, because that's generally what the scene. But I know personally a couple of people who are nomadic gypsies, and they belong to proper Romani families, and like they're not like that. They're not individually, and they're a very strong, proud people. They've got a really amazing family-based culture, but they're often pigeonholed into this kind of gap because of a small number of people giving them a bad name, and ultimately people want to assume the worst. So I don't believe that all people who are in that position are like that. I don't believe it at all. And I'm gonna probably say we'll agree to disagree on that. I'd like to go inside for myself, and find out kind of directly, do some more research, of course, but that's always going to be subjective. We're not going to cause an argument about it, and so it's probably best to not go into that one. We can always look at it some other time. I can look at it off stream and we can have a discussion about it, but I don't believe that any one nation or people or culture is a problem by itself standalone. That's not how communities work. A community wouldn't form that's purely based around that. There must be a good side to it. And that's kind of what I want to see and understand. So, that said, I know that if people have been on the kind of the negative end of, you know, some of those things, then it can very much kind of color your vision. So, you know, sounds like you've obviously had some hands-on experience to feel that way. Yeah, Felix, I bet you love the fireworks during you know, important talks. That's how we do things here. It's great fun. Also, I can't exactly remember how to turn them off yet, because it's probably buried somewhere in which is dozens of settings. Which is like, I'm not a pro streamer by any means.
Chronos. With my
yes.
Bonus mining from Planetology now, I get so much material extra.
Amazing. Ideal then.
Yeah, because I have all of the mining skills at 3 now.
Oh, nice.
So it's 20% bonus in a vehicle, 20% bonus with a cut array, 20% bonus when I do the scan.
Nice. So you finished Planetologist, have you? Have you got all the capstone abilities?
No, those ones I don't have yet. That's the only thing I don't have for it. But check this out. Like most things in this are 3 now.
Wow, yeah.
Everything that matters is at 3.
Yeah. I'm basically waiting to get a few more levels up before I basically respec and just like completely actually design what I want the character to kind of do.
Makes sense. I want to get the passive spice surveyor and passive heat management, because if I get heat management, I can actually go prescient and then like overheat my basically it's like overheating an Eve, where I can just overheat but have 20% less heat generation, so I can just jet on like with like
so if you need to escape. Yeah. That's very neat. I'm thinking about, if you look in the Bene Gesserit tree, And the body controls to the leftmost tree. Litany against fear. I'm tempted to get that at level 3. 30-second cooldown, 16-second duration. It multiplies your armor by 3 and gives you boosted damage mitigation and stagger. Like it's just like just tripling your armor and reducing any poison damage by 25%.
It buffs all your allies too.
Exactly. So I'm thinking I might take that.
Yeah.
As my like
You
one
and
of
your
my
allies have boosted damage mitigation and stagger resistance for the duration. That's crazy. It's only a 12-second duration, but that's a game changer for that.
Well, yeah, but at level 3, it's a 30-second cooldown for a 16-second duration, so it's basically 14 seconds of downtime between each cast. 45 stamina is a meme. Because on the trooper,
huge.
The trooper tree, you can not trooper tree, you can on trooper tree you can get battle hardened ability cooldown minus 30%. Okay, so 30% of of 30 seconds is gonna be 9 seconds, so it's 21-second cooldown on a 16-second long buff. Well, actually, I've got
enormous,
5 seconds of downtime for a 3 times armor multiplier. It's gonna be incredibly cool.
Yep, that seems like the play. I feel like Trooper plus Bene Gesserit's the right play then.
Battle hardened works only for trooper skills. That didn't used to be the way, I believe.
That's not what it says. Apparently there was a bug that it was that way before, but it doesn't say that it does that.
Yeah.
We could test it right now because I have it. Here, I drop my turret. I'll put my turret on the ground. I'm gonna wait for it to disappear. Actually, I'll just shoot this poison. 20-second cooldown on poison. Skills. Cooldown says 18 seconds, but it was a 20-second cooldown. It looks like it's changing the tooltips of my abilities, but not actually reducing this. If I remove Battle Hardened, we go back out here. 20-second cooldown. Yep, it's bugged. They gotta fix that.
Yeah, okay.
That's a big one.
Let me go and ask them about this one.
Because it says right on the tooltip, if we look at it, it says ability cooldowns minus 20% on this one because it's tier 1. The inexperienced and untrained will flinch in the heat of battle, panicked and unable to remember their last basic training. Trooper training prepares you for the realities of combat and allows you to use your abilities more often. Doesn't say trooper abilities only.
Yeah.
So it's either a tooltip change that needs to happen or it needs to be fixed. I don't know which. Only for trooper abilities. They said that? They said that is irrelevant. The tooltip in the video game does not state this. That's the bug. So they either need to fix the tooltip or they need to change the mechanic. Oh, wait.
25.
I have never looted this box. What is in this box?
It doesn't even seem to apply to the wait, what?
Doesn't do it for trooper stuff either. It may just not work at all.
Okay, I've got 8-second cooldown on the Shiga wire hook with it equipped. If I unequip it and select underslung ability instead, for example, it's still an 8 second. So basically, battle hardened just does not work.
Oh, that's even worse.
Is anyone able to clip that from my chat so that I can send that across to them to show the 8-second cooldown on both of those?
It does work, but it doesn't show on the tooltip. No. The cooldown on there is not 6 seconds. Does it say 8 for you?
Oh.
And then count down from 8?
Well, hang on. This is really intermittent.
So now it's really weird.
I mean, it doesn't update the tooltip, but yeah, it's just kind of weird.
There seems to be a lot of weird bullshit with it then.
18 seconds on the Binder sprint.
This is all broken.
Yeah, it's just hard to know how battle hardened works.
It says 8 for you, but when you use it, counts down from 6.
Yeah, that's what mine. That's
let
what
me
mine
try
just
it.
did. Although the first time I had it, when I had it on, when I logged in, it was still 8 Gigabyte Claw, which is
All right, let me try something. My Shigwire Claw counts down from 6. Skills, remove Battle Hard. Shigwire Claw counts down from 8.
yeah.
That also doesn't make sense, though. Because if you take 8 seconds times 0.8, it's going to count to 6.4. I guess it's not going to show, like, sub-numbers. I guess it's just going to round the closest. So I guess it should be 6.
But then if you've got the third one, which is 30%, that's just wasted points for most of this. Then, if you're always rounding to up,
Yeah.
there's no point taking it.
No, there isn't.
Gigabyte Claw, I guess.
Tier 1 is the only thing that matters.
Yeah, that's so strange.
I guess it matters if you're using, like, anti-grav fuel or suspense or dash, things like that.
Yeah.
They need to update the tooltip in Battle Hardened.
Yes.
If that's the case, I'm probably going to drop Battle Hardened and reclaim those points, and then put it into something in Mentat.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, did you see the source of power for Mentat?
Hang on, I'm just writing this out so fun. Cool.
Sure.
I haven't seen it. No.
So I placed down a totem, and it regenerates everyone's power nearby.
Oh, nice. Yes, I've yeah, I was talking to someone about that one recently.
Yep. So your shields will come back up, basically. I want to use the Hunter Seeker. The Hunter Seeker damage is 1,200.
Yeah, see, most of the other passives are not specific to freeze. For example,
Yeah,
you
no,
know,
none of them are.
manipulate instability from the Ben Gesserit, which is once an enemy is stunned, staggered, or knocked back, you strike, cause more damage. I think that applies to all of them, as far as I understand it. But now I need to know if that applies to other things. Like, that's the point. I think there should be some clarity in it, chat.
Your blood is saturated with melange. Any ranged attack on a shield will reveal a vulnerability in the Holtzman's shield. Continual attacks against the vulnerability will overcharge the enemy shield, causing it to drain their power back more quickly. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's really weird, man.
There we go. I've asked.
Like, yeah. I think it's something that needs to get fixed, though.
Yeah.
It needs to be explained, at least. At the very least.
In that case, I'd like to take metabolized poison, because that one's a problem for me.
Metabolized poison is pretty cool.
I'm very far through this tree. I have no idea why I haven't unlocked this yet.
I actually think Pranabindu stability is better than metabolized poison, though. Reducing poise damage on yourself at all
You've
times.
entered
That's
Desert
disgusting.
Botanical Testing Station number 163. I'm Dr. Wen Omen.
I tend to find that I am dealing with poison far more than I am poise damage.
Really?
Yeah.
Poison tolerance is a thing you can just get, though.
That's what I've got
Like
now.
the passive?
It's, yeah, so I've just equipped that passive instead of battle hardened.
No. I mean the passive in the rightmost corner. It's not even an equipable one. Poison tolerance, because metabolized poison takes stamina. And poison tolerance just makes it you just never get poisoned in the first place.
It's longer to reach damaging levels. Yeah, I guess if you have it all the way upgraded versus taking... I'll try it out. Worst, I mean, I've got to do a respec at some point anyway, so I'm just going to try out using metabolized poison instead of battle hardened and go from there.
I have 1 point in poison tolerance right now, and I never get poisoned. Like, ever.
I wish there was a fire resistance one. That's the one I would really like. Because flamethrowers are mean. I'm currently using a sort. I just need to You know what? I need to push my
You've
sword
entered
master
the
tree today.
medical
That's my
testing
plan.
find anything?
Number 163.
The lecture.
to get,
You've done it.
Mentat
I'm just
out.
about done here.
That's what I'm
Meet
after.
me back.
Plant geneticist here at the station.
Not even
In the long
Sheol.
history
Sheol is
of the
radiation,
Desert
not poison.
Botanical Testing Station.
That's radiation's way different, man.
Radiation just builds up to the top and then just immediately kills you.
Yeah, you die instantly.
I've heard that Banff is a very, very nice area, actually. Yeah, Banff is meant to be really cool. Ace the Doctor, thanks for the sub, and for the 5 community gift subs. You rock. Thank you, bud. And also ACD Arrow. Welcome in. Thank you for the prime sub, bud. Come and chill out.
Yeah,
Sorry,
just like in real life.
we're
Exactly.
we're at 666 subs. That's quite funny.
Nice.
Thank you,
I go turn
Sherpa.
another Hargo quest.
I'll see if it works with my OBS setup and my Elgato stuff and everything that I'm using, because that's obviously there's a certain level of
Is this sword?
specificity
Yes.
to the audio setup that people are using.
Is this an MMO? Yes. But also no. It's a survival MMO. Individual servers have 40 players, and then they connect to a Giga server that wipes every week.
Thanks, Wizard.
that
I
has
really
up to
appreciate it.
800.
Thanks for being here, bud.
So it's like,
I'm so grateful that so many people are around.
it's very interesting. Wait, how did you read this? With my
Especially on a
eyes.
Monday, like, wow.
Does 40 people want to unify to get spice? Not necessarily. They can be enemies too.
Oh, today's a national holiday in lots of Europe, apparently. Yeah, Crowley, I think that's right. I've been talking to Nitrado. They're looking at some of the logs for it. I've given them the information they need, but I think likely it's to do with the server numbers. I'm very sure its population's a factor, even though they've said that it might not be. They're looking into it.
I can't wait to betray this guy and kill him. I'm so ready.
Which guy are we talking about? The Mentat one?
Yeah, the VA work is amazing, man.
Which character are we talking about to betray? Are you talking about Peter DeVries or the
No,
Mentat?
my Harko guy.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He's just like, he's like, I'll reap great reward. I mean, we will reap great rewards. Like, you piece of shit.
To be honest, the one that you're going to go speak with next is not that much better.
Satori-sama, the old ways. Sandstorm on the way. Looks like it's coming from the west. I can see it off in the distance. Edge of the map.
In that case, I'm going to divert towards my base rather than what I was going to do, which is cross the sand. Bardio, my schedule is likely to be kind of every day for a little while I'm playing
it might be
Dune,
leaving.
and then
Yeah, it's leaving.
from there, I don't know.
Yeah, it's off the map. Don't worry about it.
Okay, sweet. Do we know what's going on with worms? Because I can't see any of the desert. Are they still off?
No, they were on last night after you went to bed. So I know they're around. And terrifying. aluminum.
Hello,
62.
Mizabert. No, so in order to become a partner, you need to have a couple of criteria. First of all, you need to average 75 viewers or more over a 30-day period in which you stream at least 12 times. You need to have streamed 12 times, and you have to meet an hour requirement. I meet the minimum viewer requirement, and I meet the hours requirement so far. However, I haven't done 12 days of streaming. So that's the main requirement I need to meet next. There's also the whole thing around partnership. So not everyone, I say that, not everyone gets partner. No. Most people don't get partner first time or first application. Thor, I think, took like 6 or 7 tries to get partner. So while I am very lucky to be in the position I'm in, where I know quite a few other streamers, a lot of other partners, I could probably get some of the inside track on.
I gotta go to Arkeen.
How the partner application works. I don't assume it's going to happen. No, I'm all good actually. I need to head back to Arkeen later to do some quests and stuff. I mean, theoretically, I did the maths earlier. Like, if I just did 1 hour of stream a day
another
for 8 days.
120 aluminum.
Nice, very nice. Yeah, and then you'll be able to convert that, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I'm trying to turn it into duraluminum.
Yeah, so if I've got 40 hours at 450 viewers, for example. If I was to do
Spice Bloom or Down Craft?
I didn't hear anything, so I'm guessing where you're at, there's a couple of Downcraft that land near you, so it's possibly that. Sorry, what was I saying? Yeah, so if I have 400 viewers, say at 40 hours.
Oh, by the way, I found out the origins of the worm are from a race of beings that dropped them here. We don't really know much about them. They're an invasive species, and this planet was destroyed by them.
So what you're saying is the worms on Arrakis are free to take?
Yeah, you can steal a worm if you want.
Free worms.
Also, they're allergic to water. Enjoy.
Yeah, sorry. 400 viewers at 40 hours. If I was to do 1 hour of stream a day at, like, even if only like 10 people showed up, the stats would still average out at, 10 people for 8 hours.
Yeah, like the ducks
and
in the
then
park. Exactly.
400 people at 40 hours. That'll balance at 50 hours at an average of something like, I don't know, a number that's over 75, because I don't want to do the maths. It's too early, and I hate percentages. So theoretically, yeah, I could get that part number more easily. I just don't want to walk it in. So what I want to do is I want to engage positively with Twitch. So I'm going to reach out with people. I'm going to reach out to a couple of other partners who I know who have done applications.
And basically what they do.
I'm going to mute Thor. I want to talk to other partners who have gone through the partnership application process and kind of know how these things work to see how I can add value to Twitch as well, because that's when you become a partner, that's basically what it is. It's you are saying to Twitch, I want to join you in delivering content and value on this platform. You should trust me to do that. And they're not required to do that. It's good of them to do it, but I want to make sure that is provable before I put that application in, because ultimately otherwise I have to wait 3 months, and that's no fun for anyone. We all want more remote slots, we want more fun, so yeah, they need to see consistency, longevity, and I've been involved with Thor and working with Twitch for a while. I'm in discussions about this talk at TwitchCon San Diego about moderation, community building, how to deal with the mental health side of being a moderator and some of the things you get exposed to, because some of the stuff that you have to see is awful as a moderator. There's some really horrible things. That's why Thor's mods, the mod team, we give them unlimited time off if they need it. We say to people, we encourage people to get therapy if it's so required. We do what we can to basically support that, because there are some dark things you have to see and deal with as a moderator sometimes, so that the community doesn't have to. And that's kind of half of it. But there's also, like, I've not had a game that hasn't been spoiled for me in a very, very long time, for example, so that it's not a huge mental health issue, but like, if you are a gamer and you enjoy gaming and the story to de-stress, to kind of decompress from your day-to-day, if that story is spoiled for you, it can be much more draining than it otherwise would be. So broadly, it doesn't sound like it's a mental health issue having something spoiled for you, but like, it's easy to forget that can compound. And if you are in a situation where you've been a moderator for a long time and you've not been able to enjoy a story-based game for a year, 2 years, 5 years, because chat always spoils it, after a while, that does start to weigh you down, and people can't deal with it. So, yeah, like Jake says, you know, if you don't see mods working, then they're doing a good job broadly. But that also means that you don't see the stress and pressure that they are under. And often, I mean, if we talk about, you know, the issue that Thor dealt with in January with the WoW stuff, like the mental health effect of that was inordinate. That is lying to me. Look, that says the generator is at full capacity, and it's very much not. Lies. I wish it showed better. To replace the locomotion module. Yeah, Neogi, so I can 100% see that. Like, that's, yeah, you have to, sometimes you have to do that. So, you know, there were a couple of mods who for blueprints had to be hyper vigilant about spoilers, but you don't know what's a spoiler on a game like Blueprints if you've not played it extensively yourself. So how are you meant to know? Recruiting new mods is difficult, because ultimately the reason that one would recruit new mods is if we had the urgent need to fill the time zones. We don't currently have that. We are pretty, I mean, we've got some great mods, we've got some great tooling in place, so we're not currently looking for moderators. However, at some point in the future, we very much may, because, you know, moderating is not for everyone. Some people like to take a break. Some people will do the job for a year, 2 years, 5 years, and hitting a wall entirely happens. It's not saying I'm not saying we're never going to be looking for moderators. Right now, we're not, because we're not wanting to expand the company. We're wanting to kind of let things level out, see where things are at, you know, try and work out new ways of working. We are still building the machine, and it's easy to forget that. Like, we've been doing, like, Thor's been doing this for a year. You know, I've been doing this for a year with him, and like, year and a half. Every day we do new things and encounter new problems and new things that, like, we need to overcome. Every day the mods pick up new issues, and we work on things like, you know, for example, the regexes in Discord. They took a while for us to get them all sorted and in place, but now they're in. As long as we maintain them, we can stay on top of bot stuff to make our Discord a safer place for everyone. So that's kind of the things that we want to keep developing, stay ahead of things. Ads have begun. My mods are not paid currently, but I don't expect them to be here. I don't schedule them, and if they are here, great. If they're not here, I'm not going to have a go at them. I'll just moderate my own chat if I have to. And to be honest, so far, anyone who's come in who's had like a hot take, or anyone, like, we've just had a conversation about it, because, you know, most people I find aren't angry, especially with a new stream who's only been on for about 5 days, without a reason. So if they're upset about the game, we can talk about it. If they're upset about something with Thor, we can talk about it. I have no problem with that. But broadly, you know, I can probably moderate my own chat for a while with 400 or 500 people in it. If it becomes a problem, then I'd love to be able to pay my mods, but at 500 viewers, that's not actually doable, especially on my first day on the platform being monetized. I have no idea what I'm doing with that. That said, Jake and Matt are already paid by Thor, so if they're covering this while they're on shift there, then great. Nah, I'm good at chats. You can, nah. Actually, you know, I'll probably find some work for you if you need to do some. You know. See, because we share it, my subs are goblins. We'll do that, but I think Bronies was a pretty good shout when people said that.
It's good.
It's great, isn't it? Yeah, it's good. Yeah, doing the right thing.
Anytime in a tradies talk shit, I'm home.
Oh my god. Marriage troubles, eh? Look. No, like you say, yeah, like, you know, like people that say, I don't think I will get the same level of issues as Thor will. There will be people who come here to cause a problem because they're banned in Thor's chat. I'm very aware of that, but we will just deal with them. Like, that's just the nature of being on Twitch. I'm not going to let people massively, like, kind of derail the stream if I can help it, but, like, if it becomes a problem, we'll deal with it if we have to. If I ever have to put the channel into, you know, follower only mode or subs mode because we get like a bot raid or something, I just will. Hello. You've been stuck in queue on the wreck of Hephaestus for half an hour or so. Sorry, I only just saw that message. Half an hour. You should relog, bud. That doesn't sound right. Which server is that on? My only thought there might be that somebody else is doing the quests there, and therefore there is just a queue, and there's only one person at a time, but that seems weird if that is the case. Moderation worse during summer break for people. That's a really interesting question, because you have to define what you mean by moderation worse. Are you talking volume of moderation is worse? Or are we talking the things that need to be moderated are worse content? Because that's a different threshold, I think, of activity. Ultimately, there are more young people, I think, when schools are out over summer, but I don't think that they're the source of all evils, you know? That's not how that works. So I think the content itself doesn't really change. Like, you know, I don't think there's a huge amount more like step up in terms of people saying, you know, you don't get like, you get like 20% more racist slurs during summer. It's not quite that clean cut, but I definitely think you see people just coming in saying stupid shit like first message, last message stuff. Well, they'll just like spam something that's just dumb, and you'll be like, okay, bud, you know, you weren't loved enough when you were a kid, so you need to get attention now. I understand, but like, you don't have to do that here. Kind of thing. Yeah, Call of the Void, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Issue still persists on Charles Vane. See, Wreck of the Hephaestus is a shared server between the entire world group. So it is likely that, my understanding is that only one person can likely be in those areas at once. It may be that somebody's in there doing a quest and therefore you just need to wait for the queue. I don't think we have access to restart that one specific instance. We've had confirmation that Funcom are going to be changing... Oh, wait, hang on. We have had confirmation from Funcom that they are going to be fixing the tooltip for Battle Hardened.
Okay, so it's not supposed to apply to everything.
It's not supposed to apply to... Well, basically, yeah, the tooltip will correctly reflect that it's only meant to apply to trooper tree stuff. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, I'm glad the tooltip's going to change. I will switch my build around.
Yes.
They kind of figure out, but I'm waiting for them to basically do a pass on all of the passives and everything, and then I'm going to respec, you know?
I do, yes, thankfully, because I've worked on the sponsorship with them, and I've worked with them quite closely on, obviously, beta stuff, some of the server stuff. We do have a direct line in with some of the people from Funcom. You got in after an hour trying. Well, I'm glad that you're in. I will let... I'll keep an eye on that. If we get any more reports of it, I'll take a really close look, because you shouldn't be... You shouldn't be dealing with that. What a big bitch of a one. What's an angry slug? Oh, that's not the one. We're gonna cut this a bit close. Let's try this. Try this. Sandstorm is approaching our server. Spice harvested.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Yes, the Bailey backstory. Nice. I'm glad you enjoyed that. I'll probably add more to that. Eventually, it's going to end up being like a paste bin. I reckon it's going to. I might make my own like web page for the Bailey's backstory. 304. Nice. Oh, we need more corpses. We love corpses. Yeah, we very well may add it to the Ferret Wiki. Why 4 at the same time? Because Twitch doesn't do well with huge amounts of like blocks, so doing it in 4 messages makes it a bit easier. And also, I've got a redeem to add another one for 10,000 points. So eventually, we just add more and more Bailey information. Until I reach a threshold when there is no more information to give you, and Jack gets very upset because I have to make it up. Yeah, that would be quite fun, to be fair. Yeah, you can read the Bailey backstory. I will ask the I'll ask the wiki guys to add it to the wiki though. That would be quite cool. You are right. I need to speak to Nellis about a couple of things today anyway, so that's not a problem. Can get that done. You're already on it. Ooh. What server are we playing? We are playing on some private servers, kindly provided by Nitrado, who have given us 2 whole worlds. So we've got a world which all has pirate names, which is very, very busy and full. And we've also got a group of worlds which are mushroom named. The mushroom ones are very empty. So those are the ones that when we get to full release, I'm going to be recommending that people join, to be honest with you, because the ones we're on are already overloaded. So we're on Nitrado NA East 100. And the mushroom ones are on Nitrado NA East 09. If you use !server, or no, !Dune Discord, that will take you to our Dune Discord, which it has all the information for the password protected ones in there. So if you go into the mushroom servers, there's much more room. I'm not sorry about that joke either. Yeah, bot dev. That's what we like. We love puns. I suppose I want to say, how did Thor and I get to know each other? The Coriolis Storm is so it takes place in the deep desert, and if you're in the deep desert when that hits, it will just kill you. So you don't want to be able to see the Coriolis Storm and the changes live. You wouldn't be able to see because, you know, that's what you want. No, Thor and I met on EVE Online about 6.5 years ago. So in EVE, 6.5 years ago, they created there was an event where effectively they allowed players to go around capturing stars, and 27 stars were captured in total, changing the entire face of New Eden. Thor's group led that, and that's what Thor was doing. And that's when I kind of met him and encountered him the first time. So that was in high security space, and we took part in a couple of the events there, did a little bit of kind of combat, etc. And then a war started in the south. I was part of Goonswarm at that point. I ran the old Saptor Corporation in EVE Online, Mercurialis Inc., and we were involved in probably the biggest war that EVE ever saw and has ever seen. It was pretty much the entirety of the map against one very, very large, powerful alliance. I was in that large, powerful alliance, and that war went on for an awfully long time. It got to the stage where our alliance was pushed back, like, basically to just our stage system, just the keep of the castle, as it were, you know? And things were pretty bleak. So, but while that was going on, my group, let's describe this. I was not in Bob, no. I did not agree with some of the practices that took place inside that organization. I was part of Ascendant Frontier back in the day, many, many years ago. And then Goons, and then on and off other things. But the big war that took place in 2019, 2020 was long overdue, to be honest. Our group we'd been farming one region of space for a long time. We were too powerful. We were making too much money, too easily, too safely. And it was only a matter of time before the universe were like, you know what, we need to do something about this. So when that took place, my group and I, we weren't particularly the kind of group that liked to take part in massive, in huge battles. Like, most of us had already done that. We quite liked small gang or asynchronous warfare. So we would find ways to mess with the enemy behind their lines or to disrupt what they were doing operationally. So my group and I deployed out to the home region of one of the main alliances in the group, Test Alliance, who have subsequently disbanded and pretty much disintegrated, apart from a few kind of core people keeping that culture alive. And we basically started to rip their home territories apart. And you're talking like 30 or 40 people ripping apart territory that once hosted thousands of people. So there's a huge amount of infrastructure, but because all of them were deployed on a war several regions away, it was an hour and a half for them to travel back, and there weren't that many people left at home still making money and protecting their space. So we would just basically like cause timers, we would hit structures, and we would basically cause them to log on every time that anything happened, so they had to deal with it. And then we would just log off, or we would go away and hide somewhere else in space. So we were doing that, and we basically disrupted them so much that we ran out of content in that area. They had to abandon the aggressors had to abandon their home space to keep the war up. I think the highlight of our guerrilla warfare tactics were the night before one of the biggest battles of that war, the Battle of MTAC 2. We kept the super capital pilot of that group alliance that had joined against us. We kept them up until I think 5 AM just by fleeing around their territory, and they were being forced to chase us in fast ships. So we probably led to a couple of tactical blunders just by making their FCs too tired to exist. That's normal behavior in EVE. Basically just called to be enough of a pain that other players like can't do stuff. And the Battle of M2, I think, had a real world value in the hundreds of thousands of dollars in terms of lost super capital ships and titans and such. So it was not small. And that's all that this takes. Like, you destabilize what, like, you can undermine one person in EVE, one fleet commander, one leader, and you can make a functional and long-lasting change to the landscape of the entire game. That's part of the joy of a social sandbox game, but also why they're such hard work and why they're so famed for toxicity, because ultimately, you know, it's not a nice tactic to keep someone awake at night chasing your fleet. Okay? Chasing your fleet just so you can win a battle the next day. But hey, that's what you need to do to win wars. But after we'd cleared out Esoteria, we were like, okay, well, what do we want to do content-wise, you know? And in order to make money for our group and to keep our alliance running, because I wasn't in the main Goonswarm at that point, we decided to go out to the new region that had been created in space called Poshvin, which was created of the 27 stars that I was talking about. And that's where I re-encountered Thor. I called him Mal at that point because his name was Maldavius in-game. One thing you will likely quickly learn about me is when I know someone by a name, it becomes very difficult for me to switch the name up that I know them by. So, like, I forget that the mods, the Pyro Software mods, have real names. They just get called their handles. It's just how that works. But it took me a year to stop calling Thor Mal for Maldavius. It's always very funny. Thank you, Warchild. I appreciate it. But so yeah, so Thor and I met. Basically, I went out that aerospace with some of my guys. We had a lot of fun. We were chilling comms with them. We would help them out in combat. I helped Thor with a couple of kind of leadershipy bits and a few things I could do behind the scenes. And then Poshvin got completely crushed. In all honesty, CCP made some changes to the game which basically screwed that region over massively, and unfortunately, you know, we were no longer able to hold that space the way we were. So, as part of, you know, as many people know, Thor is powered by spite. He's if he wants to do something just to spite someone, he 100% will. And in Eve, that's what his character was known for. You know, it's how you had to live. If somebody wronged you, you have to basically get your own back or protect yourself. That's how that game works. You can't show weakness at any point. So we burned down Poshvin and all of our structures so that no one could take them, no one could buy them, and they can never be replaced, because once something had been put down in Poshvin, that's it. There was no putting down any new structures after the region had changed hands, changed eras. So I got to know him very, very well in those fights, basically where we would, once again, I would basically be logging on to harass our enemies by pinging their structures at all times of the night, doing whatever I could. A lot of propaganda, a lot of spy work, a lot of memes, really. A lot of memes, a lot of chilling in comms, helping out with various bits. And then during the final few battles in Poshvin, there were, hey, welcome back. There were a bunch of structures that had something called cores. Now, the cores were the really valuable part of those structures because they were the extractable bit. You could take them away and you could make, you know, multiple billions from them in the game. That's how that worked. So the enemy's primary goal was to steal those cores and to basically keep further funding from the group that we were fighting with. I didn't like that, so I just think that would be called Grand Theft Fortizar Core, where as the enemy blew up our structure and we blew it up ourselves, I uncloaked in a speedy transport ship, stole the, I think it's 5 billion ISK core, and then legged it off to Jita to trade it back to the organization, so that Strybot could keep going. I can't believe that the bot just told off Humane World. Can't believe it. Hello, Humane World for Animals. How you doing? So yeah, that's one of the things that, you know, Thor and I did early days, was basically me doing a drive-by theft of something very valuable so that we could protect it for our organization and keep it from getting into our enemy's hands. Good fun. You're all right. It's just Nightbot will stop you if you do more than 20 capital letters in a sentence. You're okay to be excited. Don't worry. I'm not going to tell you off. Nightbot's just being a bitch. Don't worry about it. I don't mind people being mean to Nightbot here. How are we able to cut enough mats to make 10 windmills and supplied 10 windmills worth? Yeah, lots of people working together, and Luther's a badass. Like, Luther kicks ass at this. Like, he's been doing lots of organization stuff behind the scenes. And, you know, there's a few of us. It's not just me and Thor. It's not just, you know, 2 of us doing this. This kind of base is other people using this as well. So, it's not just me. If that makes sense. Yes, and the answer is also lots of lube. Yeah, fine. Fine, chat. You know what? You're not wrong. The low-grade lube. I can't believe we're in an argument about what's better, day or Nightbot. You can configure Nightbot a huge amount, but I've got it primarily in the default config. I've changed a few things in there, but like, like I said, I've only been running this for a couple of days. Like, Nightbot only started working earlier today, so just StreamerBot. So like, I'm not a very good streamer yet. I'm still learning. Please bear with me. Any tips on getting ahead of the pack and what to focus on? Yeah, so I can definitely do that. First of all, a lot of what you choose is down to how you want to play the game. You can play this game as a melee, you can play the game as PvP, you can play the game as PvE, down to what you enjoy. Don't let anyone tell you there's a right or wrong way to play other than just continuing through the story and continuing through your progression, first of all. In terms of what I would recommend, when you start playing, you get a number of class options when you're making your character, right? You can choose Bene Gesserit, Swordmaster, Mentat, Trooper. In these choices dictate the classes you have, and as you can see, you can actually unlock all of them as you go through. So realistically, it doesn't matter if you choose a different one. Now, I start with Bene Gesserit because I really like this ability, which I think is incredibly useful to do something called the Bindu Sprint. I burn my stamina, which you can see on that top bar on the left, and do this hugely fast sprint. It's very, very good at getting away from the worm or crossing gaps, and as you level up your stamina, you know, I've basically got 2 whole stamina bars. So incredibly useful for me to have that ability. It also works really well in conjunction with, let's see, if I show you, if I do with the Suspensor Belt, look at how fast I can propel myself, and for a long time. Suspensor Belt doesn't run out of durability that quickly, so I could basically sprint for a couple of 100 meters, then go airborne and get another couple of 100 meters out of airborne. Very, very useful ability. So if you want to be mobile and want to cross the sands, that's very good for you. The Trooper gets this ability, which is very, very good horizontally still. See, it's good for crossing the sand if I need to. But the real advantage of the Shigawai Claw from Trooper is that you can do this. No longer do you have to climb things like a peasant. You can you basically just fly up stuff. And then if you're, yeah, like you say, full damage is a thing, but if you're careful with it, you can manage it. This, however, turret comes from Mentat. This is incredibly powerful early on because it shreds through enemies. If the enemies don't have a shield, it will just kill them really quickly. Swordmaster has a bunch of really good melee abilities. It's really good for clearing out enemies early on. And the passives on it, like, you know, a 15% faster stamina recovery is incredibly good. So all of the classes have different benefits and different negatives. Plantologist is unlockable through the story. You'll get that separately. Don't bother on that one. Now, my suggestion to you, and this is the one bit of early game advice I would give to people, is start with Mentat. If you are new to these games and you want some help with combat, because Mentat, this turret is incredibly powerful. Does a lot of damage. It's very, very, you know, useful. I'll show you the trainers in a second because that relates to this advice. This turret can kill, yeah, like you say, there you go, like you say, it can kill a heavy in 6 hits if you're Mentat, if you're level 3 in Mentat. I started to Bene Gesserit because I wanted the mobility ones, and I really like these abilities for trauma recovery and other things. There are a couple of very good abilities in here which are very, very fun. Now, the reason I say start with Mentat, if you're new to it, is because that turret is so good, and Mentat is found here in Riftwatch. You find the Mentat trainer here, in this kind of area, which is steel tier once you get here. Swordmaster trainer is all the way up here in Pinnacle Base, which is, again, like towards the end of steel tier, beginning of aluminium tier. And the Bene Gesserit trainer is here in Helios Gate, again, aluminium tier. So those 3 are all kind of later on, whereas the Trooper trainer is in this station here to get the first Trooper abilities. So if you, say, start as Swordmaster, which you would need to be quite deep into the map for, Bene Gesserit, you can pick up Trooper very easily, and then that'll send you to do quests which are here: Caliph Stand, Western Safeway, kind of Shamal Tunnel, and the Edgeway Caverns. So you'll go to these areas. You basically have to unlock Trooper while you're in the starting area. Trooper works really well in conjunction with other classes because then you get the Sugar Wire Claw, which is just useful for climbing stuff. Like, more than anything, it saves you a huge amount of time on climbing. I'll show you here. Because Suspensor Belts are great, but also, even if you don't use a Suspensor Belt, so if I take my Suspensor Belt off to show you this is a bit risky, but hey, we're going to give it a go. Yeah, see, that's the problem. Those lips. Find somewhere there isn't a lip of stone above me. Can I grab on? So yeah, you can get Trooper and Plantologist very early on, and you can just do this. So basically, because you don't want to, when you're moving, you can see my stamina bar is decreasing, right? If I just wait. Okay, my Sugar Wire Claw is re-energized. I've still got half stamina. I can press Control to drop and immediately press C and throw myself a bit further. Grab on. Look how much stamina I use to gain that much height. It's incredibly effective. So the Sugar Wire Claw is actually a very, very useful ability, even when you haven't got a Suspensor Belt. It's one of those things that's must have, I think. And you also can use it to, let me show you another way of doing it. I'm not so good at this because I'm used to using Suspensor Field for it, but if I... You can also use it like that, stop yourself from taking a huge amount of fall damage at speed. So Shiga Whiteclaw, very, very useful, can be unlocked early. So if you start as something like Bene Gesserit, a Swordmaster, or a Mentat, and then get Trooper, you've already got some cool abilities. I didn't choose Mentat because, as far as I was concerned, getting to here to start the Mentat tree actually quite easy. And I'm not too fussed by the turret personally. I quite enjoy melee. So for me, it was between Swordmaster for the melee benefits and Bene Gesserit for some of the other kind of things that it can do. So let me show you one of the reasons I liked Bene Gesserit. So you start off with this ability here called Compel. This one is very, very useful against solo enemies because sometimes you'll be fighting against heavies or you'll be fighting against, enemies you can't necessarily get to very easily. You can do this with Compel. I've not triggered the enemies, I've not alerted them. He's compelled to come towards me and he will stand there. Which means I can just do this. But again, you got quite a long recharge on that, so it's very useful against bosses who don't have some resistance. It's very useful against heavies. It can turn the tide of battle if you're fighting against single enemies. However, it's not so good against multiple enemies like the turret is. You're balancing your playstyle and how you think you'll play versus the class that you want to. If you want to kind of not think about it too much, I would say go Mentat. It's a very, very strong class. You start off with the turrets and the poison clouds, which are both very good offensive abilities. And then you can unlock the Trooper Trainer for that Shiga Whiteclaw for some ability benefits. That's, I learned that I like Bindu Sprint because, to be honest with you, I like running away from the worm. That's half of it. So it comes down to your playstyle, but my recommendation, don't take Trooper because you can unlock it quite early on. That's my main advice for people. Stealth play. So yeah, you can press Control and you can sneak. Enemies will notice you sooner or later depending on a number of factors. So let me see if I can find you somewhere where I can give you an example. Okay, the ads have begun, so give me a second. Let's see if we can find some enemies. Yeah, that isn't. The Mentat Trainer. Yeah, sure, I'll show you this while we're in the ad break. The Mentat Trainer can be found here in Riftwatch, I believe. I'm sure Luther will correct me in chat if and when I'm wrong. Oh, nice. Let me send a guild invite. Graduated to Betraydes. Nice one. Yeah, Luther will correct me when I'm wrong because Luther's good with that. And I don't mind being wrong. How'd you get the bike? Once you start playing the game, if you follow the main story, once you're at the end of the first area, there is a task that will make you cross from this area here, Harga Basin South, where you start. You have to cross to come up here to Vermilius Gap to go to here. My advice to you, first of all, is always leave from this area here, either this spire here, next to the trade post, or the one next to it, because this area of sand here much flatter to this area of rock. You can get up to speed very, very rapidly, and it's a bit more, it's also easy to spot the worms on either side of that gap. It's very easy to forget that the worm is there when you're on somewhere like this. You've got large dunes and you can't get full visibility over it or to either side. Sometimes you might just get over the hill and there might just be a worm waiting for you with worm sign, which you really don't want. So if you can find somewhere, find crossing a gap somewhere, much easier. I would advise doing that. Doing that crossing when there's no worms is great, but you can't rely on there being no worms because we like having the worms on. It's not that much fun if the worms aren't here. There you go. Try crossing sand through the base. We can get eaten by Shai Halud. Yeah, exactly. You have to be very, very careful about crossing sand. The worm is an actual threat. Like, you cannot take the worm for granted. Looks like the ads are over, so welcome back, everyone. what we're going to do is, I can't remember what I was going to do now. I think I was going to show this ability. This is the one I haven't used a lot yet, but one that I think is quite fun. So there is a certain level of stealth gameplay. So the guy next to me didn't even notice. Now, it's not always very easy to clear a full place with stealth, especially if the enemy doesn't die in one hit. But yes, you can. There is a certain level of stealth, so it is a mechanic in the game. It's not a focus of the game, and I probably wouldn't make a whole build around it, but actually it can be quite useful to effectively have that as an option, especially if you're going up against a base where, like, if you can get like one strike off and take out one enemy, often one enemy is the difference between being overwhelmed and being able to manage a situation as the player. So if you can take out just one enemy before you're noticed versus being noticed and then having to fight the whole group, it's better. Those of you who are watching yesterday will have noticed that the only time I've really died has tended to be when I've been overwhelmed by a group that's appeared suddenly, or I've lost control of the character and I've been pinned and I've lost mobility. And again, that comes down to there being a lot of people. What are you guys... Pipe down. Come on. You can definitely place the vehicle there, you bitch. Bitch. The game has been a little bit weird with the ornithopter placement the past couple of days, so I know that it's something they're looking at. All I want is the bodies. Dolaris, so they are used for purchasing a bunch of stuff. They are the currency in the game. So if you go somewhere like Harko Village or Arakeen, you can use them to pay taxes. You can also use them to do things like purchasing sets for kind of constructibles. So like furniture sets are a thing. Watches. So if you go to you can change the cosmetic layouts for stuff. So for example, if I wanted to say my still suit, for example, if I wanted to change, well, the helmet, probably not worth changing because it's not on me, but if I wanted to say change it to look at this style, to change it to the Sardaukar style, you can. Or you can change the coloration of it. Also, there you look at that, like nice Harkonnen swatches. So there's a huge amount of cosmetic to the game. Like you can do an awful lot to it. It's quite nice. Do all of these? Oh yeah. You can set Sardaukar mask. I could set, you know, Garab's still suit mask. So there's a huge amount of cosmetic availability in here. Winky's tax exemption request. If he makes me a co-owner of his property, I will just go and pay his taxes for him.
Kronos.
Yes.
I killed this guy so hard he T-posed to death, dude.
Nice. That's how you know you've already killed someone.
He's in his idle animation. Look at him. Come on. That's my reinforcement. So damn funny, dude.
Ow.
A pose? I guess it is an A pose. It's funny as hell. Yeah, what do you want to know about Dune lore? Nerd about. Everybody's been asking. Ooh. Gotcha. How was Earth destroyed? I won't, yeah, I won't, spoil the reason for why Earth was destroyed, but I will say it was destroyed by atomics, which are nuclear weapons. They're the last of the planet. But it caused the opposite of what you would consider like a grieving moment. It wasn't like our planet is destroyed, oh no, it was, we're free now. We don't have to care about the old ways. We can remake humanity in any image that we want to. And therein became the beginning, kind of bioengineering and biohacking. And that's kind of that was the flashpoint that allowed for it in terms of kind of culture, if that makes sense. Yeah, it was a new beginning. Yeah, it was just a bunch of weird crypto bots. That's all it was. They're all bad. I'm a big fan of biohacking, personally. I think it's awesome as shit.
Glad you enjoyed that.
Make cooler humans, dude. Not this way.
Okay. If I can't place my orthop down on this landing pad, someone's going to get a complaint. Oh, there you go. So I can just place it down. It's just about where. Fine. I'm missing a... Nope. Let's not do that. Okay. Alt tab apparently wasn't the one. Blah. Do Nightbot, cap moderation. I'm just going to turn off the excess caps thing. It's just silly. Here we go. Done. You guys can now use caps, I guess, if you want. I'm going to regret that, aren't I? Immediately. What is everyone yelling about? Bruh.
I see someone. Shields up.
Attack the enemy.
Bitches. It is more important to me, chat, to collect the bodies than it is to actually not take the hits. I've already put one in. Come on. Oh, thank you. I love it when they interdict themselves like that. It's great. Get dumped on. Jeez. I mean, that's very kind of these bots. You know, the real nice thing is that, first of all, last night I was just here. Everyone saw me in chat. And second of all, thank you for the unique viewer and chatter stats. Very helpful. I like that. Thank you very much, bots. Good job. Very weird bot message, but hey, I've seen worse. How weird. Imagine being that sad. That's what you write a bot to do. Like, weird. Thanks, Winky. Yeah, good job. Can't believe Winky would do that to us, chat. Awful. That might have been my first bot wave. Yeah, you know what? My first bot wave. There you go, Thor. I'm now a proper streamer. I've had my first bot wave. Oh, I know I've made it.
Oh wait, sorry, I was muted. Yeah, you finally made it, Kronos. We
I've
also
made
got
it.
the same bot wave, so enjoy.
What, saying something weird about last night? Is that what you said?
No.
Oh, my
No.
bots came in and said something very, very odd, but apparently you had something very similar.
Oh wait, yeah, no, we're getting the same one now. Yeah, it's all banned. Yeep.
Awful behavior. I was just saying to chat, you know, it's really nice to have all of these unique chatters boost on my first day as an affiliate. Thanks, bots.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
What a
That's
weird
funny
thing
shit.
what a weird thing to get your bot to write. Of all the things to do. Madness.
I always find that shit hilarious. Bot first message in the band. Yeah, we got a lot of really good automation. Looks like Jake's Heimdall is taking it up.
Yeah, Heimdallson's doing very well.
Heimdallson is the Jake's version of Heimdall.
Yeah.
Heimdall is just a rudimentary thing. We gotta build a better one. I think we gotta build like a big unified one.
We're
Is Heimdallson
moving.
running on your channel too?
Yes, yeah, we're doing some stuff with it in the background. Be cool. Helping, I'm gonna get Jake to do some stuff with it at some point. Make it cool for everyone. More bodies. I gotta collect more blood again. Where's my blood bag?
Those two are down.
Eat.
Ah! Got it. He shot me right in the middle of that, right there. Half my HP gone. That's why you have to play with your shield properly. I got the window wrong there. I took half my health and damage from one hit. Why are they dying seconds after you shoot them? My sniper rifle
It's going very
poisons.
well, thank you, Luke Wolf. How are you doing?
Oh, if you're talking about the other ones, it has to drill through their shield. It's a drill shot. I only use that shotgun against enemies that have a shield up.
Oh no, the mods don't double dip. For so they don't get paid double because they work on more chats, unfortunately. It doesn't quite work that way. Yeah, sorry, actually, listen, we just had a quick bot raid, so we quickly enabled subscriber only mode while that was being done. Welcome to the channel. Welcome. What do I want to do next? What was I going to do? I was going to collect blood. At the moment, I'm not doing anything with it. Whoa, hype train! Little Ham would sit to it 6 months in advance, Ham. I mean, amazing. First of all, thank you. Second of all, you smell. And third of all, it's good to see you, bud. Hope you're having a good Monday. Enjoying your day off. Hope you and the other half are doing well. Thanks, Aculus. I mean, I've been around, obviously, in Thor's community for a year and a half, working quite hard. People have gotten to know me and stuff, so I think it's really nice to see so many people want to, like, come and hang out here and want to come chill. I'm really appreciative of it. You know, it's pretty nice to see. And, you know, we couldn't, like Thor says, you know, very, very frequently, like, couldn't do this without you guys, so just gonna do cool stuff while I can. Chillax, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Ham, thank you for 20 gifts of cheese. You guys are insane. Oh my god. I should look at where I'm flying and not look at the activity feed. That would be sensible, right? Let me just do a couple more shout outs to people here. So I'm a little bit behind on this, so my apologies. Purple Acid, thank you for the tier 1 Billy, thank you for the tier 1. Zakron, thank you for Prime subs. Foxy, thank you for the Prime. Omni181, thank you for the tier 1 sub. And Kami, thank you for the Prime sub. And then, sweet, yeah, then we're caught up. There's Rock, thank you everyone. It's pretty. You're making it so I have to update my goal again. This is insanity. I'm gonna have a strong at this point. Keep forgetting what I'm doing. There we go. I'm gonna use 50. What? What? Oh my god, I didn't even see that one after Ham. Omni, thank you for, I only saw you actually sub. Omni, thank you for the 50 community gift subs. You legend. Thank you. Taking us from tier 3 hype train to level 6. Jeez. How upset do you think Thor would be if this community broke the hype train record rather than him? Rude. Oh, Hoobs, you've been training that dodge skill to maximum, haven't you? Jeez, it's a good old dodge skill.
No one will miss you.
I think if Thor invites me, what I'll probably do is when there's meant to be, I think we're gonna do like a big like a collaborative hype train effort with Baru and Vidal and likely Sea Dog and Iron Mouse in like September, I think is the plan. I'm okay. Which will be great fun, I think. I like all those people, you know. I've the only person there I haven't met is Vidal. Everyone else is, and obviously Iron Mouse in person. But they're all great people. Like, you know, Sea Dog and Premier 2 I saw at TwitchCon again this year. They're both really lovely dudes. I've got so much time for them. They're just so genuine. I think that what you can generally, I was talking to someone about this yesterday. Some streamers will... I didn't actually know Iron Mouse wants to play. I can drop her a message. She's more than free to, although she's playing from Japan, so her ping might be bad, but I can drop her a message and find out if she wants to play. I'd love to play in the game with Iron Mouse. We played Space Marine together. We had great fun. Oh, whoops! I forgot to do what I was doing. What was I saying before? Oh yeah, the nice thing about D-Dog and Premier 2 or Pete are two of my favorite people, and I saw them at TwitchCon recently, and I was talking to someone about this last night, that when you are in the position I was in, so obviously I was often at why do I always think Iron Mouse is in Japan? I think it's just because Connor's in Japan. You completely waylaid me, my brain's gone. When I was at TwitchCon originally, a lot of people, and the first time I was there, some people treat you like you're Thor's moderator, or a member of Thor's community, Thor's mod. I never had that with Connor and with Pete. I was treated just like someone else, just like someone who's just entitled, who was meant to be there, who was my own person. I wasn't treated like some extension of Thor. I was treated as my own person, and that's why I've got so much time for Connor and Pete, because actually being made to feel welcome that way in a place that you don't necessarily feel like you belong is really nice. It makes a massive amount of difference, and a lot of streamers don't do that. A lot of streamers are just in their own world. They don't mean to, but they are, you know, they're focusing on their content, their friends. They've only got so much space in their lives, and actually that's why I've got that time for Connor and Pete, because even from the first conversation, it was always, they treat you like a different, like your own person, like, you know, that you're there, that you're interesting, that they want to listen to you, and that makes a difference in my opinion. You know, they're great people, so yeah, I have a lot of time for them. Anything they ever need, my DMs can be open to them. I'll speak to Pete last night, you know, just thanking him for the raid, because Because, you know, yesterday I wasn't even an affiliate yet, and Pete brought across a 2,000 person raid at the end of a stream. Like, incredibly kind of him to do. You know, so I'm very lucky to have met them, to be honest.
Let's go.
This again. Oh. I won't be part of by tonight, no. First of all, there's no guarantee I'm getting partner first time. And second of all, there's a requirement of 12 days of streaming to do that. New sub goal? Wait, what? Gosh, oh my god. Was it animals? What the hell? I mean, I'm incredibly impressed and touched, but geez, what's next? Oh, we can do 1,000, not 100. 1,000. I think I broke something. We good? Little Hand, thank you for your sub to Mortimer. Foxy, thank you for community gift sub. Chillax, thank you for gifting one to Hoopsy. Mortimer, thank you for 10 community gift subs. Incredible. Aesop, thank you for the bits. I didn't realize we were on a level 10 hype train. Jeez, this is nuts. Genuinely, I have a concern. Although I do want to find out what happens if I do this. Can I steal their blood and... Oh! Double dipping. This is what we like. Blood and bodies. I don't have a problem. Wait, Hoobsy, what do they normally call you? Haubsy? Houbsy? Remember to like and subscribe. Haubsy. Okay, that's what they know. Okay, no. H-O-U is a who sound. Like, then you know, house, I guess house they would have gone down the route of. Eh. I'm glad I got it right. No, I don't have talk to streamer set up yet. That's a whole, like, I had to play around with, like, speaker bot and other stuff, like, we can just do talk to streamer just the normal way. Like, you know, if you you know, if you have a question, just feel free to ask it. I'm not going to stop anyone from asking anything. I might not answer it, but you can ask whatever you want. The mostly is the operative part of that ham. Yeah, I agree.
Keep those hands off your weapons. Name's Dax, me being assigned to the... You see, in fact, that's what brought me to this particular patch of hellscape. I had some business to conduct with the nearby slavers. Funny how the houses turn their
yeah, Pete is he's the nicest dude ever. He's like genuine. He's just a genuine guy.
Do I detect it? Well,
and Pete is the other thing I have a lot of time for about Pete. Pete is always like more than happy. In fact, is getting to take credit for his own stuff. I think is the challenge. But like he's always shouting his mods out, the people who are doing the work for him. He always gives the credit to the people who are doing stuff, and that's why I have a lot of time for Thor. That's why I have a lot of time for Pete. You know, people who do the work get the credit. Like, you know, why I'm willing to put the extra effort in and all kinds of stuff. You know.
Sandstorm coming. Top side of the map.
Yep. Thank you. Pete's channel is Premiere 2. I'll give them a shout out in a moment when I'm gliding. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, if you want a nice positive chill community, Pete is your guy. I will bring it in just a second. Let's do this. Oh, there you go. Thank you very much. Yeah, definitely go and follow Premiere 2 if you just want. He's like a chill vibes, good dude. He's really wholesome, really supportive. There's a lot for charity. Works really well with CDOG VA, does a bunch of stuff. Like, guy's genuinely awesome, and if you don't follow him already, you definitely should. The worms are indeed back on the task, yes. Actually, let's park a little bit more respectfully for Thor's base, I guess. Ooh. Oh, looks like that sandstorm's only covering the Haga Rift heading from east to west, so actually I'm too far south for it to hit me.
Awesome. Yeah, I didn't know where it was. I just knew I got the alert, and it doesn't always alert.
Yeah, it's a little bit inconsistent. I'm not sure if the storm isn't going to hit where your current position is when it reaches a certain threshold.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yes. So Pigsy, I'm Thor's lead mod. I do sponsorship stuff in the background. I kind of manage the business bit. My official title on paper is head of operations.
You join just two factions. One is terrible bad. The other one is at least not Harkonnen bad. No. No. The Atreides were the original Atreides. It's true.
It's in the name. Atreides.
Yeah, Atreides. Where do you think it came from? Also, why would you want to join the Ligma faction, dude? Atreides nuts. Who needs that?
Yeah, so I do a bit of HR, a bit of calendar work, a bit of legal work, kind of keep an eye on things in the background.
Trust me, bro. Look up where the Atreides
It's just a force multiplier. Like, Thor's very, very good at certain things, I'm good at other things, and together we make quite a good blend of keeping the business going and keeping everyone happy and keeping the machine running. Like, and that's true of, you know, we couldn't do it without Jake, we couldn't do it without any of the mods. Like, it's a team effort to keep this business going. It's not just me, it's not just Thor, like, you know, it's also you guys. Like, you know, we would be nothing, we wouldn't even be here without the viewers. So, yeah, I do a fair few bits, but like, so's everyone. Like, I'm not, you know, like Jake works incredibly hard on block game and on the moderation tools and all kinds of stuff, you know. Like Matt works incredibly hard on Mimir, you know. Sophie's incredibly good at looking after like kind of the more technical side. I mean, Sophie's
and Harkonnen in the same faction, same house.
Sophie's got this incredible power.
God, what was
I'll tell you about it in a minute.
There was some war and some guy.
Where's my reinforcement?
He banished a Harkonnen for cowardice or some shit. It was either he called him a coward or he said that he wasn't fit, and then it's caused like a rift and like a blood feud, and then they had to form Canley and all this kind of stuff to say when are you allowed to kill each other. Like, that was the whole thing. But yeah, basically the Atreides started it because they're whiny bitches. Do you have a release date for PS5? No.
That would do it. Sorry, let me tell you. So Sophie's got this special power where, like, if you say a username to her and it's someone that we banned, she just knows it. She just remembers who they were, like roughly when they were banned and what they were banned for. It's incredibly cool.
You betrayed first.
Little Hand, to be honest with you, I'd say that one of your strongest points is your perseverance. You can put up with some of the stuff that like other mods can't deal with, some of the like the heavy stuff that you deal with. Like, you're incredibly strong with that, and you're incredibly fair with it, and you make sure everyone gets a fair view. So, like, you know, all the mods have different things they bring to the team, and at the end of the day, I think that that's what makes Pyro Software as a group kind of work. You know, we all look after each other, we all care for each other, and you know, we all have a job to do.
If you want like an honest take of all of them, the two factions are both dog shit. Really,
you can try killing Zentara for $1 million.
The Atreides have an overinflated sense of self-entitlement and honor, but their version of honor is just self-preservation and trying to make themselves individually look good enough to look honorable within their hierarchy.
When Thor is talking, can you hear me over him when I talk?
Gain power in their own version of that hierarchy. They both suck. They've always sucked, but that's the whole point.
Okay.
Nobody's the good guy.
Loud enough, like clear enough that you can still hear me.
It's like Warhammer 40k, same shit. Yeah.
Sweet, perfect. I just wanted to make sure. I can be a touch louder. Making me louder is actually a challenge. I can make everything else quieter. It's actually broadly easier, which is kind of weird. I make the game down to minus that, put that down to... We'll try that. That's the 3 sound inputs I have. Yes, Lilithy and I used to have 2 ferrets. I had a rescue called Sausage, who I picked up when he was 8 weeks old, so he was a little bean. I've got a couple of photos of him. He was not even kind of 3 or 4 inches long. He was tiny little fur. Tiny little fruit. He came to me because his mother, who was raising him, and his 2 sisters, who were in the litter, the 3 of them, was unfortunately eaten by a bird of prey. They were a working ferret family, and the guy who owned them was pest control. Ferrets are escape artists, and the mother managed to get out of her cage with the ferrets and apparently get into the cage with the birds of prey. And one thing that ferrets are not very good with is birds of prey. That's the ferret's not going to win that battle, unfortunately. So Sausage had to be like, we bottle fed him, we hand reared him basically from 8 weeks old. So he was teeny tiny. I mean, we're talking probably about this big. So not even the size of, say, a phone, like a modern iPhone. Like he was a bean. That's why we called him Sausage, because that's how long he basically was. It was as long as a little sausage. I believe very strongly that all pets should have food names if you can do it. I think it's fun. Yes, European ferret, so British. The ferrets live between 7 and 12 years normally. So he, and then after we'd raised him, because he was raised by humans, he was an incredibly human-focused ferret, very much socialized with us. He had his 2 sisters, and he would socialize and play with them, but it took us a while to get him comfortable with other ferrets. Because he was human raised. You know, he was only raised with us, and, you know, for better or for worse, we had to do what we did. You know, he was literally hand reared. That's not good for most animals. They don't learn the correct socialization techniques they would normally have, even for a fully domesticated species like ferrets. So we took a while to find the right ferret to pair with him. We ended up going via a rescue, which is about, the time was about an hour away from where we are. We found a little ferret called Dino. Dino was about two or so years older than Sausage. At least we weren't entirely sure, because he was found in a hospital storm drain, swimming around during a storm. He was very lucky to be found, and he was rescued by the company Dino Rod, which is like a drain company in the UK. That's where his name came from, and so we never changed that name, even though I believe in food names. He was very, very timid. It was after we kind of gotten to know him for a while, it was very clear that he was very, very trained, because he was taught very clear to not bite at all. He would never bite anything. He would pick things up very gently in his mouth and kind of carry them around. He would try and, if he tried to pick you up, which ferrets do this thing where they'll try and stash you if they like you. If he tried to pick you up, he would pick you up so gently that you couldn't get a grip on you. It was like he had been very strongly trained. So I think he was either a working ferret that had been taught to leave certain prey because he didn't eat certain things and wouldn't interact with them in a normal way, or he was a pet ferret who had escaped and never been tracked down and never been looked for, or he'd been abandoned. The fact that he was found in such a weird place, I think unfortunately it's more likely to be the abandoned side, or the fact that he escaped and got washed into a storm drain by bad weather. That's broadly what it's like. So, but his issue was that he was in with a bunch of other ferrets in the rescue, you know, because rescues, they have these large social groups. And he was a very, very quiet guy, very, very friendly, just very simple. He would never make any noise. He would just hide away and just sleep a lot there. Apparently his favorite place to hide was like to bury himself in the ball pit, because the other ferrets in there, including a couple of bigger, younger males, wouldn't go in the ball pit, and therefore he would basically just be left alone all day to sleep, but like a cat. So we introduced them, and at first Dino was a little bit cautious of Sausage, because obviously 2 ferrets together, new to each other, they're always going to be a little bit more cautious and timid. Dino not liking other ferrets worked out, because Sausage was actually like, oh, okay, well, you're nice and quiet and calm, and I can learn from a position of I'm actually the stronger, younger, more healthy ferret. You're actually the older one who needs a bit more kind of care and love. And they actually got on really, really well. Within a week, they were cuddling in the hammocks together. Once we moved them in, but we did a couple of like play dates where we took Sausage down in like a cat carrier to go into. They basically had like an outside run almost for like you see for rabbits, and you would basically two of them would interact and they would make sure they were okay. Then we moved a separator so they could actually meet face to face rather than just smelled through the bars, and they got on really well. So that kind of played out quite nicely. So we used to feed. I believe in feeding animals like as close to what they would normally get in the wild as possible. So we fed Sausage. We fed them a raw diet, which is normally chicks and mice.
I'm Captain Lupine.
I know it's a little bit distasteful, but you can basically get frozen chicks by the thousand for a very, very cheap price because they're an offshoot of the egg industry. So if you go somewhere like a reptile store or something like that, you can normally say, hey, I'd like to get some frozen mice or some frozen chicks. And they can normally sell them to you in quite a good price or quite a good quantity. So we used to give Sausage like a chick every couple of days because it's good. It's got roughage, it's got bones in it, it's got all of the requirements. And like you say, the male chicks get culled. So they would go into incineration. I believe that it's a more you can't do away with the egg industry, with the chicken industry. So that is, I think, in my opinion, the most humane way of dealing with the waste from that that production. So yeah, so they're sold basically to exotic pet companies for snakes and for ferrets, etc. And it's a great way for them. It's very, very healthy for them because you get an awful lot of the natural stuff that they would get in the wild. So actually it worked out really well for that. You can also get like mice, but they're a little bit more expensive because there's obviously no real industry that utilizes mice in the same way as you do for the eggs. Horrifying concept. That's not allowed to be done in certain parts of the EU. That one being ground up, those chicks. But
Kronos,
yes.
do you have any spice?
Like 100 spice there, not very much at all. I could probably see if I can find some more. I saw a spice explosion earlier, but
yeah, I might start doing some spice runs. I think that's like our next thing.
yeah, that's what you need for your base and stuff. That's cool. It's a good route to go down. Have a look at this.
Closer to a harvester? Not. So, in order to get a harvester, you need to build the advanced vehicle platform, which is like 180 duralumin. Or not duralumin, lestanium, whatever it's called. Lot. There we go. Right now I'm trying to defeat all the side quests.
I'm just answering a couple of messages from Trado. They are monitoring our servers pretty much as the case study for like how the servers perform under heavy load. So any information like when you guys have issues, I'm passing that to them. We're getting that sorted, and so we're kind of working with them to improve things ahead of our migration later this week. It was neat. Trado have been really good throughout all of this, to be honest. I've been really impressed.
Well, that's good that they're getting useful data out of it, at least.
Yeah, for sure.
That's much. I was doing TTS at the exact same time, but I got the gist of what you're talking about.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. Fight Club all over again. It was basically Edison of the Dune universe. Who was the Tesla? As far as I knew, it all came from Holtzman. Norma Senva? I'm gonna look that up.
How is that volume-wise? I've turned Thor up a little bit.
As far as I knew, he was a genius. Performance is fine.
Sweet. Thanks, chat. Doing good. Balthazar, thank you for 10 gift subs about 50 minutes ago, and Networker, thank you for the 5 community gift subs 50 minutes ago. You guys rock. Like, reached the level 11 hype trade at 39%. You guys are kicking ass. How to deal with this. Yes, Jake, I've gotten used to that a few times. Yeah, I'm still listening to some of the thoughts in the background now. Games of Once Human. I would say a little different. Once Human, obviously, you don't. I don't think you have the same environmental risks as you do in Dune. But I also haven't played Once Human since it was released last year. I mean, we're close to the 1-year anniversary, if I recall correctly, for Once Human, so we're not far off of. I imagine the game has changed significantly since I last touched on it, but... Oh, there goes my suspensor belt. I could have sworn oh no, I didn't repair that because I needed more aluminium. You all suck. Death comes for you now. That wasn't a very nice trap, was it? Turned us into a trap. What a bitch. Well, I appreciate those of you who are listening to both. It's really nice, and I know that it can be difficult to do it. I will hydrate. I've been given a drink dropped off for me that I'll I drink. Oh, do I have to say that I've hydrated? Do I have to tell my rewards queue? Rewards? Ooh, okay. Okay, it's not in that one. There's gonna be a button somewhere in this UI to find the rewards queue. I will find it. Somewhere.
Kronos, any word on when we're having downtime?
We've had our downtime today.
Oh, okay, cool.
Our daily restart was right as the stream started. So, unless there's an update that gets pushed out, which we don't have full control over yet, that's on our daily downtime is.
That's perfect.
Yeah. I set it up so that it was nice and clear for you at the start of stream.
Thanks, man. How do these work in a sandstorm? They don't. You need to hide. 22 hours to Coriolis. Okay.
I will
need to get
definitely
Desert,
keep
get
streaming
as much
after we
intel
finish
as
playing
possible
Dune.
before the Coriolis hits.
I think the next game I want to touch on is
Play the big
probably
ship,
the Division 2
Actually, do you want to go out to the deep desert and do that
launch.
in front of us?
I need to get a couple of quests done, then I need to push some Juralamin, because if we need to get a few more Assault Ornithopters up so that we can efficiently do Plastinium farming at the end game. So that's my goal after I've done some quests today. After that, then I'm happy to go out Deep Desert, because at that point I'll have Juralamin gear, and I should be good to start harvesting the Stravidium and the Titanium that's out there as well. So that's on the cards for the day.
If you could get me a cut array from that tier, that would be really helpful. I'm going to work on getting a Mark V Scout Thopter.
Okay, yeah, I can, a cut array Mark 5 I can do. A cut array Mark 6 is not going to happen. That's
No, we're not doing that yet.
Okay.
That's too early.
Yeah.
I just need a Mark 5 so I can start doing Stravidium Mass. And joining you on that.
Yep, I can get one of those across to you at some point soon. I just need to, I'm going to do this quest, then I need to go to the main menu, and I'm going to talk to Chad about doing some sponsorship stuff, because I need to talk about that while I do it for you and curate your cheat sheet, and then I'm good to go.
Alright.
Yeah.
Wait, you're talking to Chad about sponsor stuff? What?
Well, I'm just going to explain, while I'm doing it, I'm not going to show it on screen, but I need to log off of the game to do that, because last time I was trying to do stuff outside of the game, I let myself run out of water, and I definitely didn't go down to death.
Yeah, you definitely need to not do that.
Yes. Yeah, tabbing out is a silly idea in survival games. But I'm sure people have had a couple of questions about how sponsorships work in general, so I'll say what.
That's a good idea.
I can explain to your chat as well if they want to know, but...
Yeah, I mean, like, I think the most important thing is we're pretty transparent on all that stuff.
Yeah, just about, the stuff that goes into it.
And yet you're
Yeah,
still
exactly.
alive, darling. Peter is too big a threat now. I will
One of the
take
things that we have in the contract for any of the sponsorships that I do, number one, we choose the sponsorships. They don't just choose us. We turn down like 99% of them. But of the 1% that they get through, we have a thing in the contract that some of these things that I do not have to play into the game. I am free to be as honest and open about what I experience as I like it. And if I don't like something, I can totally say I don't like something. That's the whole point. So if I like it, I actually do like it. Not just liking it for money. It's the most important thing. So I find that kind of dishonesty is just not worth it. That being said, because we're so restrictive on which contracts we choose, we usually choose a game I'm gonna like anyway.
Yeah. I mean, also, I've gotten reasonably good at choosing games that I know that you'll like even without you looking at them. Quite fun. Like occasionally,
and
I
sometimes
just
that's fun.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's gonna be.
Was it Kill Knight?
Like, I know you like this.
Was the one that you got super into?
You were like, you're gonna love this game, and I was like, what's it about? And you're like, you'll see. And then I got in, it was like, oh shit. And then I went. Like,
yes, Luke, I will be doing the new Division 2 DLC. Likely so will Fall, to be fair, though, but we'll see. It was
You rate enemy bases? Oh, sorry.
I haven't seen you get so into a game like that on the first playthrough for quite a while. It was very fun to see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was right up there in the leaderboard too. They're just like top 10 or some shit. It was fun. Siege, please. Do ! Dune server or Dune Discord rather.
Yeah.
We get all of our server information. We're on a private server, but you have access. So.
I'll be honest with everyone. Like the best, if you want the best server experience right now, do not join the ones with pirate names. Join the ones that have mushroom names on Matrado NA East 09. They have a far lower server population, therefore they're a much smoother gameplay experience when we're at peak times.
100%. I found a better aluminum mine. I guess it's farther away.
Mr. Sturg and Nunsha, thank you very much for the subs. Appreciate you both. You rock.
Sandwalking is not a thing because the Fremen are missing.
My favorite game genre. I would be lying if I didn't say I have I have had and always will have a love for strategy games.
Get it home. It's kind of a far distance. Might be worth.
Total War games. I mean, I started with a game called Praetorians when I was younger. Like, I played that for a huge amount of time because I was really into like Romans and the Greeks and stuff. So a lot of the games I actually enjoyed when I was younger were historically focused. So Master of Olympus Zeus, a game I played a lot, is, you know, Greek focused. Troyes was Roman focused. Dawn of War was how I got started into Warhammer, I think, when I was like young. That Dawn of War 1 was real-time strategy. That's a real good fun game. I think they're doing a remaster of it. Really worth doing. But yeah, 4X games are great fun as well. Stellaris is always a good playthrough. Sins of a Solar Empire, actually, that was Sins of a Solar Rebellion. I put a lot of hours into. Can recommend those. So I'll probably do some RTS games on stream. I'll do some RPGs. I'll do some MMOs. I'll do Ashes when I'm playing Ashes. You'll see a few bits. Just kind of varied stuff. I can't promise I'll stick to anything particular, like any one game over another, like another game or another genre, but yeah, I'd like to kind of play a few things. You know, it's been a while since I've played games a lot, so it took me a bit of a while to get back into the swing of doing it all full time. Ashes is doing okay. I'm trying to stay away from it until they get the principal economy designer position filled and they fill some of the economy holes, because for me what's exciting about a social sandbox game is the economy. It's the interplay of how all of that works, the supply and demand and the resources and stuff, and right now I'll be honest, it's not in a great spot for that, so it's lacking some of the core gameplay loop that I'm personally interested in. But they're working on it. You know, my main rule on a game is always let the game cook. So, you know, they are just doing what they can with the time that they've got. I'm not gonna, you know, add any pressure to that. They'll deliver it when they're ready to. No point us rushing them. And if it takes time and they need to go longer, then 100% we should let them, you know, wait longer. Okay, so what we're going to do is, first of all, that's a lot of assault ornithopters. And I'm just going to exit out of this. And unfortunately, you guys are going to have to look at the server screen. I'll keep reading chat, but I'm just preparing for today's sponsorship. So please bear with me. There's some Subway Surfers in the background. I'm not sure that that's probably the best idea. Let me just do a... I'm just doing this Discord stuff. This. Okay.
What's up?
Just getting some information together now. And then, oh wait, no. Servers are looking good for everyone, I think. Is everyone having a good, stable gameplay experience on the servers?
Yeah, looks like everything's working just fine.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Ours.
Yeah.
I'm not getting any rubber banding or anything like we were getting last night. It seems like the server's doing dramatically better than it was.
Yeah. Bartholomew Roberts and Henry Morgan, the only two that I'm concerned about because they're both on high. They're both on high population already. But there's only so much we can do there. Short of doing, yeah, no packet loss. Packet loss. Yeah, okay, I think we're doing good. Good. Okay, chat, we're not actually doing the sponsorship stuff yet because I need to get some more information from someone. So,
aluminum at the same time. Always nice. Bad angle. There we go.
okay. Hello, the stream adventure is going very well, thank you, Maclaw. Ah, yes, I mean, my face has been shown at TwitchCon a few times now, so I was like, you know what, I'll just, don't mind if the community sees the face. I grew it myself, you know, very proud of it, very attached to the point. Get some more vehicle Beatriz. Okay, chat. There looks like there's ads. I will. Oh wait. Like, I might have already harvested these. The fact that some people are so upset by the fact that I've not got full health all the time, I don't understand it. Like, health's a resource. I'm doing okay. But if it bothers you, there we go. Done. Exactly, you only need 1% of health at any given time. I can't believe Luther just viciously assaulted me like that by walking into me. Isn't that rude? Rude. Mango, you being bothered makes me feel better. Luke, no, so at the moment while I'm playing Dune, I'm just gonna stream broadly when Thor is, or like the times when he normally would be. I'm still enjoying Dune, I'm doing it most days, so that kind of makes sense to do that now. Long term, I don't know what my schedule will look like. I need to kind of think about that. I've not been doing this for long enough to really know what I want my schedule to look like for streaming, because I'd like to do it quite a bit, but also I have to recognize that, like I've said before, my priority is always going to be the pirate software community and keeping that large group going, keeping Thor's kind of business stuff running. So if I have to not stream certain days so that I can support other things, then that has to be the trade-off, you know. No, it's all right. No, I don't mind you asking the question. I'm never gonna get annoyed by a question. See exciting words in your chat.
We were talking about Warhammer 40k. I was saying that I think that the only true victims that I can find in Warhammer 40k are the Necrons. And it's because of the fact that they got like tricked and then turned into machines and then their souls were eaten and they didn't realize that was going on. If I am correct about that, you would know better.
Yeah, I mean that's broadly what happened. I mean, ultimately it was their greed almost that led to them getting tricked. It was the desire to escape some of the mortal issues that they suffered, the way that their race was. So they're not blameless in it, but they are probably more of a victim than any other faction is. Yeah,
makes sense.
The Imperium are, in my view, some of the worst guys in 40k, though, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no, 100%. The Imperium are awful.
So, yeah, an incredibly oppressive, fascistic regime that doesn't allow any kind of difference. Like, jeez.
Not only that, but like, if the Emperor woke up, he'd probably kill all of them.
Yep. I mean, they become like, exactly what he didn't want to do. Like, he was very clear he never wanted a theocracy, and that's unfortunately what it became.
Yep. What do you mean heresy? You're going directly against what he said. You ever read the teachings? I don't know.
There's plenty of people in 40k who you can feel sorry for. Most of them are just like your average line member guardsmen who just get killed in one hit by like a Tyranid Wolverine, or you know, just get crushed by an orc.
True.
No, the Tau are not victims. The Tau, well, they're victims of themselves. Their ethereal cast is likely mind controlling their entire faction.
Yeah, they're horrifying, actually. The Tau are the scariest race, I think, to me. I will be right back.
Did Thor just be right back to go die? Because that's not allowed. That's not in the calendar. Yeah, there is an increasing argument that the Emperor has certain similarities between, you know, certain similarities with the Gestalt warp beings of, you know, that are based on basically belief and primordial forces. But you have to remember that Horn and Slaanesh and Nurgle exist independently of belief. They exist as a response to the primordial forces of the universe. Whereas, if you're going down the route of you know, the Emperor's a Chaos God, well, that's based on active belief that he does not exist without that condition, and therefore functionally significantly weaker than a Chaos God in that regard. It's all theoretical until, you know, the Chaos God of Order. That doesn't make any sense. You cannot have a Chaos God of Order. That's juxtaposed massively. He would be something else. Did the Emperor know what was going to happen to Horus ahead of time? Look, I mean, there's a lot of holes in the Warhammer lore. You know, we don't get a lot of stuff directly from the Emperor's perspective. Do we know the Emperor was incredibly smart, had incredible foresight? Yes. Was the Emperor fallible? Also yes. You know, the fact that the Primarchs were scattered to the ends of the, you know, the ends of the universe are a really good example. Why would I look at Sheogorath from Elder Scrolls lore when we're talking about Warhammer lore? That doesn't make any sense. And yeah, while there are emergent beings, having emergent beings are generally based less off of belief than they are of other things. Talking about belief, you're looking more at like how the orcs do things rather than an ultimate expression of a primordial force or emotion. you know, at this point we're just arguing about semantics back and forth about what it might be, what it could be. There's no definitive answer. 40k, I'm going to give you that answer because these conversations are what keeps 40k going. Okay, but we're not.
I have returned.
Welcome back.
You fighting about Warhammer? It sounds like it.
It's more discussions, like, well, saying that something inside the evidence that we're kind of disagreeing on is just because something conceptually exists inside Elder Scrolls Online doesn't mean that you can make an analog into a completely different franchise. That one was funny.
So, yes.
Well, because the Jedi use the Force, that means that the Space Marines can do it too.
Okay.
Sorry, but
I'm just gonna say I called it.
Yeah. It's the way that the Warhammer Chaos Gods are written. They are primordial expressions of emotion and energy. That's not the way the Emperor kind of is currently positioned. That's more about belief. And there's a lot more around belief in the Warhammer 40k universe already, so I don't think it's as clean cut as that, but we're talking about people's opinions here. There's less that's been pinned down, I think.
All I know is the Emperor is a Chaos God. I mean, fights the Chaos Gods.
He's certainly doing something. Yeah. But if he's a Chaos God, what's he a Chaos God of? Because again, talking about, like,
I know he eats enough dudes to friggin' be one. Like,
that's true, yeah. I mean, something related to Psychers potentially, but like having a Chaos God of order. Well, order isn't an emotion. It's not a chaotically driven force. It's not like you see manifestations of the warp in an organized area, because that would make sense. So I think Chaos God, in the way that we define Chaos Gods in the 40k lore, isn't right. I think he's a different type of being, a different warp being of some form that we have not seen before. And if you probably say Chaos God because it's an easier way of referring to it, but like, if you think about how the Chaos Gods were formed, it doesn't really fit with that.
Well, if that's the case, and he's like a god of order, right?
Yep.
Then why did all of his followers fall into chaos?
They're coming.
Well,
look at what the entirety of the Imperium of Man is.
I mean, yeah.
That looks like a chaos god and his followers to me.
I mean, at that point, you're talking. I mean, you're looking more like what the Eldar have with their avatars and all the kinds of things. Like you're talking about belief and physical and psychic powers which are empowering each other. We don't refer to, you know, the Eldar gods as Chaos Gods. We refer to them as something else. So you may very well may be a god, but you're not going to say that Kane's a Chaos God, for example.
Okay. Yeah, to me it just looks like a false god. Like another false god. And the other ones are like false gods, where they promise you a thing. But in this case, he's not even the one promising it.
Yeah, it's been promised on his behalf. Exactly. So there's a lot that I think
even weirder.
There's a lot that they could do with that lore, but as soon as they progress the lot, if the Emperor wakes up, that's going to force a huge amount of narrative change on that universe that they just don't want to do. And I think the criticism.
I don't think they could ever wake him up.
Yeah.
Honestly, if they did, I feel like it would kind of ruin the whole thing.
It would be a bit like when they did the old world all over again, like when they basically like went through the end times and did a bunch of stuff, and then were like, okay, now we're gonna remake it all.
Yeah, I don't think they can redo it.
Like, yeah, I think he's a powerful being, but I don't think calling him a Chaos God is a proper reflection of what's actually going on.
All right.
My personal view on it.
Yeah, he's an Eternal, so he could come back, but Eternals come back like takes forever sometimes. So.
Yeah, Perpetuals. We don't know how long it would take to come back.
Perpetual,
you know,
that's what it's called. Yeah.
Don't know where he would come back potentially. Like, yeah.
Yeah, they'd have to find him, right? When he came back.
Theoretically, I mean, he's such a powerful being that there's no template for really what that looks like other than significantly weaker, you know, creatures that we've seen.
But on that, what if he came back real messed up?
I mean, wouldn't surprise me. If the Golden Throne sent him mad, it also wouldn't surprise me at all. I think that would be quite a neat thing to do. You know, the Imperium disintegrating is probably the best thing to happen to it.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's
Very
my
tall.
my heresy leaking out.
What heresy?
He's fine. I like to
I have so much Solari again.
the Warhammer of they're covering the Horus Heresy now, so obviously like the kind of the traitor legions and all that kind of thing. But I'd love to see them go back even further and for us to get even more about, you know, the Men of Iron, like the fall of man, the golden age of humanity. You know, some cool stuff in those stories.
Shield on.
I want this Skaven.
Well, yeah, Lizardmen being back would be fun. Yeah, well.
Yeah.
I mean, there's all kinds of fun weapons and guns and stuff in 40k. Like, be here all day. Like, my favorite item, I think, in the Warhammer 40k universe is the Celestial Orrery, which is basically like an RTS map of the universe that you theoretically could mess with, but people who own it hold that like to be kind of say people. The Necrons that hold that refuse to do so because it can destabilize reality.
Yeah, destabilizing reality is kind of like a chain reaction sort of a thing. That's not good.
Live action map where you can just poke a sun on the map and it will just explode IRL. Like, jeez. Okay.
Yeah.
Full tech.
Alright, I'm gonna make a trip out to the deep desert. Is there any type of material that you were specifically looking for before the Coriolis storm hits?
Rubidium fibers and titanium. If you come via the resource processing base, I will get you a Cutter Ray Mark 5 so that you can start harvesting that stuff.
That is perfect. I would love that. Because I got a Mark 4. It's lasted me quite a long time.
Yeah.
Does this chopper survive a storm? No. I did somewhere good. It's closed. How does Deep Desert reset? Basically every week it resets. The zone completely changes entirely. All 81 squares do. And then we go out and we get to explore it again. Gonna reset in about 20 hours.
Yeah. The offshore account, that is great. I might actually use that. Very funny.
Okay, I gotta go to Harko first. So I'll meet you there.
I'm not going to the Deep Desert.
Oh.
Not yet. I've still got...
the cutter.
I'm good. If you pick up at the resource base before you go to Harko Village.
Oh, I'm going to Harko Village first, and then I'll be back.
Okay.
Resource base, I should enter from the top, yeah?
Yeah, if you're from the top, you can basically just kind of glide almost all the way there and then just dive down the shield wall.
Cool. Is the game worth it in your opinion? I can't answer that for you, and I don't think that it'd be honest for me to do so. You should choose to buy or not buy a game based on if you like games like this, and if it is a financial investment. I got this game because I'm excited for it. It turned out to be what I wanted, and I feel happy with my purchase. But that's me, right? Do you think Dune Awakening will be on sale in a year? I don't know.
Most games are within a year, so... You know,
Yeah, usually.
market forces would say likely, but I'd be surprised.
Yeah, if they didn't do a 20% off sale, I'd be pretty surprised. You should be doing that as a dev. I love this guy's voice. It's creepy. To fear.
Good morning. There are indeed bodies everywhere. Yes, it's just how I like to kind of.
God, the voice
each
acting
morning.
in this is awesome, dude.
But Anvil Empires, I mean, by Foxhole. I've heard of it. It's on my like kind of notes list. I haven't actually done a checkup on it for a long time. Oh. Stretch my spine out.
God damn. Kicking a man when he's down. How do you make the force field roof? That is a pentashield. You have to learn it. All right. I like how everything in Harkonnen society is they could be so successful if they stopped backstabbing each other.
Yeah.
And they just never will.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
They're like, ooh, a little bit of advantage. Let me hold our entire race back. It's like, great, dude. And the Atreides are so much about honor that they also do the same thing. Yeah, they're actively self-destructive. Yeah, 100%. The Atreides are like, oh no, if they know that I'm without honor, then oh shit, I better lie about this situation, hold everybody back. Both idiot factions. At least the Harkonnen are forward about it. False? Do you know how many Atreides I've worked with so far that are like, don't let anyone know that falsified report is false? It'll make me look bad. You know what? I'll just stop working on this investigation that I was working on and turn a blind eye so that you don't ruin my good name. Atreides, in a nutshell. Wrapped up in their own self-image.
How's my back doing after this week? My back's doing really well. What I will do is I go AFK about every 2 or 3 hours, and I basically got a I've now got a like pull-up bar that's over one of the doors upstairs, so I can basically just hang, and that basically stretches out the upper part of my spine. I went for my post-surgery physio, and it's a very interesting. What it looks like I do is I basically clench my core and my upper shoulders and back muscles to take pressure off of my lower body.
Am I supposed to talk?
But basically pass some of the weight of my upper body through the front side of my body rather than through my spine, so as to alleviate some of the compression that I've been doing. And apparently it basically looks like I've been doing this for most of my life since the back issue started, basically to compensate for kind of what's been going on. So if I do that, it decompresses the upper part of my back and basically relaxes my shoulders. It means I don't get trapped nerves in my shoulders, because I've always struggled quite badly with like trapped nerves like up here, and like so you just kind of have that, you know. But occasionally when you just can't, you wake up one morning, you just can't look right or left like one direction because you just got a trapped nerve in your shoulder like that, which sucks. I have looked up inversion tables. It's something I'm thinking about getting. I'll probably put that in the garage once I've done my conversion on that. That's kind of my plan. I don't have a standing desk. No, because of the nature of my back problem, I can't stand for standing for a long period of time. Means I'll put all of my pressure onto my left leg. I'll take it off my right. That's probably worse for me than sitting down. A good chair from the nature of my back condition is gonna be better. And I can 100% talk about my mobility issues. So I've had a number of issues with my spine across the years. It started when I was 12 years old. So I've learned I've not got much more to go on, than I've been dealing with it for like 20 years. But I basically have an issue where I've got basically a void in my back at the base of my spine, which is part of a congenital defect, which means that when there's any kind of trauma to the spine, I've got a far higher chance for my L4, L5 disc to prolapse. That area of my back has been weak for a long time. I had my first issue there when I was 12. It could have been a rugby injury. It could have just been growth. We don't really know.
That was easy.
And so I have flare-ups where scar tissue from multiple surgeries will impinge the nerve itself, as well as when the back itself fails, I have to basically go and get an MRI to make sure that the nerve itself isn't being pinched again. Because losing access to your sciatic nerve sucks. So I've got a bunch of like kind of muscle damage in the leg. This is not good. Let's get out of that. I've got a bunch of muscle and nerve damage from the issues, but it's brought on the mend. And so the issue most recently was the scar tissue I'd built up my back from the surgeries and from doing what I do.
If we go to my skills, I'm a planetologist.
And effectively had trapped the nerve itself rather than it being the actual part of my back. So rather than being the prolapse disc. So this time it was actually easier. They harvested some of the scar tissue out, and they've given me a couple of epidural injections to basically reduce the inflammation in that area, to allow the sciatic nerve to move back and forth again, because it was previously like completely pinned, which means I had no strength in my right leg. I couldn't hold myself up sometimes, that kind of thing. So yeah, things are going well. Surgery's recovering well.
Yes.
It's a lifelong thing. I will always have to be aware of what's going on in my back and just keep an eye on it. But like, it's one of those things, you know. Everyone's got something, and this is my DLC. You know, I just got it early. One of those things. Not gonna let it get me down. Yeah, some days it hurts like a bitch. So there'll be days when I'll be like, you know what, I'm not gonna stream because I can't sit up in my chair, or you know, I need to get up and end the stream because actually my back's starting to hurt. Like that will happen. That's just gonna be the nature of things. But you know, I'm not gonna let it get me down because, like I say, it's been 20 years. Like I can't let that stop me. You know. So yeah, so if you see me at like those people who saw me at TwitchCon, I'm on a cane. I use that for extra support in my right leg because it doesn't always hold my weight. So
hey, Kronos.
Oh, yes.
We can buy the Atreides.
Yes,
like
the swatches.
Stuff.
Yes, they're just very expensive.
All right, I didn't know that.
Yeah, you can get much cheaper if you go to Atreides level 5, get them, and then betray Atreides and join Harkonnen. That's the thing, but that's what a lot of people have been doing in our group to unlock Atreides. But like, I'm just joining Harkonnen straight off the bat.
Just joining Harkonnen and doing this, yeah.
Yeah, just fun money. It's fine.
It's just
what kind of fur?
There's so much money. I don't really want
to. Yeah, I mean that's why checking your posture, getting a good chair, etc. is very important.
Trader heavy armor set variant. Interesting.
Did my old job give me allowance to my back? Yeah, so my previous job I was on a work from home contract for a number of reasons. One of them being my back. But it depends on the.
That's kind of cool.
Depends on the company, depends on, you know, which country you're in, all kinds of stuff. Every country has very different laws when it comes to disability.
I don't give a shit.
So
I was worried I was going to miss
be very
out.
careful with it.
That's great.
What chair would I recommend? I'm currently using a new Fractal Refine. The guys at Fractal showed us these at TwitchCon last year, and it's actually really comfortable. It's
no, we had a guild bank.
Full, as you can see, so I get decent head support, neck support. It's got good lumbar support. I've heard Secret Lab chairs are very good as well. My last one was a Herman Miller, which I definitely didn't acquire from my third ago job during COVID. I've been working from home for like a week or two. My back was getting worse and worse and worse on the old shitty chair I used to have. So I said, you know what, fuck it. 11 o'clock at night one day, and I got up, drove to my office, and basically took my desk chair from there during COVID. There's no one in. Cool. Put it into the lift, loaded the back of my car, drove it home. That's what I did.
For like long-term storage.
So that's how I got my my free one, and I did get permission from my boss the next day. So it was fine.
Get out of here.
And then about 30 or 40 other people copied me as soon as they realized what I'd done.
Oh yeah, I should probably do my
if when you were working from home and stuff, like people were sitting at home in like I know someone who was sitting at their kitchen table for a year and a half during COVID until their offices were like redone. They were sitting on a kitchen table for 8 hours a day.
How you doing, Pirate? Doing good.
No, awful. Like, yeah. So a good chair is kind of key. It's a bit like a good bed. I say this to everyone. Like, if you're going to spend 8 hours a day in your bed in your chair, you want to invest in it. Ultimately, like it will pay for itself at that point if you have something that's good that's going to support you and help your body out, right? So don't sleep on that. Make sure you've got something that will support your back, support your posture, and will look after you long term. That's why I find chairs to be a real problematic purchase, to be honest with you, because in order to test out a chair, you kind of need to try it yourself sometimes to find out if it's right for you, or to know if that style works for you. So a lot of people will just order a chair online and they'll come and actually it might not fit them, it might not work. That's why generally you do actually have to pay out quite a lot more for a chair that's going to be, like, for example, if you buy a Herman Miller, you know that it's going to be good pretty much no matter what. Like, you know, there's very few people who won't vibe with a Herman Miller, but it does depend on your body. You know, so that's kind of the trade-off. I mean, Herman Miller, you're spending an insane amount because companies buy them. That's a corporate purchase. You're better off going down other companies' routes if you're wanting to have a kind of gaming one or one for yourself, because you're paying for the Herman Miller name more than anything. I've heard the Anthros are quite good. I've heard that Secret Labs are very good.
Wait to see the Harco buggy.
And Fractal's Refined chair, just come out recently, it's better than my Herman Miller was, and it's
all right,
like
Kronos,
less than a
I'm
third
on my
of the
way
price.
to the
Resource base.
Resource bus.
Sweet, I've made the cutter array for you, and I'm ready and waiting.
Cool.
Sorry, let me. Mattresses are the same. I had a really great experience when I moved into my new house. I was like, you know what? I'm really sick of my old mattress.
You do not get interest if you deposit money in the bank. No.
And my old mattress was in such a state that, like,
when I enter Hugga Basin, what side should I be entering it from?
if you enter at the 12 or 1 o'clock positions, you should be fairly good. I normally enter the 12 o'clock because there's a nice little gap that comes through the shield wall and you can just fly straight set down south.
Sounds good.
And then around the edge of one of the big cliffs and then just come down off the shield wall and then you're there. So beds. Beds are, you spend like 8 hours of your life in a bed, normally, like on average. Like, if you are keeping out on that, so be it. I mean, you're more than free to, but like, you are basically saving money or saving effort at the cost of your potential health. So my advice to everyone is, if you're going to go get a bed, don't buy one online. Don't go through one of these companies that will deliver you a mattress. Like, go out somewhere where you can test one, see if it's supportive. In the UK, there's a place called Dreams. It's a bed store you can find in most kind of commercial sales parks. And they actually have a machine that will scan your body while you lie in it and tell you which one matches what you need from a bed better. It'll take some of your preferences as to how hard the bed is, but it'll actually measure where your pressure points are and recommend a bed for you accordingly, and you'll actually know with scientific scanning really what suits you best. And to be honest, everyone who I've taken to see that, everyone who's used that method has been very, very impressed with it. And to be honest, I absolutely cannot undersell how important it is to have a good bed. That while a good bed is expensive, it makes the world of difference. So yeah, like people are saying in chat, never cheap out on things like boots, beds, chairs, things that are going to support your body long term, because ultimately you only have one body. Like, you need to look after it because it looks after you every fucking day.
Alright, I have landed. Where am I headed?
I'm behind you.
What up?
Rod Slider.
It is me, Rod Slider.
I trade.
Busy.
Probably because what happens if you press enter? Like, because you don't seem to get the trade flash ups when I ask you to trade.
Nope. No, I do not.
Ask me to trade?
It's probably because I have streamer mode on.
Oh, so do I now. If you ask me to trade, what happens?
Nothing.
Just
Just
say
on the
that.
ground.
Yeah. I don't know. It feels wrong to throw a cutter like that on the ground, but fine. There you go.
Thanks. Yeah, it's kind of weird, right?
Yeah, it doesn't feel right. I don't like it.
Here, take this. I'm gonna throw this MK4 there.
I'll get that to someone.
Somebody who needs it. Yeah.
How do you go about getting to Dune lore? Only books and movies as well? In what order? So I would recommend you watch the David Lynch Dune film from the 19-somethings.
I have everything I need.
That
Going
thing
out
is
to the desert.
wild, just so you know. It's going to be absolutely crazy. The David Lynch films are just weird. That's half the fun of them. Just enjoy that.
Yeah, I activated streamer mode so that it wouldn't use any copyrighted music.
Then switch it on. See you later, Mike. And good morning, Luna. Luna, which name do you prefer when I see your name in chat? And yeah, so the so start with David Lynch films, then watch the 2 most recent films. You can watch the TV show as well. I personally haven't. And then I would read the books. That I think is going to give you the best view of Dune and the various representations of it yet. Like so far, because the new Dune films are very well done. They get a lot of it right. They try to be very, very true to the law. They try to be very, very serious with it. The David Lynch films are just fun. They are not designed to be too serious. They don't take themselves too seriously. That's kind of fun with David Lynch films. The books are very interesting. They are hard to read, I would give you that. If you are not the kind of person who would read something like Lord of the Rings, in terms of level of reading difficulty, I wouldn't try Dune, to be honest with you. You can probably get enough of the lore from the
Really taken off.
film so far.
We usually have between 5 and 10,000 people. It's like pretty normal.
But if you're not a reader, then yeah, I would say read those films. Maybe try an audiobook. But again, they are quite complicated.
ThreatLocker is a security solution for companies. It is a zero trust solution that allows you to basically lock out all traffic and then select which traffic you are going to allow on the company-wide basis. It's actually phenomenal. I really, really like them, and I really, really like the way that they approached us. A lot of times, people who sell security solutions will contact us, and basically, I ask them one question. I go, "Who's your target customer?" And they say, "Everyone, anyone." And I go, "Bullshit." And when I asked ThreatLocker this, they said, "Our target customer is companies." And I said, "Not for normal average users?" And they're like, "No." Do they think that would be overkill? And I was like, "Good. I like that. That's the correct answer." Yeah. Chat is slow though. Watch this. 7. Community is made up of a lot of people who like to lurk. A lot of people who like to lurk.
Yeah, those were Cho'am mercenaries. So basically, they are almost slavers. They're basically trying to recapture you. At that point. So I feel like the nice thing to do there is just to kill them and take their bodies and use them for water, which is, you know, what all good corpses are for. I think I killed the other guys. I killed them so good that their bodies didn't even spawn. Oops. Jake, I'm glad you're enjoying chat, but if you do need to do something on Block Game, don't let my chat stop you. But also, if you do need a break from Block Game stuff, you're more than free to hang out, bud. I know you work hard on it. I also know Block Game isn't always the most fun thing to do. So for those of you who don't know, Jake basically does a lot of the work on Block Game with Thor. It's a huge amount of Java coding, community management of the Minecraft community. It's often a lot of balancing various commitments and requirements. That's good to know, thank you. And so yeah, Jake does an awful lot outside of moderating as well. So like, you know, as Thor is always very clear, it's important to take time off. And so
oh, they're deep underground sometimes too. These ones don't even always show worm sun.
There will be no Eve streams. It will not happen. I will not do it. Friends don't let friends play Eve. Fortunately, I'm not going back to that game. It would take something unforeseeable to even tempt me. I just don't want to deal with that again, to be honest with you.
It's a strip of quicksand there. Can you scan for worms? I can scan for all kinds of stuff.
I don't know where Bailey is right now. He's probably asleep in his bed in the living room. Or he's asleep on my chair in the living room, which is also a thing. I mean, look, I played Eve for 15 years. I've probably got 30,000 hours in that game, maybe more. Don't get me wrong, Eve will always be an important, I say important part of my life, but like, I don't want to have to balance my enjoyment of a game and being mistreated by developers who are fine with being unfair. And that is what I will warn everyone about Eve. Never expect to get a fair treatment from the developers of Eve Online, because not everyone has across the years, as there is basically a track record of developers not being fair, not being impartial. Hey, thank you for the bits. Hang on, I need some DM because I didn't get an answer to that question, I don't think. Where's the axolotl? Jake, I find that deeply funny that triggers you. If it does become a problem, I will just replace it with a link to Bailey's page on the Wikipedia article, because I can always add more to that over time when people kind of get more. Oh, did you clipped it up? Friends and no friends play Eve. Nice. Copy link address. Bye, Luna. Go enjoy being an adult. So I hope that goes well for you, and I will catch you later. There we go. Commands, add, exclamation point. Bailey. What's that? There we go. Now you guys have a Bailey command. More bodies? Yes, please. Come back here. You're gonna flee. They're running away. How dare they? Oh wait, I won't shoot them too early, hang on. Oh. Ouch him. I like to call those ships Meals on Wheels, chat, because that's basically what they are. They just provide free bodies. DoorDash, exactly. Those ships only appear at nighttime, and you know, so you can basically get a couple of waves worth of bodies each night.
Mass coming home.
That is news I love to hear. Great.
Yep, I'm picking it all up out here. I've already got 47 of it on me.
47, sweet. I mean,
yeah, I'll be getting a lot more in a sec.
Yeah.
Titanium as well.
Perfect. Yeah, that's basically like the next set of runs is basically like farming a shed load of that stuff, and then start pushing for other things. Like we have to make a large oil refinery. That's like one of the main things, and a medium spice refinery as well. Those are must-have items, and we can kind of push our progression forward.
Yes, indeed. Ah, shit. I got a sandstorm coming.
Oh.
It's okay. I'll be alright. Which direction is this bitch coming from? I got a 10.
Did you guys see that too?
Which direction?
Okay, well,
shit, I don't know where it's coming.
We're just gonna ignore that one. He's extra dead apparently, so we're just gonna leave him to it. His body isn't recoverable.
Actually, I think I can just hide inside of this. I'm enclosed. I should be
Nellis,
okay.
no. What? Why would you do that, Nellis?
I wonder if I'm okay in enclosed environments out here.
You should be, yes. Well, while you're inside your ship, it will always appear to be.
No. Like, I'm in a cave, but I'm entering the still tent. Just in case.
Yeah, nice.
It's the problem is some of the storms out here are tier 3 storms, and I don't know. Yeah, this one's a tier 3. And I don't know if that hurts you inside of enclosed environments or not. Yeah, these sandstorms destroy buildings. They bring your shield down temporarily and allow other players to raid the base.
Nellis, what did you do?
Plus, this collects water while I'm in it.
Did you betray Harkonnen to become Atreides already? Because that does lock you out from doing it. If you've already betrayed Harkonnen, you can't betray Atreides as well.
Look at this storm, dude. Massive. These storms out here are the size of our original Haga Basin map.
Yeah, that makes me feel physically unwell to think about.
It's terrifying.
Yeah, so I need to find out if Nellis betrayed Harkonnen and then came back, because that's entirely possible.
Okay, what else did I get? Doing some Explo while I'm here too, and I already got 47 Opifires, ton of stuff. 8 duraluminum ingots. I'm getting a lot of plasteel plates, by the way.
Nice, yeah.
Which
I mean,
come from Deep Desert or Landsrider rewards. So.
Yeah, that's the only place I've seen them. I think they're usable for some of the next tier stuff.
I got 79 of them just now.
So, Nellis, by my understanding, you should still be able to betray them in some way.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
Are the cocoons for 2 people? No.
Luther, according to the in-game warning, your Coriolis storm counter is incorrect.
When is it?
I just got the pop-up in game saying the
6
Coriolis
hours.
was 6 hours, but the timer we've got says 20 hours and 59 minutes. Which one is it?
It's 6 hours. I would trust the game. Oh, I wonder if his is set to the public server ones. I wonder if our private server is a different one. Oh, theirs says 4. It's different for everybody.
Oh, the Coriolis hits in 6 hours and builds to the apex. I'm guessing it's the apex that destroys everything in 21 hours time. Okay.
What is the Coriolis storm? Oh, there's lightning. The storms out here shoot lightning, dude. That's probably why it turns off your shields.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, that makes way more sense. The storms here are also much faster. Can you place the vehicle, please? Thank you.
Well, I imagine because the deep desert is such a wide open space, a bit like the way that the weather in the United States works, it has much more chance to get up to speed.
It's fast.
Yeah. Weather go brrr.
More Stravidium mass. Oh wait, I'll probably do now that a storm has already passed. It's probably a good time.
Good morning, Tarv. How's it going? Yeah, it's going good, thank you. Having good fun playing Dune, dealing with the community. The community very nearly broke me earlier with a series of hype trains that were somewhat mind-blowing. I kind of still feel a bit weird about them, but hey, we are where we are. We're doing good. Nellis, could you let me know the quest name that you went through? I can speak with Funcom and ask, A, if that is a lockout, and B, if it is a lockout, whether that can be flagged more easily to players, because like you say, it's not a nice thing to be locked out or something without being told you're being locked out.
Ornithopter now, dude. With that change that they made, where it's like randomly, it puts you under the ornithopter.
The ornithopters have also gotten like really slidey, and it's also really hard to place them down. I'm not sure what's been changed.
It feels bad, whatever it is. I want it to stop.
It's definitely not the fight. It's definitely not the trials, because the trials are separate from. The trials are separate from the Harkonnen Atreides dedications.
Shield on! Where's my reinforcement?
That was not nice.
Found him.
Oh wow. See, now normally I find those caches in the desert. I just found out there's like a Solari cache. It had 3,000 in it.
Not bad at all. I love money.
Can you fly through the sandstorm? No, that'll kill all of your vehicle. Dead. Favorite game? Secret of Mana for the Super Nintendo. Easy. You cannot fly.
Thanks, Nellis. Yeah, just send it across in the normal way. Be good.
Oh. I think this is all titanium? Or is that iron? That's iron. Lame. Oh, dude. Kronos. Your bomb of spice has gone off.
Oh, you found a ring mouse.
I think it went off. I think it just went off.
What sector?
H. H-Tech 2 is what it looks like,
Jeez,
based on
okay.
my assumptions.
Deep, 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 deep.
That's the biggest spice blow I've ever seen. It's huge. I'm on my way out there. I'll let you know. There's no way that's a normal one, is it? Are they just that big out here? Because that's very far. And it had a mushroom cloud around it at first. Yeah, this thing's still going off.
It will do for a while. There's a whole lot of spice. Even the small ones have quite a large mushroom cloud, so it's just difficult to tell until you get closer to Ringmouth, which is a small spice explosion.
It's just such a big one. I haven't seen one out here yet, though, so it may just actually be a normal one, but that's a huge, huge spice blow, dude.
Yeah, unfortunately, Bailey is asleep in a different room. I'm not going to go and pick him up or anything like that.
Gotten really good at gliding. That might actually just be a normal one, man. It's just huge.
It might be a medium one that's not a full Ringmouth.
I think it is. Look at this on my screen. Way bigger than ones we have in Haga Basin, for sure.
Oh, yeah. So there's probably a medium explosion. Can't see it till you see the ramp on the ground. Or just hyper visible. Yeah, it's the medium one. Yeah, definitely a medium one. It's not a small one.
No, not a small. There's no way. Does this attract worms? That's the birth of one.
Have you got a compactor on you?
Yes. But I don't know if I can risk this, to be honest with you.
Is there any worm sign?
And I gotta wait for it to stop going anyway.
Yeah.
I could chill out in the area. It's not much for ground here, but there is one island out here. I'll head for it for now. Thankfully, it's about to be nighttime, so. Yeah, that thing's gonna blow for a while, and then I'll go pick up.
The large spice blows, now those are a sight to see. Those are a big deal.
That's the big ones, yeah.
If I put a Bailey cam on an RC car, that is an RC car that Bailey's probably going to be absolutely terrified of. You just leg it every time.
Next week we're gonna need to control these, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, the guild is rapidly expanding as people get through the Atreides tree and get to the bits that they wanted to do, so I think we'll have a decent force of people to help us with it next week as well.
It's good. It's good.
Oops.
Yeah, holding these is gonna be really important.
Oh, that reminds me, actually. Oh, look!
Oh.
Meals on Wheels. I love it when I nip outside and there's, you know, those chome ships that send down 4 guys to come kill you.
Oh, you just get free food.
Free bodies. It's Meals on Wheels.
Ow. I think my ship just tried to crush me.
Let's get the bastard.
Interesting. This thing is still spice blowing, dude.
I mean, it'll erupt for a while because the idea of that is it's a bit like, you know, like an officer spawn. You know, it's meant to pull people into force combat. People are designed. It's like a flag.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
I think it's good that it lasts for a while.
Here. Form up.
Look over here. People are going to be bringing their carrier ornithopters in. Get ready for PvP.
True that.
Yeah, ringmouths. I thought they were 20 minutes. Maybe I was late to it. No, you cannot hunt the worms. No hunting the worms, chat. Can't do that.
You cannot hunt the worms. That is not a thing. All right, I've got how much stravidium? I've got 190 stravidium, 96 titanium.
Nice.
Still getting more. The hard part is the weight, man.
Yes, 100%. That's why the assault ornies are so useful, because they can carry 1,000 weight. You can transport a significant amount more. No, I don't currently have TTS. It's one of the things that I want to set
Honestly,
up at some point.
The way that I see it is we shouldn't be doing it this way. We should be going out here, finding a really, really good location that has them, the nodes, building a tiny base on it, putting a buggy in that base, and going out and just mining over and over again and having ornithopters extract. You know what I mean?
You want to build a buggy out there each time. In order to cut those, you need to make a tier 6, which means you need to make a large. You need to make an advanced
and then you
vehicle construct. Yeah.
No. You take the parts, and then after you're done, you deconstruct the buggy and bring it home in a cargo bay.
That we're better off getting to carrier ornithopters and to be able to fly them out from our main base up in A, because then you can take one to wherever you need to go and just take the buggy with you. Do it that way, and you can literally carry the buggy full of ore back, like 5,000 ore.
You could do it that way, or you could just hold that base for the whole week, is what I mean.
Yeah, but then you have to be
have the buggy go out and
every single time there's a
loot.
sandstorm, you're gonna have to protect that base.
Yeah, that's fun.
It's not efficient.
It's content. I think it's efficient.
I won't be doing it. I'm gonna be deploying from the A line. Like, you could do it that way, but we haven't got a group that can do that yet, and I don't think that will be.
The reason why I think it's important is I think at some point, if we don't have stuff working that way under like the cover of darkness and like quick movements, we're gonna have a line of people with missile launchers in the A line. Kind of how that's gonna go. I feel. I might be wrong, but I feel like it'll be like that. Do we need basalt for anything?
Not really.
Jesus Christ. These ornithopters don't land anymore.
What I was just struggling with.
Yeah, this medium spice flow is still going. I'm gonna have to get out of here.
I think the medium ones go off for like 15 minutes.
Really?
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah, so NG Imperial testing station records are used in the planetologist chain, you'll need to give them to Derek as part of a various bits of quest. So you find him initially at testing station 2, and then you'll find him, as long as you follow his story, you'll end up finding him in like the next testing stations as you go through the game. That's kind of how that works. So you can basically give those to him as part of this chain. So if you go under planetologist, there'll be one of these. Each of these, so deliver Derek's report, you know, is one, but like for Mimic film records, that's the ones you're seeing each time.
All right, I'm gonna extract.
That's what you've got. That's those items. They're used for these. No, worms are back on. I mean, more people's helpful. It's just about a kind of a combination of things, really. So I need to push this base, and it's a bit of a rough one.
Can you boost while gliding? If I had a booster, yeah. But I don't run them.
I imagine that quite a few people probably weren't being respectful of the worm, and then had some issues.
A worm just breached near that spice blow. It's kind of a medium-sized worm, too. Yep. The worms out here are larger than the ones in Haga Basin. By a lot. Nah, it's not a big worm. It's medium. On the smaller side. Spice is important as it should be, yes. Incredibly difficult to extract.
Hey, thanks for the sub, Pozza, and also all of a sudden,
flying, yes.
Ross Light, thank you for the subs. It's really appreciated. Great seeing you. Great having you here. Missed. Well, there's an enemy missing in this base.
That's why every time I get back up in the air, I need to look for worm sign. What's a safe height? Very high. It depends on how high the ground is the problem.
I can't believe you guys clipped me shooting that person in the Descendants.
Twofer.
Sucks.
They're coming.
What is going on here? That was awful. Let's try that again, but with less jank, please. I'm not having a good time with that.
Nice. How do you know when a worm has spotted you? See that right there? That dust moving? That's a worm. You don't really know if it's spotted you. Some of them are more clever than others. But basically, because that one's around, I don't want to be. Can I hear you even when you're in the air? If a worm breaches, I can hear your heartbeat. Yeah, worms are highly territorial. They don't want you on their land.
Hey, Ollie. Don't know if anyone will find this message, but if they do, I hope it makes its way to you. Looks like I'm not going to make this week's card game. A big Harkonnen force ambushed our convoy. They obviously knew where we'd be. Don't know how many ships we lost, but I'm guessing a lot. I survived the crash, but we had a major drive breach. Radiation is off the charts. All good is dead already. Just wanted to send a message to all the guys. It's been an honor serving with you all. Especially you, Ollie. You always had my back. Hope you get through all this and get back to Caladan real soon. Raise a glass of the good stuff for me when you can.
Oh, that's... That was a bit of one of those oh shit moments.
I just got us some advanced machinery, man.
I was in the middle of an oh shit moment because I was on the assault ornithopter stuck. It wouldn't take off, and there was a sandstorm approaching.
The horror.
Yes, luckily we managed to clear it, but ugh. So this is an assault ornithopter Mazaroth. So this has got 4 seats. It's the next kind of tier up. He's Dralamin. It's the multi-tiered 6-winged assault ornithopter. Yeah. Luckily, that sandstorm is not coming towards me at any kind of appreciable speed. There you go.
Time to glide home.
Now you can read the Bailey backstory, and you can scare the daylights out of Jake.
Yes.
The carrier one, I think the carrier one uses plastinium, so we need to make the advanced manufacturer and stuff. There's a bunch of like actual like benches we need to make before we can do that. Although while I'm here, there's no sandstorm. Those look great. I believe that. Bailey probably thinks that I'm just a big shit cat. Does that make sense? So yeah, the enemies in this area are far more difficult. You know, we're in the Shale, we're in the Udan. Like these are the two kind of edge of the kind of the highest PvE areas in this area of the map, without going to the deep desert. So yeah, things are going to take a lot more hits here to kill, especially because I'm basically, you know, using gear that's at their level that I would get from killing them potentially. In order to do that, so it's not, I'm not, you know, most efficiently laid gear that. Okay, well you saw me already. Draw the melee guys out because they're faster. Come on. Wow, you've got different attack patterns. Come on. Peekaboo, motherfucker. There we go. That is actually that's a very nice feature from GOG. I have a lot of respect for GOG. There's quite a few games that I really enjoy on there. That's where I get with my old nostalgia games. I'm glad you like Bailey's backstory. I'm adding to it and I'll do a few more bits with it, but like, you know, he's my grumpy son. I call him Irate Software sometimes because he's my other boss. A list of his nicknames. Big Bitch, Balamus, B, my grumpy son, Irate Software. I call him a bunch of different things, yeah, to be fair. His lordship. Look at how stealthy I am, chat. They have no idea that I'm here. The epitome of stealth.
Enemy spotted. Enemy on top of it.
I don't know if they do any damage to each other. That did damage though.
I was able to extract successfully on my way home.
Very nice.
I got a lot of shit to do. Straight up one. 281 Stravinium mass, 232 titanium ore.
Nice. You've been doing you doing explo as well?
Ton of it, yeah. 14 duraluminum ingots, 217 plasteel plates, 6 advanced machinery, and
nice.
a plastinium ingot came out of it.
That's good, yeah.
Love to see that.
That says it's fun watching you play Death Stranding while I play Assassin's Creed.
Oh, is that what it's like?
Yeah, apparently. Very funny. Yeah, I loved Age of Empires. Age of Empires was one of my jam. Like, AoE is a great set of games. I thought Age of Empires 3 surprisingly underrated. The multiplayer scene of Age of Empires 2 very, very good, but ultimately, I think Age of Empires 3 was actually a really solid introduction to some of the areas that, you know, historically, Age of Empires didn't really touch upon very much. But, like, I really liked Age of Empires 3, covering on some of the Japanese story, some of the kind of the New World, some of the cultures there that, like, I wouldn't otherwise have, have gotten to see.
We're actually up to 14 advanced machinery now. Which is huge, because that's required for a lot of shit endgame.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna need a shed load of that, so whatever we get is great. Good job. Nice.
Yep.
So we need another 20. So from what we are compiling, we need another 20 advanced machinery. So you got 14 there or 40?
14, 1-4.
Okay, so we need 6 more for that to make the deep desert base. We need about 1,000 cobalt paste, 300 something complex machinery, 350 plastinium ingots, another 1,000 silicon blocks.
1,000 cobalt, you said?
Yeah, we're gonna need about 1,000 cobalt paste for the base that we're planning for deep desert. Nice.
I have 400 that I made yesterday.
We need 65 industrial pumps, like 70 aluminium ingots. So we're basically about halfway to what we need down this list.
Wait.
I'm going
65 hold up, 65 industrial pumps?
Yeah, that's what we're gonna need. Yeah. I'll send you the list of what we need.
Not fluid efficient ones, right?
They're just called industrial pumps.
I have 22.
Nice. Great. So I'll help.
Yeah, I've got a lot of materials.
Yeah.
Because I've been doing Explo for a while, and like all this stuff comes up in Explo. You can buy pumps at trade posts? Yeah, but I find so many of them. There's like no reason not to. Like, there's no reason to, rather.
Yeah, I was gonna say buying them is probably our last resort, because most of this stuff, like, we're gonna have to farm another 750 steel, for example, or, you know, another 700 duralumin. Like, while we're farming that stuff, we might as well find these things that we're gonna need. There's no point spending our Solari on that.
Almost have enough to build my cloud. Getting there. Getting there. How do I make stravidium fibers?
They are in a medium refinery, I want to say.
Medium chemical refinery?
Yeah, medium chemical refinery.
Shit, I only have small ones. How do I build that? How do we build a medium chemical refinery? Is that a nasty build or is it alright?
It's somewhere between the two.
Alright. Finally at the buggy tier? Nice, dude. You'll be using buggies till the end of your days.
Yeah, it's a good shout, Zach Steel. The thing about that is, though, it's not necessarily a reliable source of them, and if we want a reliable source, it's generally better than a chance source.
I can almost build a medium refinery. I think I'll be doing that next. Because I have 144 out of 150 duraluminum, and I have 22 out of 35 spice melange. I'm making another spice melange now. You need it for the MK5 wing? Yeah, but to be honest with you, if I can start making plastanium, that is dramatic.
I've got your back.
Okay.
Way, way better.
On guard.
Dude, I'm so glad I went Explo. Repairing my vehicles is so nice now.
Base and Eastern Shield Wall. I may go there. Pretty good. Yeah, knives, you know. Knife. Got a knife.
How's PvP in this game? Very tactical, currently. I don't know how that's going to change in the future.
Okay. So if you use exclamation point the Dune Discord, you can join our Dune Discord server. The open worlds are all in there. I would advise that you join. To be honest with you, join one of the ones with mushroom names under Nitrado NA East 09, because the mushroom ones are all low pop, and you'll find that you get a much better gameplay experience if you get involved on that one. It's much smoother, especially at peak times of US, etc., which we're getting closer to. You know, as the NA wakes up.
I think that's it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna build that next, man.
Definitely,
What, 6
definitely
more
worth
of this?
getting. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I have the duraluminum now. Actually, so this to 44. So this one over here, 250 of this. Nice. I will have more than enough now. And I'm now up to 11 plastanium ingots. I'm about to have 13 total. Getting there. Getting there. Oh, hey. How long have you been playing Dune? For the last 4 days. It just came out. I'm gonna go meet the neighbors real quick. Or not.
Hey, Hawkmere, thank you very much for the gift subs, bud. That's super appreciated. Planeswalker, thank you for subbing with your Prime, and Hawkmere for subbing with your Prime. Great to see you here. Thanks for coming. Like, you know.
All right.
Hope you're enjoying yourself. Feel free to ask your questions, and if you want to know anything about the game, feel free. Goobanut, I'm going to be honest with you, you almost certainly don't want to join our servers. The ping from Taiwan to here is not going to be particularly nice. You're more likely to find like an AU server that's going to suit you better.
Fun kind. They're great. Good neighbors.
Like, you'll find that the ping is just a nightmare from Taiwan, I imagine.
Calibrated Servoc. Steel.
Thank you, Fagan. It's very kind of you to say. And for being here, bud. Couldn't have done it without you guys. Guess who's here? Hi. Hello. Hi. Little guy. Little fellow. What's up?
Where stuff starts to get spicy.
Yeah. Hey. You want me to check the food bowl? Okay, chat. We will be right back. I'm just going to go and check his food bowl. Give me a second.
Consumes all of the spice.
Ta-da! I've returned. Grim, I might, you know, I might do that. That's not a bad idea. It'd be quite funny to use Thor's face for the ads. Or I could use, I don't know, a different face. I'm about to see. See if I can put Nellis on it or something. See what we can do something. On the ads begin event sub-event, there's a duration _ seconds value because it's something the ads have begun.
You got to see the new base improvement. It's wonderful. I no longer have generators inside the house.
Oh, so you're just using wind traps?
Only wind. Which means everything runs on lubricant. Took a while to get all of the parts that I needed, but I'm now at that point where I could do that. Because I went out and got all that cobalt paste yesterday. I could do about, in a single run, I can make about 600 cobalt paste. Just about.
That's very good going, actually. Yeah, it's not bad. Nice little run.
Yep.
You doing that in the buggy?
Yeah, I do it in the buggy. I just take the buggy out to the rift.
Yeah, makes sense. It's just better to, yeah, that's right. On, so you want streamer bot on ads begin events of event duration _ seconds. Which I don't know how to find that in streambot, Curdo. Let's begin events of event. I don't.
Yeah, the water traps can be placed indoors, which I think is kind of interesting. But I'm doing it up top where there's a pentashield, so I think that's probably appropriate.
Oh wait, why am I overcomplicating this? It's begun. Done. Easy. The simple answer is that my ads are always going to be 90 seconds long. So that's how long the ad window is. I can just set it to be 90 seconds long. That would make sense, right? And that message that comes through says 90 seconds. Hang on, now let me read this.
Wish the wind traps weren't so big. Kind of need to build like a farm area for this. Maybe like a claim unit. We'll do that. Oh, Harkonnen stuff is made out of plastone, and the health is much higher. Did you see this?
Same for tradie stuff. That's what basalt is used for, but it's really, really farmable in the Eastern Shield Wall areas.
Interesting.
Okay, now so I've sent that on to Funcom.
Use in the deep desert is that kind of stuff, because it's so much higher health, you know. How'd you get your Pentas shield so big? You click and drag.
So yeah, Nellis, what I've done is I basically said, is this a bug that you can't still betray trades? If it's not a bug, could some information be given to the players to make sure that they're locked into that faction permanently? So I've given them that bit of information. So that's all fine. That is all fine. Jason, thanks for the offer. I think I'm good for now. I've just literally added 90 seconds into into the writing of it. It's just about finding events up for... There's no trigger that lets me easily read, I think, the duration on ads, so literally I just like chucked in my ads at 90 seconds every half an hour.
I need to send Winky on a mission.
As I should get a response reasonably soon. I guess for now, keep playing, keep farming some resources on that character. Worst case scenario, set yourself up so that you can build a full set of gear at each tier, so that if you start a new character, you can immediately switch on to the newer stuff that will keep you going for longer. Or create yourself a bunch of aluminium tier stuff so you can basically just rapidly level. Okay. Then you could probably, you add me as a co-owner to your base, I can give your new character give your new character access to the base for you, or you can probably do it for yourself if you do it that way. I think, Vicky, that and that only works if I'm connected to Twitch via Discord, and I don't know if I actually am. I don't know if my Discord and my Twitch are linked. Quite funny. Connections. Oh no, I am linked. These are all these fun streamer things. I have no idea how they work. It says that I'm, live or not? Discord should be... I would like Discord to show the purple thing that says that you're live. No, you won't annoy me at all. Don't worry about it. It's a bit slow to answer sometimes. Activities... Activity privacy. I want to do activities. Stream mode and activities, so just any detected activity. Not the one. Yeah, I've got stream mode enabled, but I don't know why it's not showing me as purple. I don't know. Stream mode normally auto starts. Yeah, I mean, it detects that I'm in OBS and turns stream mode on automatically for me. But it's, you know, when it says is streaming, I do have activity privacy. Yeah, that's what I've got off. I've got all of my activity privacy stuff off. I don't know if I have activities themselves off. I hate Discord, if anyone didn't realize. Okay, so basically it's just Discord not being sure whether I'm live or not. Is that what we're saying? Yeah, it looks like Discord might be being weird as hell. Hang on, let's just do this. See if this does anything. Nope. Not doing it. Discord is a brilliantly working piece of technology. It's one of my least favorite things to deal with. If anyone ever hears me complaining about doing anything like work related, it is 99% of the time doing Discord server roles and Discord permissions. TeamSpeak indeed, yeah.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
If the game means the Coriolis storm, that's a bit more than a large sandstorm. Ooh, that's not a good place to park that. I don't know what to say. I relinked my my Twitch, but honestly, it's just did you working. So we're gonna move on. We're going to move on. Let's thoughts chat.
I'm rebuilding my base. I've learned many.
You've learned many?
The base must expand, Kronos.
Base must grow.
Oh, it's growing by an entire new level.
Let's construct additional pylons. Yes, I'm distracted by something shiny. It's called Discord. I'm also just opening up a couple of windows so I can keep an eye on a couple of chats that I need to be watching. remarkable how quick you get used to not having sounds in Discord.
Inclines. Like that.
Okay, Nellis, Funcom are looking at that
room.
issue for you now, so I'll get back to you as soon as I can, basically. On it. They are looking at it. D-List, thank you for the 5 community gift subs. Jason, thank you for the community gift sub. Very much appreciated, all of you. Oh, Hype Train! Shadow, honestly, no worries. I just thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting the channel, honestly. Like, I'm just pleased that people show up and are enjoying what I'm doing, really.
There we go.
Yes, well, I'm not visible on Thor's side, Uncle. It's, because Thor runs off and does things out in the deep desert. Vicky, are you running around being a goblin?
Sick. I've got it all together, dude.
Neat, making your medium refinery.
Not quite yet. I am rebuilding my base so that I can, though.
Nice. Okay.
So if you look at the new base structure, what I'm building it, I changed the mid-level to be too tall so that I can build large structures in the mid-level.
Okay. Makes sense.
I had to rebuild the entire floor, basically. That also allows me to put wind traps in the inside of the building.
Yeah, that would do it. Wait, wind traps inside the...
Mm-hmm.
I mean...
They don't seem to care where they are. I might be wrong about that. Maybe I am wrong. Maybe they don't work. They have to be outside?
I would have thought, from a sensibility point of view, they would have to be outside.
They appear to not be working. Interesting. Okay, so they do care about this. I do have to put them outside. That's fine. I'll put them inside for right now for storage, and then I'll move them outside in a minute. Yeah, it doesn't work inside. That's good. I'm glad that they thought about that, actually.
Howling Nacho, badass. Thank you for coming in with the 10 community gift subs. And Dragon Forger, thank you for gifting a sub to Shadow. Very kind of you guys. A level 4 hype train. You guys are kick-ass. You rock. Vicky, I'm going to fly towards you and see if you want any help, but realistically, your best bet is just to continue with the journeys and stuff that you see in the top left and progressing through the game. You'll learn kind of where you're at with things, what you want to be doing focus-wise, kind of what path you want to go down, which bits of the game you enjoy. And then once you're getting into like the aluminium tier, we can kind of link up and start kind of giving you a bit more out. But I don't want to rob you of your early game experience, if that makes sense. Because realistically, that's when you learn the game. You get to experience the game without the pressure of me telling people, like telling you, you must be mining aluminium. Get back to work. I'm an awful slave driver.
How did you paint the bike? You paint the bike with the repair tool. You select it.
Bardio, thank you for 5 community gift subs. Badass.
After you select it,
glad you're here. Hope you're enjoying your Monday.
Customize. There's like a customize option. Pretty massive over. Look at the gifted subs. It's very nice of you.
Yes, yeah, harvest some more amu Hey, Rainbow, thank you very much for that. Yeah, I managed to do all of my my tax paperwork last night with the with Twitch demanding to know all kinds of information so they can decide whether or not they should withhold money for the US government. Horrifying.
Now I need to figure out what I'm going to do for wind traps. Where are we going to put these damn things? Because they don't really fit.
What region is my base in? Vermilius Gap. We've got a few bases. The bases that I operate out of are this one. So I've got
I
one.
can just keep wind going down here.
One here in Eastern Vermilius Gap. And then we've got a resource processing one up here in Jaffrey Tal Garb.
Ah, you know what?
And then we've got another base that we use down here for gathering resources in the bottom of the Sheol. So those are the 3 bases that I use. I don't personally have a base. I just have been given access to other people's bases, and I just go around paying their taxes for them because it's good fun. Makes me laugh. You get free taxes. You get free taxes. This thing is bouncy. I don't trust it.
Halfway up these, and then we put them out there, and then I have to do some kind of a guardrail around it, maybe.
What did I come here for?
Definitely doesn't feel like it's OSHA approved. Oh, I love brutalist architecture, to be honest with you.
I know what I was
One of
looking
the
for.
things that I really enjoy about this.
I just went to the wrong place.
Let's think about an incline. Maybe we could use a half ramp underneath to make it look like it has support. That looks a bit weird. It's going through the window.
Look at how small Vicky is. Extra small.
Pillars could
hang on, Vicky. If I do this.
Structural.
Oh, if I add you on this, you can probably press and you. Did you just get
like
knocked
that,
down?
maybe?
What? Are you inside the vehicle?
Okay, that's kind of cool.
Or did you respawn? Oh.
Yeah.
I'm not moving. We'll test this. Let's try this out.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, balconies are rated for 10,000. It's gotta look like it would be because of, you know, these. Here, I'll demolish this wall real fast. But like, these are big, dude. I've made a mistake. They don't fit. Shit.
I mean, I was only coming here to see this dude called Derek.
Not enough support? What about this one over here?
What happens if I do this? Did it kick you out or did you leave? The question. I'm not gonna trust Vicky with the ornithopter. She'll park it somewhere silly.
There you are, my steadfast friend. A beginning is the top. Tell me, what do you see out there? I see an Eden. I know you will.
All right.
We must study. But before that,
Yeah, I gotta remove the guard. Well, I want to keep the guardrails.
Transform the water.
Thank you, Finlader. Appreciate you. Thanks for being here, bud. I've done it without you
You know
guys.
what I'll do?
I'm going to stay
Let me
here and
actually
prepare
look
a
out this
plan.
back,
But you,
and I'll make doorways
must
so that I can
continue
go out
your
there and
journey.
interact.
if you see, I will never return.
Oh, I'll do it on
Stop by
this
often.
side, and I'll make it so I can walk out here.
There you are,
But up
my
above.
steadfast friend. Over. No.
Yeah, and overhang in the front.
Ah, plantologist is complete.
Where's that damn sandstone?
Harco. That's on Harco. Harco. I'm seeing a theme here. I likely need to go to Harco.
Mr. Kronos,
Yes, Mr. Software?
do you have, by chance, any
Granite?
Just by chance.
I don't, but I'm in an area where I could very much get some.
Could I have 500?
500 granite? Yeah, we can do that.
Thanks. Yeah, what I'll do is I'll build a prudence door here. There we go. So now we can put prudence doors on these, and I think that'll work really well.
Like Santa, I left Vicky a gift.
Love sand. I tell you lately how much I love sand.
Is it calls and gets everywhere?
Yeah, it super does. It's the best, wouldn't you say?
Exceptional, yeah.
Exceptional. Wow. I can barely hear anything over all this sand. What a great deal of sand.
Yes, that's reparations for the death. Yeah, 100%. Thor wanted granite, so let me head somewhere where I know there is some.
Delicious.
Rude.
What's it look like outside? That. There it goes. Creeping off into the distance. Giant horrible nest. Alright, so now what I could do is we have our wind traps out here on a balcony. And that will be more fun.
Is that a ship flying in the sky? That is a charm ship. It's basically looking for escaped prisoners and slaves, etc. But I call them Meals on Wheels because these are the ones that drop the bodies that I like.
Probably demolish those. If I cover these, they don't get wind, do they?
I don't believe so. That would be a very silly bit of design. So Cass, we actually had, there are a few other streamers on the server. There are varying sizes. We've got Admiral Baru has access to this. Any future can come to our server from her server. We've got a few other streamers who are around who may or may not reveal themselves as they see fit. But it is not only Thor, Winky and I. There's probably about 5 or 6 other streamers, and then maybe like 9 or 10 other people on top of that, maybe. It's like 30 people in total. Same really as Anne Bonny, the server that's for
this is gonna look cool when it's
Annie
done.
Fuchsia's community.
I'm gonna do like an overhang out here, and we're gonna put all the wind turbines on it, so they're not on top of the roof down there. They look stupid. And then we'll have this as our like generator floor, if that makes sense. Yeah. So we're gonna move them up here.
If Iron Mouse is playing Dune, I will 100% invite her to this. But I can drop her a DM if she is.
Something like
I love
this.
Mouse. She's so funny. She's great fun to play games with. Yeah, I understand. If Baru's not playing, he's not playing. Like we can't, I can't make him play. He's got access to the server. He's, you know, he's more than welcome with us. But yeah, if Baru isn't playing at the moment, then he's not playing at the moment. Like, you know, how dare he? I'm going to be so angry at Baru. Sorry, I need to forget that I need to embrace Winky's teachings and become immediately outraged by anything that could be a personal slight for drama and content reasons. You're right.
I just banned that dude. Yeah, I know. No reason dealing with somebody freaking out like that.
No, I haven't. There's a voice actor that sounds like Iron Mouse and she got broken. That's great fun, actually. That's very funny, to be fair.
Like this.
He's got such a distinctive voice. That's such a shock.
Oh, hi.
Hello, it's me, your Amazon delivery driver. I've come to bring granite to you.
Love granite.
But I'm just shy of 1,000 granite into your chest up here.
I may have made a huge mistake. Hold up. Alright, we're good. Don't worry about it. Don't look at the blue light going over the whole base. It's not meaningful or good.
It
doesn't matter.
That's
fine.
That's normally what it looks like when the shields go up over a base.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Oh.
We're doing a little reboot, you know.
Okay.
Test the system once in a while. You know how it is. Compliance and all that shit.
Vicky, how are you dead again? What happened?
I need to put something in the way of this wall because it looks horrific.
Okay. We won't talk about it then.
Here.
We'll just laugh about it instead. How about that? Did you get eaten by a worm? Oh, did you get wormed? Oh no. You know what happens if you get eaten by a worm? They know that you're delicious and they will always try and eat you again. I shoot kill Jester.
Oh, there we go. Make it like a big thick wall. There we go.
But Jester is our friend. Kill Jester. Lemmy always cracks me up. He's always a good fun watch, to be fair.
Nice.
Those deaths are character building. That's what that is.
Make this look like it's all reinforced from that direction. I think that works. Or maybe that one up there reinforced? I kind of liked this better. Alright. Move this thing out here now.
I'm at least a Chronos VII. How about that?
And now this should be working again.
I'm not sure about the rest of it. The legendary part, obviously, complete legend.
Water's going back up
but
again.
more in like a legendary banter than, you know, myths and legend of yore. No, I will not be a one-game streamer. I'm planning on doing a lot of Dune because I've been waiting for this game for months. Like those of you who have been in comms with me and stuff know that I've been talking about this for weeks.
Very much, by the way, Chronos. It's very helpful.
Not a problem. Happy to be of assistance.
I'm making everything Harkosha compliant right now.
I think you don't you mean oh shit compliant? That's
yeah, oh shit compliant.
Oh shit compliant. So sorry, after I've played Dune, my plans are to go and I'll probably do Division 2 I want to do the new DLC for that because I'm a big fan of extraction shooters. I've always liked Division. I mean, Division 2 is not Division 1 because the survival mode in that has always been gold. I've always really enjoyed that.
I've not seen anything separated outside of the Rift.
But I'll probably do a bunch of things. Like I'm not tied to one particular game. Oh, thank you. I mean, Thor and I have known each other for like 6 or 7 years, so you know our banter is kind of just comes naturally to us now. Don't even think about it. It always makes me laugh. Thor and I near each other. We're building a city, so yeah, Thor and I, we have a shared base where I'll drop things off to Thor, but I'm also moving between other people's bases where I'm helping them out, gathering resources, working as a group. So I'm kind of between a bunch of different bases, but Thor is at his main base, Winky's at his base, you know, and I'm taking part. So we're not building a city, but we've got a collection of people who are like broadly in the same areas, kind of interacting and helping out. I'm not homeless, I'm just nomadic. There's difference. I arrive precisely when I mean to.
Needs more turbines?
Thanks, kid. I appreciate it. Appreciate you. Thanks for coming in. Ooh, fire mitigation. Very nice. PvE extraction shooter called Hell Express. Let me write that down.
Nice. So now what I can do in terms of design is make this go around the corner. And that'll be kind of cool. But what I want to do here is we need to add structural. I'm
also planning on touching on Grey Zone Warfare, giving that game a go, because I've heard that's
maybe make it like that.
That's meant to be quite a good fun game at the moment. That's had like a DLC update, so I'm gonna go and give that a try at some point with some friends.
Oh, does that not fit?
Yeah, a few bits. I'm definitely not planning on being a single game streamer. I'm not only gonna play Dune. Fun as that maybe.
What?
After all of that, I just looked over at my Discord and it suddenly got the little purple circle. So I can't tell you what happened there. It's just Discord being a butt.
We'd have to make
after all that effort.
Hey, look, the land's red. Completed again. Something's got to be messed up with that, man.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be too happy, does it?
No. It's constantly shitting itself.
Oh, it looks like we're getting the lands red weapon vendor.
How do we get this to work? Maybe that doesn't work.
Welcome, stranger. If you come seeking treatment,
they got a single vote.
And what is 9 Kings?
For whatever ails you.
While we were working on the other objectives. Cool game. Happens. My hope is that they get it, like, timed correctly in the future.
Do not
I don't know how I want this to work.
An amount on more primitive world, and I need a pleasure
this is
like a Tarnarian.
Kind of a
that
weird
depends
building.
on whether when the mail arrives.
I might change this roof.
Wait until you hear. She's never even up. Did you actually hear her say that?
That might be the way that we do this. We change the roof.
I will, but until then,
make it so it's not this angular roof. Are there suitable wall wedges? Not really. Like, I guess you could use an incline and be like that sort of a thing. But that doesn't look correct. You know what I mean? And it's mostly because it doesn't fit. I could even do something like... It'd have to be from like there. Nah, that's not gonna work. Yeah, the pillar doesn't work because it doesn't do halves. There's no half pillar. And this is a half height because it's a roof overlap. Because it's our buggy center. So what I might do is I might demolish the roof off of this. We'll use this as a tester spot. Do a proper roof for this. At like this height. You know.
I'm not sure I'm quite as bad as
do that kind of.
The woman in this, you'll call everyone kitten. Don't worry, I'm not.
And then do a pillar to that.
Not gonna be quite that aggressive.
They seek a
rogue,
weird.
Kind
They
of work,
seek a rogue Bene Gesserit.
but also would make the bottom look less visually interesting. I may just let it be.
House Moritan, and I know
Or
for
we could
even
do something
acknowledging
ridiculous.
Dune
Wait a
is the
minute, I
fulcrum
might
of
have
power in the universe. The Sisterhood is concerned with. I do not know.
What? How long is this quest chain? Jesus.
No. No way to do it.
That's Arakeen.
Yeah, I don't really have a way to fix this. I guess the way that I'd want to do it is like if we had like some way of anchoring it to the top. You'd move the walls out more. We can't.
But
There's
shoot,
like an edge
Jocasta is our friend.
there. Yeah.
Oh, okay, Vicky. Yeah, you should definitely do that. We don't want to give any extra money to Bezos. You know, he takes enough as it is. So the voice with players, I mean, the voice with players, it will work on you in the same way an ability will, but there are abilities that allow you to limit it. So, for example, this one you can see on screen allows you to lessen and therefore reduce.
So we just.
You can basically avoid the voice from Bene Gesserit.
We can encase the
at
whole
the cost
thing.
of
kind of like this.
So it's stamina.
Like that kind of a thing is what you mean? Make it like a big brick? Then why do we have windows in the inner base? I guess we'd extend the inner base on those floors then. Extend it out to here for that middle part. What's actually in there? Take a look. This is the bottom floor. This is that first floor atop.
What do you mean unlock, upgrade, advanced plan? I've got no more quests from him. What?
Extend this one out. Yeah.
Dune has two of these cities, Damari. We've got Harko Village, which is the Harkonnen aligned one that I'm currently
That
at.
makes sense. I can do that.
And then you've also got Arakeen, which is the Arrakis. Sorry, not the Arrakis, the Atreides aligned one.
The garage, though. Although I don't like these being windows here. These being windows kind of are stupid. Like we'd have to have this be like.
Guess who?
The kitten is back.
Like one more.
Do we have business?
Immediate first sentence. First sentence.
So complicated.
Oh, very good, kitten.
Like to there, maybe?
You spoke to them? That's not.
And then
it
to
seems
there?
that his methods have been efficient.
And then we'll have this
brutal.
one be like a window.
Normally something. So, another. What do you say, kitten? Not so fast, kitten. This time. Which means stealth is the. But
Like
never
that.
fear, then
Like
go,
that kind of a thing.
Stealth.
And
I love stealth.
this one would be a structural. Like that. And we just kind of encase it in. I wonder what it looked like on the ends, though. Wouldn't that look weird in the ends? I feel like it would. Yeah. That's so I would, though. How do we attach the end to make it look like it's connected? I don't extend the ends through. No, I mean like this. Like
Welcome.
how do we
Would
hook
you
this
like to
up?
deposit, or how much Solaris would you like to deposit?
I guess we'd get rid of this ceiling then, yeah? That's what we do.
Putting my money in savings, chat. That's what I'm doing. The guild bank, that's what it exists for. All savings.
Like that, yeah?
It's the wrong way.
And have it like that. Okay.
500,000
Okay,
Solari
we can
in
do that.
savings, what we like.
Can't get enough of me, can you?
So these are things that you can spend the Solari on. So, you know, sets for furniture and that kind of thing.
Hello again.
Buy weapons and such. Melange. That's expensive, of course.
Patio decorations? True. This will give Winky a place to make more
you're
weird
back.
things. He's very good at making weird things.
Winky doesn't need an extra spot fly. He's got a whole house for himself. Like, come on.
I'm certain I've
That's true.
seen you before.
But what about another house?
You say you're an animal.
Ooh, I'm gonna have to fix this, aren't I? Oh wait, no, I'm not.
50 grand. That was, yeah, that's what I dropped in, but I had 500 in there in total. I think this guy likely has why is that locked? Oh, repetition 4. That's why.
Do we have a half wall? I don't think there's a half wall. Shid.
There's no such thing as a light ornithopter.
No, not the way I want. Not half
or a
tall.
medium ornithopter. That's not
half
names
wide.
that anywhere else uses. Why is that in the game?
Yeah.
Really? I'm guessing the medium means assault, and the light means a scout.
Wedge wall. The wedge wall. Oh, you know what I could have freaking
They
done?
might have been the beta names. Unfortunately, this was full release.
Hold up.
And therefore, that's silly. People are going to get confused.
God damn it. I could have just done that.
I think the watership's mentions up here.
Hour of triangles. It could have just been like that. I'm an idiot. Alright, it's fine. I don't want to talk about it. Alright, I'm going to rebuild all the things that we had up here. I don't want to talk about it. I like the first garage much more anyway. Yeah.
I'm really enjoying the game, thank you, Caracado. It's great fun. I've played quite a lot of hours of this in the beta, so I've managed to get quite a lot of kind of experience in the playtest, so I kind of knew that I'd enjoy it, so I have that advantage.
I do need to go through and like change out some of this stuff because I kind of don't like the windows in the top layer up there. I kind of want to make those like reinforced walls and make the bottom ones windows, if that makes sense.
But the game's exceptionally fun. It's got great kind of
Minecraft stream
great
today,
variety
right?
of things that you can do. Lots of things that
Sometimes
you
you
can
gotta tear
build.
your
We
whole
can,
base
you know,
apart
you
to
can
rebuild it
activities
into
you
the
can
same
change
base,
up.
okay?
Like if I get bored of questing, I can just go kill some
Don't
stuff.
at
I can mine some stuff. It's great fun. I'm having a great time with this, to be honest. And it's great having everyone like coming and chat and coming to visit, and you know. Nice seeing everyone, really. I know that's hideously positive for Twitch, and I'm meant to abuse my chat or ignore them, but like, you know. Hello, Spirit. Jellyfish, yes, you can play this game solo. As with any survival game, I think you'll find that if you're with a small group of people, it will be a bit like quicker to progress, but I know plenty of people who are playing this game solo. In fact, it's the better way to start the game, in all honesty. When you start the game solo, you know how to function by yourself, and therefore you know how to function as part of the group.
That's close enough, Kitten. As you can see, our target keeps himself well guarded. Those lights are a problem. If they spot you, you'll be ejected or killed. Luckily, my informants tell me the outer wall took some damage during the last Coriolis storm. Look for a
So
scaffolding.
what we're saying is we
Might
have
be
to
your
do
best
stealth
entry
here.
point.
So that means I'm going to switch to Benny and the Jesuits.
Oh, dude, I'm upset. I need you to look at my stream right now, Kronos. FunCon can't make triangles. They can't make triangles.
But triangles are the best shape.
They can't make them, dude. I need you to see this. All right.
I'm like, oh,
You
look
take
at that
one of
little,
these.
oh, look at that sticky out bit. Oh.
Yeah. That's exactly it. They don't fit together. Look, see these two triangles are like perfect together, right? And why? Why is it merged into it?
Oh, that makes me
Why do
feel
they do
physically unwell. Oh.
It hurts to look at, dude.
Yeah, I'm out. Nah. This is why I don't build. See? If you don't build, you can't get upset by this. Solved.
This sucks. I can't even put a wall in there. Look, if you put a wall, it's the same.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, like Nellis is playing largely solo. I mean, to be honest with you, like, I will be honest, I've been slowed down by the fact that I keep on diverting to go do other things with other people, like, just because I'm not in a rush for my progression. I kind of just want to have some fun with this.
Okay, that's great. That's exactly what I wanted. Thank you, video game. Yeah, it's not gonna work either. All the triangles are the same. Shit. What happens if we do...
Look at all those flower fields, kitten. Wealth like that almost makes a woman think she picked the wrong business. One of our informants is a dew harvester named Yargan. He's supposed to be waiting for you by one of the storage sheds. Find him.
Don't dwell on it, submit a ticket to the devs. Oh, I'm dwelling. It hurts me to look at it. Actually, we never checked this either. Is it sticking through the floor? It is not. Okay. At least it's not sticking through the floor.
Reveal yourself.
It's gonna have to be like this then. It's not OSHA compliant, but it'll do. It's just that it bothers me because I know this entire side would just flap off. Just blap. I can't do pillars because of this roof down here. I know, we all know. God damn it. Do those fit together to make a perfect wall? They do. If that fits through a perfect wall, why doesn't it make... Has to be another one.
That was very, very weird. Stuck in place for a while. Don't like that.
God damn it.
This is the assassination gameplay I've wanted. You bitch. You bitch. No.
Why does it need... Why? Why? It looks less worse? No, it doesn't. It looks more worse. It's got 2 sticky outy bits instead of 3. Or instead of 1. I hate it. I hate it all. I don't want to talk about it. Oh, actually... I still need to check one other thing. So we put it like this, right? We never went to go look to see what this looks like inside the base. Can you hide the sticky out bit with a light? No, I'm almost at light capacity for the
Oh, my favorite food has to be... Oh, bother.
Okay.
Oops. Got distracted by thinking about pasta.
Here, so there's no problems with that. Surprisingly, no issues on the inside. Yeah, there's a light capacity. You can't have too many lights. Yeah.
Okay.
I was very concerned this was going to look horrific, but it doesn't.
Next time, we won't get distracted by pasta. I was thinking about pasta, okay?
Thanks for the beta test, by the way. Oh, dude.
Who's that?
Yeah, hi. Who's a good kitten? Who's a good cat? Look at this baby. What's up, huh? What's wrong, Bailey? Meow. You want food? Yeah, you got lots of things to say. Meow. What's up, little guy? Yeah. You've been lying out in the sun. What have you been doing? Oh, baby. Yeah, this is Bailey. He's my little baby. He wants me to check his food bowl. I'll be right back. Hello, I've returned. His food bowl had been cleaned out.
It would look so nice. Railing doesn't connect to this. I hear the vampire off in the distance, Kronos, and he's just saying, "I need your body to for blood." He's like talking to the NPCs.
Yeah, I'd believe that. That sounds about right. Don't worry about it. You're fine.
He's berating the chome. Ah, wait a minute. Wait a minute. There's another way.
The mission I'm doing is the one where you have to sneak into this watershipper's mansion, and it definitely said kill every single guard without getting caught, right? That's definitely what it says.
Oh, yeah, good luck with that one.
I've had fun so far. The only time I've had a problem was when chat asked me about my favorite food and I was talking about pasta, and then got caught by Searchlight because I was thinking about pasta and not about the mission.
Classic.
Yeah. I always knew it would be pasta that ended me. Somehow. I could just tell.
Oh my god, I have a solution. Oh my god, I don't have a solution. Wonderful. You ever just have no way to build something in a video game, Kronos? You ever have that in your life?
Yeah, that's happened a couple of times.
Great. Wonderful.
Yeah, not normally my favorite thing, but hey. Delph.
Yeah, I put ramps down for thick bracers. I tried to put rails on them, and it didn't work. I tried it. It's an observer wall. Weird. All right.
The AI know that I was here, but they haven't spotted me, so they just think something's up. Am I meant to enter that? That's fine, right? That was alright.
Well done, kitten. Now you just have to find the water supply and drop in the Chalmer key. Nothing to it, really.
Well, that's how I die. Didn't want to do that, but all right.
Hey, what could possibly go wrong, right? You know, demolishing your walls to make more walls.
Why?
I've been watching you in the trance, intruder. I've often found it advantageous to observe my enemies before I confront them.
Boss fight?
Yet,
Boss fight? I love boss fight.
affiliation eludes me. I had thought initially that you were from the guild. Another petty.
It's always fun just watching Thor descend into madness over any kind of issue in a game like this. It's always makes me laugh.
But I don't recognize.
I find it deeply funny sometimes. I probably shouldn't, but hey. Gotta have fun somewhere, right?
And then I thought that perhaps you are related to the poor fool who used to own this place. An old family member come back for revenge. But then I remembered I killed every member of his family tree. Tore it from the universe, root and branch. So it leaves only one conclusion. They sent you.
Look, I've always said that, you know, you have to be able to laugh at work, right? It's the important thing. It's how you deal with the shitty stuff. Yeah, we're on the Slider family estate. Come on, have a nice drink, dude. You'll be fine.
The mission initially, but then I remembered everybody needs water on Arrakis.
I'll drink that. Yeah, fine. I'm immune to poison while I've got stamina, so I'll drink the poison. Emily Slider ain't no bitch.
Follow the water, find the Fremen.
Got more balls than the Slider brothers.
Eluded me. I just need more time. Just tell them I need more time. I'll be the one who finds them. I'll be the one who wakes the sleeper. I am certain of it. No, it's too soon. I just need more time. They figured out more than they wanted us to. Our masters, our mission. I know what it all means.
Well, you're gonna die before you tell me, Indigo, aren't you? That's how this is gonna work.
Give it to me, and I will show you how to break their compulsion.
Oh, he's got a facial mark. Oh shit.
Own us. We can.
He's like me.
Read.
Oh, well, there you go. Our weakness, you know, to read. What we're gonna do, chat? Reading's hard. Cool box, dude.
Well, that was a little too specific for the ramblings of a dying man. Cursed Fenring and his secrets. Anyway, kitten, the guards are converging in your location.
Oh.
I suggest
The guards are converging on my location. They can have fun keeping up, man.
in front of the mansion. It's not like he needs it anymore.
I don't want that body. It's full of poison. I can't drink it. Bindu Sprint made that kind of a joke. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's kind of how you get it done. That when someone says escape, done. Rest in pepperoni, water shipper. But surely if you just caught someone breaking into your place, you're not going to trust the water that's in there. Like, you can leave your base unattended for as long as you have power, and then a little, well, depends on what you're talking about, first of all. In the game, you have taxes. If you have a fief, you have to pay taxes on that fief in order for it to... Okay, fine, broken. You have to pay taxes on your fief in order for it to like be maintained. So, paying your taxes, you go into either Arakeen or Harko Village, and you are looking for this one, tax collector. So it looks a bit like kind of a lion's head. I'll show you where you go for it. You'll see one of these big floating gold signs next to it. Yeah, you can farm, and then basically you just want to basically keep enough like power in the generators to keep it running, and to keep your taxes paid, and you can basically just log in like once every 2 weeks. The other thing you can do is if you know you're going to be away for a long time, you could break your base down to component parts, like turn it into Solido blueprint, and then store things. So look, if you go here, I like to pay my taxes. It'll tell you how long until taxes are due, and you basically have options to pay all the ones there. So I think it's about every 2 weeks you're meant to pay taxes. You're a minor house. Not a problem. Happy to help. And then if you wanted to go away from the game for a while for whatever reason, you could go to. But I don't have my Bindu Sprint in here, and it bothers me. You can go to this dude, or someone similar in Arakeen. You can store some items, and you could store, say, duralumin, like store a huge amount of it here. And that way you'll just be able to, for example, keep, so if you wanted to keep all your items that you were, so you kind of your key items, you know, You keep some stuff in your inventory, and you'd leave some stuff here, log out for a couple of weeks, then come back in. And you can basically just remake your base from what you've got saved up here, because you've got quite a lot of storage that you can do. So it's pretty good going. Pretty good for it. Green gear? What do you mean in here? You get it from a quest. Utility, so it's a unique item from a quest. You could, but if you were going to be leaving the game for a while, you could just make your own guild. It costs 1,000 Solari, it's not much. And most guilds are going to probably, not kick you out, but most people aren't going to be too happy if you're going away from the game for a month plus.
You have with house knowledge is...
I've been waiting for you, Trooper. The withdrawal? Let's see. A good work, Trooper. I knew I could count on you. No. She doesn't. I'm working an angle right now. It's too early to... It just looks that way. I need that transmitter soon, because you've been loyal, Trooper. My lord was sworn to Archduke Ikaz. Our house... We shared system defense with House Gauger. The House... When the feud between Ikaz and Moritani, they swore fealty to Baron Harkonnen, who was himself allied with House Moritani. The price of their betrayal was for over 5 centuries.
Wow.
We fought and bled alongside House Gauger. In fact, we slept, oblivious as our lord and his family.
You finished the second act of the story, wow.
Only the intervention of the House Gauger War Master. Instead, that's a story. You'll be sorry you said that, Trooper. It's time to step things up a notch. I have an advanced technique for you. You're back. There you are, Trooper. I always wonder, like, the space between that sart. The stims aren't working anymore. I need this. If Dr. Kumari enough to kill me. Yes. The same master trans. It just so happens my information. If any slave crews are buying a, I want you to see if you can find a shipping. The details are in the
Go somewhere and kill everyone that lives there. That sounds like something I can definitely do. I will hydrate you. If you guys want to see me do any particular content, just give me a shout, but at the moment I'm just kind of running around closing off my quest lines because I fell a little bit behind with some of them. Where's the Mentos trainer gone? He's in here. No, there's no fall damage in the city. You can't take any damage in here. You can't use your abilities, all kinds of stuff. But it's reasonably kind of safe just to yeet yourself off stuff. Did you enjoy that nice story by the nice trooper lady?
Calculated you before we progress further. Tell me, why do we are all thinking machines? The difference, I have recorded the blood. He will see its value.
I really need to go and find where the Swordmaster trainer actually is. The Advanced Swordmaster is the only one I don't know where they are. What am I doing? Advanced Swordmaster is... Yeah. Yeah. The rear of Harco Village. Oh yeah, thank you, chat. Yeah. The Mentos trainer, yeah, exactly. That's what I need to be trained in, how to use Mentos. Oh wait, Harkin Village is south. Let's do that first. Well, that's... yeah, definitely don't do that, but also, like, don't say that. Yeah, Mentos overdosing is very serious. Yeah, too much Zorbital. Actually, do Mentos contain Zorbital? Oh no, should be okay. What, Zorbital? There's a yeah. So if you have something, if you have sugar-free chewing gum, there's a chemical in it normally called sorbitol. It's basically, you know, it's kind of important, but you don't want to have too much sorbitol. If you have too much sorbitol, you will pretty much poop yourself. It is a laxative, natural laxative.
I told you at our first meeting. Oh my, no. As a mentat, I know when
he's a mento too.
The executioner, he will hold back just so to move sooner would be wasteful, and I am yet of much use. I must keep vigilant and constantly diversify my tools. I'm taking a... Simone set the ambush on you. The package she gave you contained no poison. I might be dead if an underling of mine hadn't been suffering such horrible withdrawals. Oh, Simone still has her uses. And as for you... perfection. His obsession grows, as I knew it would. I could explain by way of giving a detailed history of one, as you like. Suffice it to say, rejection stains... In Zane's case, they amplified his issues with You're learning all of nurture Zane's obsession with Hawat, while simultaneously bombarding him. A desperate Zane trying to impress Hawat will prove more dangerous than 100 My best tools. You know what must be done. What do you have for me? We must know the... We shall trace the lines. All probability. I cannot go to...
Enjoy, bud. Happy, good seeing you, and catch you later. Enjoy your day. Yeah, get stuff done before it gets too hot. Go outside, do things, find grass, make noises at the grass, scream at it, maybe poke it, all kinds of things.
Oh, look, the kitten is back.
Yeah.
Congratulations, kitten. I wasn't sure whether you would succeed this time, but you have proven me wrong. Perhaps he dreamed of you stalking cat fruit. Suit yourself, kitten. This one is interesting. You can use this. A Shigawire Garrote. Arakeen is protected by the guild piece. The jackal lurks in an alleyway somewhere in the... Then go kick...
I know she was lying to us, wasn't she? The shipwrecks outside Haga Basin PvP areas. No, I don't believe so. believe that they are quest locations, talking about things like the wreck of the Hephaestus, the Watership's mansion,
I
etc.
don't recognize the pattern of your... Oh, you're it, though I'm but a... Seems there's several curs. Really? In a recent... Find out who did... Off you go, then.
Still alive.
Thanks, bud. I appreciate it. Thank you. Ooh. Guess I can just buy these. Nice. That's so it's nice you had to ask if you're a player. That's what proximity voice is for if you're not sure about someone. It's always helpful. No, thank you for the community gift subs and the sub yourself. It's really appreciated, bud. Hope you're having a good day.
Business? Easy. Oh, perhaps not so crazy. I'm a professional intern, but no one would like. I could placate you. I've marked the location on your sync chart.
Right, in a minute, I just need to send Thor a couple of bits of information for a sponsorship. So bear with me. He's starting that in an hour and 49 minutes. So, hey Odin, thank you very much for the kind words. I appreciate it, bud. I couldn't have done it without everyone who's here hanging out. Cheers. It does sound a bit like working. You can report me if you so wish, but he's going to get automatically reported. Like, I'm automatically going to self-report because I'm sending him work stuff. Like, I'm going to know, aren't I? Like, he's going to know that I'm working because I'm sending it to him. Vicky, you know I can't deal with positivity. I'm British. I don't like that. It makes me feel very upset. So when Thor does a sponsorship, the main thing that I do is provide a breakdown of what the game is, a link to it, and basically a list of the deliverables. So there we go. Thank you. That's perfect. Now I feel much better. Where can I find get information from the Red Scorpion faction quest Deadly Intelligence? The Red Scorpion quest is, I believe, one of the desert testing station facilities in the Udan or the Shield Wall or Mitre Taril kind of areas. I can't look at my... Bear with me a few minutes and ask again in a bit. I'm just trying to set something up and then I'll be right back and I can look at that quest and kind of work it out for you. Debug Lord. Okay. Okay. Steam key. Scrolling the quick. I mean, how much stuff are you getting where you're struggling to, where you have to scroll in your loot bar? I've not encountered a time where I've had to scroll in the loot bar for a long time. Oh, we're in ads. I will wait. Helps if I actually paste the link that I need. Create a message plus. When we copy the link, we go to the bot, we go to Thor's channel and the bot. New command, I do exclamation point. New one, new command. Make sure I got that factually correct, because that'd be embarrassing if I didn't. Yeah. Okay, we are set for the sponsorship. This one's nice and easy. It's very few deliverables, showing off a game part of Steam Next Fest. No, if your shields are disengaged by the storm, which happens in the deep desert, then just turn them on with a generator won't be enough. It's normally due to electrical interference. Okay, if you're not seeing drop progression, have you got the stream sound on? Have you made sure that it's actively loaded rather than just kind of in a buffer? Because if you've got like a tab suspender, that generally does prevent progress on drops, etc. Or it may be that you haven't claimed the previous drop, which you need to do for Twitch. I'm not on front page, surely not. Maybe on maybe on your For You page, but I'm definitely not on front page of Twitch. That would be horrifying. I might actually cry. Not ready for that yet. That seems like too much stress and pressure. Awful. Can't believe it. Give it a half screen. You definitely claimed the previous drop, and you definitely not got it muted. Okay, weird. Maybe try doing a Control F5. That might be that the cache is having some issues. Maybe give that a try and see if that does anything. Control F5 will refresh it and clear the cache. I wouldn't want to automate mirror away. No, I wouldn't do that. Mirror always looks out for people on both the pirate software and on this in this chat. So you know, I've given them a nice command so they don't have to type it out or copy and paste it every time. They can just run the command when they're thinking of us, which is pretty kind. Okay, the Red Scorpion debug. Yeah, okay. It's batching most deadly intelligence. Let's have a look at this. So we have. One of these. Do you remember which contract chain that one is? Ah, here we go. Have you done this? You've been to testing station 142, have you? Debug? You've been 5 times. Jeez, okay. And there's no quest objective or anything like that? Oh, apologies, chat. 1 second. I should answer this. No, to the offline hype trains. To be honest, I didn't even notice the first one. I think I think I only noticed one of them at the time, and I think I was like, "What the hell is going on?" And I was like, "Oh, jeez, horrifying." The one with the secret room. Okay, so let's go to test station 142 and see what we can find. 142 is deeper. It's this way. We'll go have a look, see if we can find the secret room for you. I don't remember off the top of my head because it's been quite a few missions in these areas that have all blurred together, but we're gonna have a look for you, Debug. Oh, Mike, I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, to be fair, as soon as I'd gotten the paperwork done, like, people started doing it, so I don't think people had much of a chance. Oh, is this the one where I had to phase through the rule? Whoa. That was a very silly quest. My accent is from the south of the UK. A posh bit. This is hundreds of years of breeding to make you guys, to make other people think, like, you know, particularly Americans, that you can trust us. That's how that works. The only thing the British accent is designed for. Oh, you live there, in those. How uncivilized. You can't possibly look after your cultural artifacts. We'll look after them for you. I'm definitely not from Wales. Although, if you're from Wales, you kind of talk like this. I'm not very good at Welsh. From Wales. Oh, hello there. From the valleys. Fine, I don't care. What, roll your R's? That one.
Hey, Kronos.
Yes. Yeah, what's up?
I'm gonna build the advanced vehicle fab next.
Okay, nice. I mean, it's expensive.
It is. Put it like that. I want to rebuild this. I might rebuild this to not be stairs. I might make it a ladder. The hell?
You Virginia doubt, yeah.
What'd you just say?
That's getting me to do impressions of the Welsh.
Oh.
You have to channel your Mrs. Doubtfire voice. Oh, hello, dearie. Welsh is terrible. I can't do Welsh very well. I can do Scottish much better.
Ask, just ask Sea Dog.
Exactly. The thing is, Sea Dog's not got a Welsh accent anymore. He's like trained himself out of it. It's rude. The Welsh accent is great.
There we go.
I'd like to point out that Mrs. Doubtfire isn't actually real. She and Robin Williams used Welsh and Scottish to blend that to make the accent.
Okay, that looks. Why do the ladders look so weird? I guess that works.
Oh, hello.
Now we have so much more space in here.
Yeah, Mrs. Doubtfire was a great film. If anyone in chat hasn't seen Mrs. Doubtfire, it's gold. Absolute gold. Oh, hello, dear.
All right. Yeah. Turn the hatch so it looks better.
Verbiter, do you watch a lot of films about violating custody agreements? Is that a genre on Netflix? You can type that one in and you'll get a bunch of them, right?
I have no idea which way it is. God damn it. It's like impossible to tell what direction that is.
So I've never used a.
There we go. All right.
A secret labs chair personally, long term, so I couldn't say. I've sat in one, and yeah, they're comfy initially. So I know that they are good. The one I'm in is the Fractal Refine.
The ladder looks very strange this way.
Which I very much like. It is very good.
Like the ladder looks really strange.
I'm very comfortable in it. It's suitably large. There should be some more information on that coming soon on the stream, but didn't hear it from me. The Red Scorpion is, if I recall, if you have to kill him or do anything with it, it's like in this back area in here, and like he's just tucked away, like in the middle of nowhere.
What if instead I made the floor
This
a
way.
shield?
I hate that idea. How are you gonna walk on it?
You won't. Can't walk on the hatch anyway. Oh, god damn it.
The Red Scorpion is in this bunch here. This is him.
Can we make spiral stairs? Not really. Yeah, not really. Why not just grapple up? It's gotta look like a facility, man. Boring if you just grapple up.
I'll grapple up on full space. No, that's how I'll do it. It definitely won't, Vicky. It's not.
Just sideways stairs? Like make him go like this way?
How did I not see this coming? I should have kept it small.
Ari, don't ask questions you don't want to know the answer to. Yeah, that was
yeah.
Of course that was going to draw attention.
If Debug Lord is still in here, I'm fairly sure this thing I'm listening to now is the intel that you need, or like this area is the intel that you need.
Looks a little bit weird.
The secret room. What is it you're looking for? The box?
I might be better off left to the tender mercies of the Harkonnen. I'll find a way out of this.
What is it? What is it the quest objective was? Let's have a look at that again.
Sell them out. Yeah. Make them think Norin is the man they're after.
It was the Harkonnen.
Would happily die in my place if he thought it would help the cause. Yes. Yeah, that might work. I'm gonna have to work fast though.
I guess it gives more room for landing, actually.
So you're on the search the Red Scorpion's base for evidence step, Debug. Is that what you were looking for? Ask to get information.
Oh, actually, I think I'm gonna park it the other way.
You kill him and loot everything. Have you interacted with this recording that's behind here?
So the floor is not actually red and gray. It's sand.
Okay. And then you see that door over there in the distance. Have you been through that? Oh, you mean the middle mouse click to pin? I think I broke it. Oh, if I double click, it goes red. How about that? Very dense. I love free money. And you've grabbed the Imperial Test Sensation records and stuff from in here? I don't know if I say those again, but we'll have them. No, I'm nowhere near you. Nope.
What the hell is that?
Well, it's not me and it's not Winky, so I have no idea. And then you've obviously grabbed that key, and then you've come up this way 5 times. I'm not sure how we could have missed it. That's...
Greetings from Hasselserf, Director of Desert Testing Station number 142.
See, if it's the Red Scorpion missions, I don't know really what to suggest, because... That's... Let me have a look. Let me go and see what I can find. If I look at this... Database... Story... So you're talking about the trail of the Red Scorpion, and are you Harkonnen aligned, or are you Atreides aligned? Unless, wait, are you trying to gather intelligence on the Red Scorpion rather than going down and killing the Red Scorpion? What does your quest say? Kill the Red Scorpion or find intelligence on the Red Scorpion?
Greetings from Hasselserf, Director of Desert Testing Station number 142. The mission of Station
Because if it's gathering intel, I think that's a different location. Oh, there's a vampire visiting Thor. Oh no. Intel, okay. I'll show you what that is. That's actually not even in this testing facility, if I recall correctly. I've only done this quest twice, so bear with me. I think that it is. Was it? Gonna be up here. I think it's in this base here. Let's go and have a look. I have a distinct feeling that the intel on the Red Scorpion is a book that's up here. Let's go and have a look, see if we can find it. I'm surprised you haven't got a quest marker that will take you there if it is this location though, so you might have already checked this, so forgive me if you have. And also, I did just see Vicky being nice about me in chat. No. I'm watching you, Vicky. Know what you're like. Gross. Imagine being nice and also being from the south. Can't do that. Hey, Zara, thank you very much, bud. I really appreciate the kind message. Really nice of you. Hope you're having a good day, bud. If I recall correctly, the information on the Red Scorpion is somewhere in this base here. Up on the hillside. Let's go find out. I'm not sure if I'll be able to re-pick it up again, but I'm sure that we'll give this a go. I believe in here, one of these rooms. Come and try up on this one, debug. I have a feeling it's like something like one of these ones or a book somewhere in here. On the southern edge of southern comms here, which you can see. That's Station 142. This is Pinnacle Station. There's the Helios Gate. It's this point of interest up here, I believe. Yeah, but that's yeah. Vicky, Thor, and I were playing Pokemon Go at TwitchCon. We're having great fun with it. It was sick. Although, yeah, Vicky's Pokemon Go level being 45 somewhat horrified me. That's a lot of Pokemon Go. It might also be some of these books here, Debug. Oh, yeah, if you haven't tried Pokerogue, that is good fun, to be fair.
Fed up, comrades. We all knew the Hawks would put us to work, but this lunacy. 18-hour shifts, 20 sometimes. They think we could squeeze a launch out of common dirt. And dirt is what we are today. My knuckles are raw and ruddy. My hands tremble. My back sees more lashes each day than I get hours of shut-eye by night. I say, no more. Next time one of these heartless bastards draws their ink vine, I'll draw their blood. Are you with me?
Definitely a real person. You didn't just see me attack an innocent mannequin. Looks suspicious. Good job. Proud of you.
I see someone.
Who's that?
People.
Who's there? Who's that?
Kill them all.
Okay, that was not fun.
Kronos, I'm releasing the base spider.
The what?
It's happening. 45 seconds remain. It's releasing disco. Jesus Christ.
Oh, a staking claim unit. Right. Okay, that makes more sense. That's the base spider, is it?
The base spider with disco. It's a disco base spider, dude.
Raising shield. Someone's here. Kill them all.
Okay, this is fine.
It's going.
This time I'm going to pay attention to what I'm doing. And actually turn my shield on before I fly.
Oh.
Identify yourself.
All right.
Oh, that's it.
It infested the base. How much taller can we build? Why not? Oh shit, by like a lot, actually.
Well, this
I
just,
thought it was gonna be like one block.
this is just
or something.
silly.
No, that's like a lot taller. We were up to the build limit before. That's awesome, dude. Oh, that means I can go to the spice generator inside the base. Spice generator. It also increase downwards. You can't build underground.
Ladies, Luke Wolf, hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Fun. Take it easy, bud. Or enjoy your tomorrow if it's
Yeah, I'll put the wind traps on the top. All right. I actually kind of like these up here. I like my little like wind trap balcony. So what I'll do is I'll do the horizontal staking claim, and then do another one of these balconies on each side up here. So we can have one balcony on each of the 4 sides. So we can have all like 6 of these on each, so 12, and then 3 wind traps. I think that would look pretty cool. And now we have like a blueprint where this makes sense, you know.
Oh.
So how do I make that staking?
It's steel and Solari. Literally
Oh, that's easy.
Yep, 15,000 Solari and 15 steel. And
Oh,
it
wait,
gives.
does it take from my bank, or do I have to go pick up the bank?
I don't think it'll take from your bank if you're producing out in Argo Base.
Wonderful. My generators are running. Everything is great.
Are you guys getting Pokemon Go gills? Is that what you're talking about? Wow.
What did you say?
People in my chat talking about Pokemon Go. How if they change their walking buddies, they feel like they're betraying their buddy in some way.
It's because they are.
Oh, okay.
The buddy remembers, and they will judge you. In fact, they're judging you right now.
Well, there you go.
How could you? How could you do such a thing? All right, we have a lot more room for landing now, Kronos.
Oh, sweet.
Reorganized. I don't know if we'll be able to land a carrier thopter, but I'm sure as hell gonna try.
Nice.
Also, I have a space for the advanced build vehicle fabricator. So, can't wait for you to make a carrier. I mean, that's the plan.
Add to begun.
Right. What now? Do I need aluminum? I think I need
Aluminum.
aluminum, as the Chrono says.
You mean aluminum?
Yeah, there you go.
Aluminum. Oh my god.
Right. He's become American. He's ours now.
Yeah, we need aluminum.
It's too late for you now. He belongs to us.
Inside this area of Haga Basin, no, you can't.
Soon he's gonna own
you
an
can't
eagle and a
attack someone
gun.
else's base. If they abandon it,
Nothing you
or
can
they
do
don't pay
about it.
taxes, then you could theoretically grab it before it degrades and stuff. But no, someone's base is their base. Like, you know, it's they have to upkeep it, sure, but like you can't attack bases in this version, in this area. Whereas in the if you're in the deep desert, then that's a very, very different answer. Then yes, you can definitely have some
Cry
fun
during
with
baseball.
attacking bases.
Even though there's no crying in baseball. It'll happen. Alright. You cry during baseball? Insane. Do you own a gun? Yes. I'm an American. When you're born, they hand you one. That's how it works.
Is that how it works?
Yeah, yeah.
Man, that's wild.
You get your birth certificate, you get your gun, and your first beer. That's how it works. America. And they deep fry the gun, that's true.
Deep fry gun for your first one? Grim.
Yeah. How are you supposed to hold it if it's not all greasy? You don't know anything about American culture.
You're right. I don't think I do. Hey, Gaming Assassin, Organic Meow, etc. Welcome to the stream. Deep fried gun and waffles. I don't like any of that. You know what? I'm bored of shooting at these people.
I'm going around getting iron
Better.
for a minute. Make more steel. Is that a shipfall? It sounded like shipfall instead of a spice blow.
Sound like the first blast of a shipfall. Sounds like the first blast of a shipfall to me.
Yep.
Are you lost, friend? You look strong and able. Someone here. This one has
No worm, son. Yeah. Nice for me, to be honest.
capture them.
Find the shipping manifest. Oh, I have to deliver it? Man, I'm getting a bit bored of these fetch quests, I have to say. Apart from having to deliver a cutter array, I'm back out of quests. We must have something else to do, surely. Hunting Scorder? Oh, Arakeen. Arakeen? That's done. Okay. Parko. Need to use voice to compel. That's Arakeen. Arakeen. Arakeen, you seeing a theme here? We're probably gonna have to go to Arakeen. Very funny.
Back up.
Oh, good. No. Not this again. Oh, you are. You died first. Okay, melee guys. Oh, okay. Oh, what? I've got to do so much compelling.
So with this new build, Kronos, I use dramatically less like fuel cells, but I use silicon now.
Yeah, so you have to use flower sand rather than fuel cells, so it's just different levels of risk and return, I guess.
Yep. Which I think is fine, because like I can just go grab a billion flower sand really fast.
Flower sand's, yeah, I mean there's a couple of spaces where you can get flower sand very safely without any worm risk. I think if there was
There's one right next to our base, so it's like
yeah.
Sardaukar? Nah, they're chum. You haven't fought a Sardaukar.
Timing on that
That's a chum
on the on those melee blocks is basically as they start swinging, if you just tap right click, you'll do a parry. That's how I'm doing those. There you go, there's a melee guy coming up the stairs, so we'll see if this works, see? Oh, not that one. Also, I don't want the heavy guy coming too close. See?
Dude, this Harco buggy is hilarious looking. The wheels are amazing.
Shields up.
Yeah, they're the best.
What the main differences you think between our two characters? Just out of interest.
Shield on.
Down that way. Weirdo. As you might be able to tell, I am just farming this guy for practice using the voice to compel. Look at him, he's very sad. Still very sad. Yeah, I found that actually I've quite enjoyed the change to melee. In the playtest, I played pretty much purely ranged. I used a lot of drill shot, a lot of sniper rifle, but actually I've really been enjoying using the rapier. Poison mist is actually a really nice, fun weapon. I've had a lot of fun with it, to be honest. It's just felt good. Yes, sorry, I should probably have made it clear that I'm trying to. So I've got this quest, you see, practice using the voice to compel. That will allow me to unlock the next kind of the top tier of my Bene Gesserit abilities. I'm just farming him for that quest progression. You can see the cooldown at the bottom, 12 seconds. Last hours have been good, thank you, Sir Brock. Sleep well, I hope.
Kill them all!
This one's going to be even more infuriating. Look at my horrible tactics. No, I haven't done all of that yet. I'm not going to do that while I'm live. I don't want to mess around with those settings and stuff. He appears to be very mad. This might help. If it cuts through rock, why doesn't it cut through him? Hello, Restless. From Las Vegas. Very cool, very nice. How you doing?
Shield on! Kill them all!
I think, yeah, genuinely, we might have actually lobotomized him from doing too many of these voice attacks.
That one's not necessary. Kronos.
Enemy
Oh, were you?
Yeah. Kronos thought you were an ad bot. Also, he's not supposed to be working. He's on vacation.
Sorry, what was that? Can't hear you all of a sudden. Unexpectedly.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yep. You're on band, don't worry about it.
No one can prove it. I didn't hear Paul. No one know what we're talking about. Vacation? What's that?
Do not be sad. The vampire is sad.
Why is the vamp? What?
The vampire is sad because he won't take a vacation.
That's a lie. Oh yeah, chat's right. Yeah, I'm on vacation from listening to you, Thor. So there we go.
Great. Finally.
We've got incoming! Shields up!
No ship.
Yeah, so I'm meant
shit.
to be on vacation, but like I'm not very good at taking vacation or holiday. Like I've never been particularly good at that. So like I just do less, not none.
Can you two-mana Thopter? Only the assault ones.
I wish this was faster. I know this isn't the most engaging chat, I apologize.
How did you and Kronos meet? We met on the most, I guess, trauma bonding way possible on the internet. We played EVE Online together.
Die!
Yep. For years. Great. Oh, I'm sorry indeed. That's a spice bloom. Oh.
So flamethrowers are a heavy weapon. You don't unlock them, I think, as manufacturer. I think you can get them either as a weapon drop. There is one that I know you can get, which is a quest reward for one of the quests somewhere. There is also, I believe, it might be something that comes from, if I go to this and go to Landsrad, show you this. It may very well be that they're in this Landsrad weapon bender for the flamethrower. Aren't hot. No, I'm not. I would not go back to Eve. When I left Eve, I melted my characters. I gave all my assets to my old group, my old corporation. I extracted all of my skill points. I gave everything I possessed away because I didn't want to come back. I still don't to this day. I just don't want to. It's just not. the reason I won't go back to EVE is not because of the gameplay or the people I met there. It's to do with the fact that across my time playing EVE, across the 15 years, there were so many times when I basically came across developer bias, where either the developers would help out their friends, people they knew, or so for example, like you've got the Band of Brothers Blueprint Lottery drama, that goes way back. You've got CCP hiring Elise Randolph, who was a member of Pandemic Corps, to become CCP Swift, and then basically him keeping his personal politics in play when it came to things like Freiburg, Poschwern, etc. So the game actively, you know,
Hey, Kronos.
get improved in certain areas.
We're about to get a spice blow right near the house.
Ooh, nice. Is it bubbling?
Yeah. It's already fissuring too. I'm looking at the map. You see where I'm at?
Oh, what, just north of our base, the one that normally spawns up there?
Yeah. See where I'm at though?
No, you're not my party. Let me give you
on my screen.
Sector weather alert.
Sector weather alert.
Storm is approaching.
Well, that's a
okay.
bitch.
Down there. Okay.
Yep. Well, there it goes.
Oh wait, it's not actually a sandstorm. It's the Coriolis storm warning. Oh, fine.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Is the Coriolis storm going off right now?
No, it's the warning in 3 hours' time.
I'm gonna go collect the spice. Wish me luck.
Good luck. Okay, the creepy whispering from Litany Against Fear is somewhat horrifying. Faction BP sells one, do they? Nice. Okay, I know that there's a purple one that you can get from quest rewards. I haven't actually purchased weapons before. From Harkonnen vendor. Why would you buy weapons when you can make them or steal them from the dead? Thank you, Delaron. I appreciate that, buddy. Wolf, you can 100% believe I choose that. 75k a pop for the, okay, that's not too bad. It's probably locked at one of the higher reputational tiers, I'd imagine. Like 3, 4, or 5.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Sandstorm west, 4,000 meters, 1 minute out. Thank you, Battle Tanker. That is much appreciated. The stone cube up there, that is something called the hammer, the hollow hammer. It is a stone structure that contains a couple of parts of the main story quest. It's one of the Fremen outposts inside there, so there's like a little Fremen history, etc. You can climb it. We'll climb it after Sandstorm if you really want to do that. How long until I apply for partner at this rate? Well, partner requires a couple of things. Oh, Delaron, thank you very much for the gift subs. I appreciate it, buddy. Very kind of you, and for subscribing with your Prime. You're a legend, thank you. So in order to become a partner on Twitch, you need to meet a couple of requirements. First of all, I believe it's you have to stream for a certain amount of time.
A large sandstorm is
Excuse me. I think it's something like 25 hours. So it's not a huge amount, hours-wise. You have an average of 75 viewers, which is the hard part, I think, for the platform, and then you've got to stream on 12 different days. I'm very lucky that I've got so many of you here who are supporting me, so in terms of the viewer numbers, I'm kind of should be okay with that one, at least while we're playing Dune. It's the streaming on 12 different days part that's probably going to get me. I'll still need to do this for a while. But there's also the whole thing that, you know, you're not guaranteed to get Twitch partner first time. So if I apply and don't get it, there's a 3-month wait. So it's just about managing that through. Yeah, definitely Outlaw. That's 100% true. Siege mode battle tanker? You mean in Space Marine 2? That one? Or you mean in Dune? Yeah, I really like what the developers of Space Marine 2 are doing, because I think that opening the game up through modding and allowing people to make their mods and to make the game more fun for everyone is cool. I saw there was an article I saw yesterday where the devs have just said, you know what, screw it. While it might not be the most balanced, they're giving Bulwark the ability to use the Thunderhammer and to not use the shield. Just because, and their reasoning for it was, that's what the Emperor would have wanted. Like, great. I absolutely love that, because that's just a really nice, like, neat thing to do for a game to make it fun. Like, so I think they're doing a really good job with the lore, with the world, with the game. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with how Space Marine 2's gone down. I haven't gone back for a little while. I think we did a few missions recently, but nothing hugely in depth. I'm looking forward to potentially giving it a go. So I might give it a go on stream, or on full stream. We'll see what happens. I mean, I'm trying to hit. Well, I'll hit the 12 days actually by the fact that I want to keep streaming. I'm enjoying it. I like having you guys here in chat. It's always really nice to kind of hang out and, you know, do stuff with the community, do stuff with you guys. So I will hit 12 days. That's a matter of time. Everything else is, you know, we'll see. If people are enjoying it, then it's all I can really ask, isn't it? And that's why I've got the exclamation point suggestions. If anyone's got any ideas or things they want to see me do or think that would improve the stream, feel free to provide it. Find some info. I'm glad, Foxter. Yeah. I'm very glad. There's an angry worm outside. Well, thank you, Zatsteel. I'm glad that my voice is somewhat soothing. Yeah, when Hytale, I'm looking forward to when Hytale comes out. We were talking to the devs a little while ago, and they've got quite a lot of cool stuff happening. So hopefully we'll be checking that game out when there's a little bit more to see. To be honest. Oh, thanks, Cinders. No, it's just cool to be able to to be here and hanging out with you, bud. It's nice to be able to, you know, be more part of the community and do a bit more with everyone. So the person who was asking about the big stone square. So this is the hammer. You can see there's a path up the outside that climbs up this. And then go, if I land this here. Sorry, this is a big fat ornithopter. So this isn't gonna go well. Aha. You can literally climb up inside of this. Oh, I have to listen against fear again. Yeah, these are called suspensor belts. So you'll come up here to do trial number 4 for the story. This is where the 4th trial is, but you go this way down this nice little side tunnel. Oh, there goes my suspensor belt. That could make getting out of here a little bit more awkward. Oh no, I've got a spare one. Full suspensor belt is great. Leap suspensor is also very good. In conjunction with certain abilities, there's a lot that it's just part of the fun stuff. Like the suspensor belt is fun, the ornithopters are fun. It's great. Shortcut. And then this is the top of the hammer. So up here we are so high up that if I drop an ornithopter, we're above the overheat limit. But back here, there's this little chest. If you're looking for, you know, it's only iron tier, but you get a little bit of Solari, you can do a few little fun bits. You know, just neat. Neat all around. What is this game about? So it's a survival game, and it's an MMO, so you've got lots of other players, so, you know, other players on the map. All of these houses they belong to people who are part of the community. That's all good fun. The game basically is functionally about, you know, survival. That's the key, the first kind of step of it, but you're in the Dune universe, and you're in a world where Paul Atreides is having a spy stream, and basically in this world, this is where Paul Atreides was born, as originally had been intended in the lore, Jessica to have a girl, and for that girl to be betrothed to Fade Rautha, part of the Harkonnens. So in the lore films, Jessica went against the will of the Bene Gesserit and against the plan by having Paul a son, because, you know, Bene Gesserits can influence the gender of the baby. So this is Paul during the films basically having a spy stream of what the world would be like had this not happened. So this is his vision of this world, of a different timeline almost. So it's lore accurate, it's kind of within the world, it does fit in with it, but it is, you know, not actually taking place in the same world as the films, you know, the way the films play out. It answers a few questions. So for example, the fact that we can have Holtzman shields and still guns is because in lore they've created the fact that a Harkonnen city was wiped out by a las explosion where a las was targeted at a Holtzman shield, which creates a basic nuclear explosion. What they've done instead is that because of an incident like this which took place and a Harkonnen city was destroyed as a result of it, they have created basically a system where any gun that is sent down to Arrakis has to have a safety system on it, which means it cannot be fired at a Holtzman shield. So that's how they've answered that lore kind of issue of shields versus guns. There's absolutely no pay to win. You pay to play, that is it. There's no microtransactions, there's no battle pass, there's nothing like that. It's just, this is just the game. The Bailey Gesserit, good question. He's not outside, so he's probably in the living room. I'm not a big fan of pay-to-win games generally. I don't tend to find that they sit too comfortably with me. Often they have very predatory mechanics, and they're not particularly consumer-friendly. And if you spend any time kind of around me, you'll know that consumer protection is kind of, I don't shut up about it, and that's the challenge. That was my background in law. It was consumer protection. I did not like being a solicitor, so I was like, you know what, I'm going to go do consumer protection stuff instead. I went to go work in giving advice on how to not screw over customers. Hey yo, Fiona. Was I a good consumer protection law? I mean, that's always relative. You know, I like to think that the companies I've worked for have made some better choices as a result of the advice I've given, but at the end of the day, you know, companies are driven by the CEOs. So if they don't listen, then they're going against, you know, consumer protection requirements, consumer protection laws. That's their choice. There's only been one time where I know a CEO has decided to go against the advice I've given. It didn't go very well for them. So, you know, one of those things. But hey, that's the nature of any work, any lawyer and like law work or any doctor work, is people aren't always going to listen to you. You're still doing your job by doing it. So, oh, ads have started. So I'll just stay up here doing these spurts. Do a bit of a stretch, as Mirror advises. There we go. Litany Against Fear is complete. What kind of quest objective is that? Find someone connected to the mysterious message. Okay, Harko, Arakeen. So yeah, so I've somewhat hung up the law work for a while, just to allow for, you know, obviously what I'm doing with Thor, other things, but you know, I could always practice again in the future. It's not like I'm saying, you know, never. I find it interesting. I'll still talk about a lot of consumer protection stuff here. You know, when I've been on stream talking about things like privacy policies, data protection, and consumer protection all kind of mixed together, I've been happy to talk about that, and I always still will. But it's a very rapidly changing world out there for that field, and you know, whether or not companies want to follow that is different depending on which country you're in. I know that in the UK, we have the advantage that we've actually got quite a strong consumer protection focus in our government and our regulatory sectors. We've got places, people like the Financial Conduct Authority, who are exceptionally hot on banks. You know, we have a very highly regulated legal sector with the Solicitors Regulation Authority. You know, even down to our telecoms is regulated by Ofcom. So a lot of what we do has quite high standards in the UK for regulatory reasons. And when you are encountering issues on a regulatory basis, my advice is always create a complaint in line with those services. So, you know, if you are you are living in a rental and your landlord is not treating you properly, or you're not getting your deposit back, 100% make a complaint to the company, and then, you know, go down the route where we have the property ombudsman, so you can get an ombudsman service who are impartial and will remind landlords often of their obligations to their customers. You know, the bigger regulators like, you know, the FCA, our data protection regulator, the ICO, are very fastidious as well. You know, they're one of the big ones. The Competition and Market Authority, some of you might have heard of, because they are the ones that will do things like stop they're the ones who stop mergers. So they basically keep competition and markets intact, and they have worldwide jurisdiction for anything. So basically anything that operates inside the UK. So my last job that I've just left, I've just done a huge amount of work with both the Financial Conduct Authority and the Competition and Market Authority, because I was involved in a very, very, very large merger of two telecoms companies. So there's an awful lot going on in those worlds at all times, and there's lots of, it sounds quite boring when you say, oh, you know, it's consumer protection law, but actually the stuff that you get involved in is quite interesting, and it often has quite far-reaching implications, because, you know, one policy change at one of the companies I worked for, you could be looking at millions of people who have got car, you know, finance deals being affected by just the advice that's given. So it's incredibly high stakes. You need to be really sure that what you're giving is going to be right by the company and remains commercial, but also protects the consumer. And a lot of companies don't think about that in this day and age, to be honest with you. I think that's half the problem. Outside of the UK, I mean, I look at some of the stuff that happens in the US, and I think that there is a lot that could be done with more regulation there, but the problem is that in order to have more regulation that works, you need to have the culture of being regulated. So if you are, and I've worked for companies before that have been new to the regulated sectors in the UK, and they are almost without any exceptions awful at implementing that regulation in a meaningful way, because their view is, oh, why do we need to be regulated? I often say those companies that act like that, what they often need is their first big fine, and then all of a sudden they'll really find out why they need to be regulated. But it comes down to culture, and if, you know, America is not a particular, they don't like the level of oversight that in the UK we've gotten used to. It's one of the issues, you know, with everything that's going on with things like Doge and stuff, is the level of oversight is not there to manage these regulatory sectors, because these regulators need to be accountable to someone as well. So we have it so that the regulators are accountable to the government's accountable to the people, and you know, the people accountable to business, business accountable to regulators. So it's a big square in the UK for how that works for most of those sectors, but that isn't true of every sector. Well, exactly. So in the UK, you kind of have that. You've got government, regulator, and then you've got organizations, you've got businesses, and then you've got people, and then it's basically square rock paper scissors game. But I will be clear, regulation does suppress growth. You cannot move quickly in some of these environments. You cannot make rapid changes to improve things or make things worse because the bureaucracy exists, and often that will hold back development of certain things.
Oh, we meet again.
So there are positives and negatives to regulation at all times. You know, I'm not saying that it's always an answer, because you know, it's
we meet again.
People are imperfect, and regulation relies on people.
Place it in my head if this is a...
US are either not as regulated as EU or Japan. I think there are areas of the US which are quite heavily regulated. There's just, yeah, like you say, if you're talking about the generalization, then yes, there tends to be less less of the focus and less of the widespread regulation in the US. But yeah, forced arbitration hasn't been legal for a number of reasons. It's not. Yeah, that's exactly it. If people don't care about it or they don't see the need for it, then regulation gets left by the wayside. So often half of the job is explaining to somebody why regulation is important, and a huge amount of the work I used to do would be to educate CEOs, COOs, you know, high-level members of the company about why regulation is important and what it does, because a lot of people don't seem to recognize that if you have a strong regulatory and strong kind of compliant culture inside a company, generally your customers have better outcomes, therefore you are better thought of as a company, therefore you make more money. But unfortunately, doing that initial step, that initial kind of regulation, processes in place, is expensive. And asking companies to spend money to be more compliant and slow things down so they can make more money, some people don't like that. So it's about proportionate regulation. You know, that's the balance of it. You need to have a certain level of regulation to protect the market, but you also need to make sure the businesses can move and be adaptable to what's changing in it. And I think that's a very difficult balance to find, particularly in countries that don't have a large regulatory culture. So I think that, you know, the US is a really good example of a country that does very, very well and is incredibly productive.
Sentinel level 2 has been obtained.
Oh, very nice. Sweet.
Yes, indeed. It now does, instead of 14 damage per shot, it does 31. Oh. Turret no longer sucks.
Oh, Vicky, that's a very nice thing for you to say. I know it's kind of a boring topic, and most people don't want to hear about, you know, regulation and stuff, but I could talk about stuff all the time, because I feel quite strongly that companies are not incentivized to protect customers. It's just not in their nature. So there needs to be a different way of doing this.
Who is it then? If it isn't Sister Mesa or my... Do we
one of those things,
look
but
the same to you?
I don't know. I'm glad you enjoy it. It's just yapping. It's just regulatory yapping.
I do not. It was said he came to.
It might be intelligent yapping, but.
With the blasted Tlilaxu.
And well, yeah, the Section 21 abolishment is a very important bit. I mean, there's a huge amount of tenancy law change coming in the UK, which is very, very widely debated, because we've got a lot of rental properties. A lot of people rely upon rental in the UK, and yet you've also got the Tenancy Act, which wants to completely overhaul how landlords work. And as tenants, and having been a tenant, 100%, I think that landlords need to be held accountable for a lot of things that they do. A lot of landlords are bloody awful with the way they treat people, but at the same time, you can't just get rid of renting. Some people rely upon renting, not because it's anything they can afford, but because if you want to live somewhere for 6 months, or you're only there for work for, you know, a month, 2 months, 5 months, even a year, or you're not sure if you want to live in a place, there's lots of reasons for it. So it's about, again, find that balance between regulating something and, you know, being able to and permitting it. Like it's
a nightingale can sing.
It's difficult. And like you say, Rusen, generally, if a company is not incentivized to please customers stop using their services. But what if you're the only company in the area? You have a monopoly. Or, you know, you're talking about phone providers, for example. There are 3 phone providers in your area, but only one of them has decent signal. Well, if they treat you like crap, are you going to stick with them because they've got decent signal, or are you going to switch to one of the ones that where you've got worse signal, but you might get treated better? Wouldn't you rather the company that's in your area be held to a higher level of accountability and actually be delivering what they should be? That's generally the idea. So making complaints and delivering those, very important. Yes, very true. Yeah, like I said, it's about keeping regulation proportionate. Overprotecting is 100% a thing. Mango, I'm not going to trust that. I'm not going to trust that poster as far as I can throw it. I mean, I can talk about some of the regulations like till the cows come around. I was very heavily involved with the enactment of the UK's Data Protection Act in 2018. I helped do quite a lot of work on that. Consulted on that for a long time. And there's a huge amount of work that went into making companies compliant with the new data protection regulations. And even now, I think it's not 5 years on, 7, 8 years on from when I was working on that. Like, I don't think most companies get data protection right. I think that they're still mistreating it, and I think that technology has vastly outstripped the regulation and the law in terms of the speed at which that's all progressed. You know, so that's the other problem, is that, you know, law can't always keep up with technology and social changes. Like, you know, what can data protection do against something like ChatGPT with the level of processing? Like the stuff that was written 8 years ago talks about the basic algorithms and stuff, but you're not talking about kind of machine learning. There's none of that stuff is covered off. So it's the legal system is not perfect. Again, that's how it always is, but you know, Latvian e-governance, I would need to do some research on that. That's not something that's particularly in my wheelhouse. DMCA, great example. Yeah, DMCA is a system that should on paper work, but is abused massively, is horrible to maintain, is very, very onerous on the people who are impacted by it. But at the same time, how are people meant to enforce their digital rights in a world where it is so easy now just to copy a file and re-upload it? Opie, feel free to ask the question. I can always get to it. I mean, Vicky, what do you want to know? Like, can teach you math? Oh, okay. First of all, it's maths. With an S, mathematics. There's an S, so it's maths. You've been talking to too many Americans. It's all right. We'll work that one out. That's the first lesson. No, mathematics. You don't just call it. You don't call it physics. I mean, Crowley, you'll need to give some details. I don't understand what you mean by that. Lithuanian for hash browns is drowning noises. Can't go as late as normal chat today because I have a commitment later this evening. Mango, that's great. I love that. I might not be able to use it, but it'd be very funny. Let's have a look. Is it true that British people are obsessed with tea? This is my hot take. I'm not a big fan of hot drinks. So as a British person, not that fussed by it. So I'm not going to say that I'm obsessed. I am indeed a cold drinks man. Long Island iced tea, definitely. I used to drink quite a few of those until I stopped drinking in 2022. Because, my local used to do this thing, which was you get 2 cocktails for £7, right? Which is great fun. And you could just go out on a Friday night and you could just order, like, you get 2 Long Island iced teas, £7, and then you order that 7 times and you walk home carrying the 14th. That was my, like, normal move. And then I would take the glass back next time I went back to the pub because they knew who I was. That when I realized I was drinking that much and like how much alcohol is in that, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna stop drinking for a while, and I just didn't start again. $14 Long Island iced teas is a lot. Too much. Well, I would agree, too much. It was always a good laugh. The thing is, I've got the same thing in store though, and this is one of the things that we joked about across the years. Like, if I stop drinking for like half an hour, I will be fully sober. Even if I lie my stomach or don't lie my stomach, it doesn't make much of a difference. I just sober up rapidly if I stop drinking. So like, I don't stay drunk for long. I don't think I've ever gotten uncontrollably. Oh, hang on, sorry, I missed earlier. Oh, there's someone else a question about Warhammer. You know that Henry Cavill is working with Amazon to create something for the big screen for Warhammer. Which part of the whole thing do you hope they will pick to bring to the screen, and why? I think that if Cavill's going to cover anything, I'd like them to cover the Horus Heresy. I think that if you want to understand Warhammer 40k, starting off with the Heresy in the 30k kind of time is actually more important. Then you've got the backstory, which opens up so many more stories, because the Horus Heresy will introduce you to a number of the key players, the background, somehow it works. It gives you plenty of heroes that you can root for, villains that you are against. It's a very compelling set of stories. So if you're going to show it on TV, I would say starting off with some of the Horus Heresy would be ideal, so that you can have spin-off series, other shows can be done from it, and it gets people interested and aware of what the origin of all of this universe is for the humans. If you start anywhere else, I think you struggle to understand the story of 40k and where humanity fits, where you as a viewer would fit in with that world. So that's where I think that I would like Cavill and Amazon to start with. Hey, Jay Psycho, thank you very much for the sub and for the 5 community gift subs. You badass. You rock, thank you. Really appreciate it, bud. Hope you're having a good day. Kane would be good. But again, in order to understand the greater context of where those characters are at, I think you need to understand the Horus Heresy. To understand the way that humans have become the way that they are in that world, I think you need to understand the Horus Heresy, yeah. Yeah, Sabu's exactly right. Luton09 is one of the best creators for Warhammer lore out there, and I would happily, you know, I've watched a lot of those videos and I will watch them. I'll watch more again. I'm not as much as everyone says it, I'm not a lexicon of all Warhammer knowledge, but I do have some. I would say I'm a medium Warhammer nerd. I know a bit. Bricky is great as well. I would love to chat with Bricky at some point about Warhammer stuff. You know, there's all kinds of cool stuff out there. Bricky is what I would call an expert. I'm not. Yeah, you know, well, yeah. If you go back, to the rise of the Emperor, you know, the rise of humanity before the Horus Heresy. Yeah, the Thunder Warriors are important. And to be honest, you would need to. I think in order to understand the Horus Heresy properly, you need to flash back to the Thunder Warriors, because they were the precursor to the Astartes. They were ultimately one of the reasons why Horus and the Astartes probably had some level of concern of, okay, well, when we're finished with our great crusade, what happens to us? Because this is what's happened before. You know, the Emperor at heart, very, very utilitarian, and therefore, like, not always the most supportive when it comes to having people who are loyal to you being worried that you're going to take their lives purely because you're done with them. Like, that's not... That's the position that the Emperor was in, because that's what he did with the all of it. Yeah, really just go with the Primarchs. I think generally, I think that you could probably handle it with flashing back to just the base information on the planet, like on each of the Primarchs. So when you encounter Horus, they can tell you a little bit about Horus. When they encounter you know, Angron, you'll learn about things like the Butcher's Nails and stuff. I think those would go quite well as those characters are introduced across a series about the Horus Heresy. I don't think you need to go into a full episode. It's like 20 episodes about, well, 18 episodes about the Primarchs. I think I think you're going to get lost in the weeds there. There's almost too much to cover in great detail. Where is B? He's probably in the living room today. He's been chilling. Good kitten. 30k is great, yeah. If anyone wants to, the first 5 books of the Horus Heresy series in the Black Library, very, very good. It'll give you a basic understanding of everything leading up to basically Istvan and then the start of the Horus Heresy. And you get to encounter fun people like Fulgrim before he becomes a demon or demon Primarch. Good throw, dude. Turn that on, man. Why can't I hit him? Weird. Nope, 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 nope. Not like that. Okay, a bit better. God, not playing ball. There we go. Okay, fine. We'll just do this. Switch back off of this. Feels like having fun out there, doesn't it? I will find more out about it, Finla. I don't actually know much. Wrong way. My favorite legion. I mean, there's not that many legions left of the original 20. Probably, I mean, like you say, the Iron Warriors have a huge amount of popularity. Thousand Sons have quite a cool set of backstory. I don't know. My first set was first collection was Black Legion, so I'm somewhat partial to Black Legion when it comes to Chaos. But for Space Marines, probably the Raven Guard. I don't know. I quite like them. They nearly got wiped out, and the recovery was, you know, the key part of it. They became edgy Beaky Boys. We all love our Beaky Boys here. The one, Mr. Software. Oh. Wait, I've got Thor's chat. Thor didn't even say he was going. How could he? Yeah, Cronus jump scare for chat. Pirate software is not home. Please leave a message after the tone. Beep. This voicemail box is full. Please try again later. How are you all doing, Thor's chat? You all doing good? Having fun? Enjoying Dune? Dune good? Wolf knows how to make bread, not while he's moderating, he doesn't. That information's automatically deleted from the brain power of anyone who's on moderation shift on Thor's stream. That's how that works. 100%. Ah, Mr. Software. Mr. Software, are you here?
Oh, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. This is 20-minute warning for you on your calendar thing.
Oh, calendar thing.
The thing.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna download the calendar thing then.
Sweet. Right, then I can let them know when if the keys worked or not. Hey Hans, good to see you, bud. How you doing? I'm honestly no problem at all, bud. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I hope you're having fun. I hope you've been adopted.
Give me just a minute. I gotta set up a command.
Ah.
He worked.
Oh, Vic, I didn't know you and Hans knew each other. Nice. What we like. I love it when people meet. Chat. Great.
Is this game really that good? I love it. Super goddamn fun, dude.
Okay, if we had a channel in the Discord to post music. Yeah, we can do that. I would chuck that in the suggestions part. If you use exclamation point suggestions, you should be able to get a link. See. There we go. Yeah, it's working. Sweet. Nightbot was being silly earlier, so I wasn't sure.
I'm gonna TTS while I figure this out.
Makes sense. Don't want to interrupt the TTS, so I'll mute myself from Thor's stream.
Yeah, I fixed it. And I talked about it. Yeah. Yeah. No, I read them out manually because for whatever reason YouTube disconnected, and it's fixed now.
Hey, bud, thanks for being here. I appreciate the kind words. Yeah, just doing a little bit of Dune, just doing good. Hope you're enjoying things. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Vicky and Hans, yeah, I didn't get sick off Switch. I managed to dodge it this year, but Thor did get pretty unwell for a couple of days. This is the start of my streaming career. Paul telling me I didn't send him the command. What lies? Lie. The first thing in the message is actually, yeah, it's actually not, but hey. I'm technically a pro, I mean, I guess, I don't know, I'm really grateful that so many members of the community are here, like, hanging out, wanting to have a good time, because, you know, I know that no one, like, is required to be here, it's a Monday. Like, you know, so I'm just grateful that we can kind of, like, come, chill, have some good times, like, do whatever, really. Like, there's no stress here. Just want to have a... You'll be first in my meet and greet line. I mean, I appreciate that, Vicky. I'm not sure I'll have a meet and greet line because, you know, I'll be organising Thor's, but the thought is very kind. It feels a bit weird, the idea of me having a meet and greet.
on that game? How large is the team?
No, but I can find out quite quickly.
Please do. Oh, game sound. It's off. My bad. At least 7? Good.
I have requested this information.
Chronos has one obligation. It's this. Outside of that, he plays video game. He better not be working on anything else.
I'm not working on anything else right now.
You... No. No, not right now. Don't let him get away with it. Don't let him get away with it.
Yeah, Vicky, you and Hans are on the same server. So actually, you guys are probably at a reasonably similar stage of progression because both of you kind of only really were able to start in the last couple of days if you were recovering.
I guess that's true.
So I hope you're both recovering well. And if you you want to join up and like help each other, that'll be a fantastic idea. You know, that'd be good fun. We managed to do a big stretch.
So is the Coriolis storm started? Like, what's up there?
It starts in 2 hours and 14 minutes, I believe.
So after the sponsored segment, when we get... Wait, what was that?
During the sponsor segment. So basically, yeah, basically after the game, before the dev interviews, when the Coriolis storm starts.
Do you see this?
Back in to this one.
There's spice in the wind.
That's fun, to be fair. I guess that's kind of how Arrakis works. So yeah, cool. Love that.
It normally isn't.
Maybe that's the approach of the Coriolis storm.
I moved away from this location.
You can call me whatever you want, Jamson. Like, well, within reason.
It might be. That's weird. What is the Coriolis storm? It or Coriolis storm rather? It resets the deep desert. There's the ruins of old Carthage. Yeah, look. The spice is increasing. Look at this. And now it's gone. Is this like a map secret?
Could be, or it could just be the effect of the oncoming Coriolis storm. I'm not entirely certain. I believe Winky is with their... I think their dog is getting fixed today, so I think that's Winky's priority for the day, more than anything. Which is, you know, very, very fair. Yeah, Vicky and Hans, you're both on the same... You're both on the server, so probably both around... Well, Vicky's only just started, but definitely worth...
What are we looking at? The purple particles.
Collaborating.
They seem to be increasing in quantity. Not blueprints withdrawal. God damn it. Yeah, it's spice. But see, it's not here. Okay, something is definitely happening.
Are you sure you're not having a spice drunk?
I might be. But it seems like certain areas are releasing more spice particles than others.
Interesting.
I don't know if it's a bug, or if it's intended, or if there's a secret. Because some areas don't release any.
Those sounds quiet? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. This is weird. I'm not spice drunk, Chad.
Oh, that's what I was doing.
What was the ruins area? That's old Carthage. It was blown up. Got detonated because somebody decided to shoot somebody else with a las gun, and that somebody else had a Holtzman shield running. Not the best.
The game that is on in 10 minutes is made by 3 devs, 1 artist, 1 programmer, 1 composer. I don't know any other games that are like that. There's no other games I can think of that have an artist, a programmer, and a composer.
Who could build a team like this? Impossible.
No idea. For those of you who might not be aware, Thor, the game that Thor makes, Heartbound, is made with he is the programmer, Shay is the artist, and Stein van Wakeren is the composer. So it's a very familiar setup for making a game. This should be quite a fun show interview. No, I'll be keeping playing Dune for a little while, but at about sorry, one moment.
Something sand in my eye, dude. Alright. Where's the weapons we're trying to go to? Yeah. Do I have to go in here? I think so. Nope. Around the other side. Jesuit.
Sorry about that. I had a quick phone call. So yeah,
I'm acquainted with the voice and how to resist it.
I won't be streaming as late as I did the other days because I have not wanting to put a bit of a downer on things, but about 10,
Seems you're
actually,
well
it would be
acquainted with
10 years ago, a friend of mine.
Alleys of Harco trained me in both.
10 years ago, a friend of mine unfortunately took their own life on this day. So every year, my friends and I try to get together, and we kind of do a bit of a memorial. So we'll be doing something for that. So I won't be around from about 6:30ish my time onwards. It's an important thing we do. We get together. It's just exactly, yeah. It's just kind of celebrating his life. We meet his family come along, and so we see his sister and his dad. It's very important to us. So I won't be around for the whole sponsorship today, and that's why, basically. So my June stream probably won't be going so late. When I come back, I may go live again, but I don't know how I feel about it. I mean, I don't drink anymore, Lost Jake, but you know, just about getting together. Kind of, it'll be people I haven't seen for probably months and months and months. So it'll actually be really nice to get everyone together. You know, it's one of the things everyone comes back from across the country. Someone's coming back from Spain. It's very important. Yeah, it's something we do frequently, and you know. I think it reminds all of us to be there for each other in a way that's kept us all very strong as a friend group, even though, you know, we've all moved out to even different countries around the world. Like, it's a hard thing to do sometimes, but we all do make the effort when we can. That's all we can really do. You know, it's all you can do for your friends at that point, you know. hopefully no one else ever feels like they're in that position again. And anyone who does, there's plenty of support out there. Reach out if you need it. You know, even the mods in my Discord, the mods in Thor Discord, we're all, you know, we know how to signpost people. We've got a process set up to kind of provide some initial support and to get you to the kind of emergency services that are needed. You know, don't suffer in silence. You don't have to. It's never good to. So yeah, just try and be there for each other. That's kind of the goal, really. I appreciate the kind words, all of you. It's really nice to say. I might, but if I'm playing Dune, I'm in cons and stuff, I might come back. I might not. I don't want to guarantee it. I don't know how I feel. I don't know how late I'll be there for. You know, sometimes we go real late. Depends, and you know, I haven't seen people for a long time. It might be that I choose to go later than normal and just start again tomorrow for the stream. I'll raid into either Thor's stream or the Ferret stream when I finish, so I mean you won't be out of content, and I'm sure Thor will go back to Dune after after he's done with the sponsorships, because he's enjoying himself so much in this. So there'll be something going on, I'm sure. Don't want to leave you all high and dry.
There's got to be a secret down there or something.
I mean, the weather conditions on the main Haga Basin map are getting, like, hazier and hazier and hazier. It's kind of neat. So okay. maybe, yeah, like, you can see on my stream, it's almost like there's a mist across stuff, and it comes and goes and kind of, like, drifts. The visibility is very changeable. Vicky, that's super kind of you.
Like spice particles.
That's super kind. I'm not going anywhere though. I'm enjoying streaming.
Some parts of the map, right?
Enjoying this quite a lot, to be fair.
I've never seen this before.
You novice. Shut up, you. So dumb. Yeah, so I think that the Coriolis storm does do a bunch of weather effects.
Right. It is getting misty, huh?
I think it's neat. It gives you that kind of sense of impending, not impending horror, but like impending something is about to happen, and it's that tension almost. I think it suits the atmospheric feeling quite well.
This is the fog that I see in the deep desert, actually.
Makes sense. Yeah, makes sense.
Yep.
So on the other hand, you can change the coloration, and you can change the skin on it. I haven't got a welding tool to change these things yet. You can change the variants. You'll have variants of Ornithopter, and you also have swatches that will change the color of it. So let me see. I don't have any variants for the Scout one either yet. A good example is if I go to say like my still suit body. There's all of these various variants that I can use. Although I'm having some LOD issues. There's an awful lot of customization just in terms of the look. So like all of our Ornithopters are like color coordinated, so we've actually got like one of each color so that we can broadly know who's who just based on the color alone.
There you are, my steadfast friend. It was a dark place, the Milan, at least. Then listen closely. Aligned to nature. There you are, my steadfast friend. It's frustrating, but it is because the research had progressed.
Oh, goddammit.
I should have known. No!
I was trying to press the control button, I hit the shift.
And that is why planetology is a
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
There. Don't
worry about it.
There you are, my steadfast.
Don't look at it.
I learned the hard way.
And if it did, it didn't.
IO. I
You didn't see nothing.
But the yes.
Well,
have a wonderful day, buddy. Take it easy. Enjoy your nap. The fastest Ornithopter, it's probably going to be the Scout Ornithopter Mark 6.
I'm gonna use the bathroom one more time. Be right back.
So that is the. You go into the if I go into research vehicles, you unlock the Ornithopter at aluminium tier. You got to start with the MK4, then you've got the Scout MK5, then you have the Scout MK6. So this is the one-person one. This one's probably the fastest and most agile of all of them. That's a trade-off, and that's platinum tier, so incredibly like expensive to make. You've then got the assault ornithopter. This will be faster again, more durable. This one can carry 4 people. It'll be, you know, you'll have the storage. And you've got the carrier, which is designed to carry a buggy, for example, or, you know, to carry one of these, a sandcrawler. So like that's going to be the biggest, probably the slowest, but also the heaviest for carrying your cargo. So it's about a trade-off. The only one that can be stored in your vehicle, your little vehicle backup tool, are the scout ones, the one-man ones. The assault ornithopter I'd be very careful with when I'm flying it around, because if one of these sandstorms that's coming happens, I have to be ready to get this thing into a much more sheltered space very, very rapidly, because otherwise we'll lose it. And I don't really want to do that, because I'm very attached to this bitch. It's my Uber. I love it. I definitely made a large vehicle cell at the base, and I did not fit in my vehicle. So, big old sandstorm. Don't want to get caught in that, because it will pretty much destroy this entirely. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be... That's a worm. I'm going to leave! Ha ha ha! The assault is definitely, like, it feels more solid, more slow, more... Of course, you have to be a bit more careful with it. You have to kind of know what you're doing with it. I can't remember if I need to go to Harko or Arakeen, so we're going to go to Harko first and then try Arakeen. Arakeen smells funny. It's full of Atreides. Ugh. Ugh. There you go. Cinders has given the stats on it. Cat smells. I'm not entirely certain, Sabu. Possibly, I would have to ask. Believe so, but I also wouldn't want to trust that. There's also a current consideration that's going on is that you can't. You have to be in your own ornithopter to travel between deep desert and the main
now I
main
need
area.
to find the sword master. Turn it in. Where is he?
Hello. Galras, you're looking for Swordmaster. You need to come this way, my friend. Around here.
I am looking for the sword master.
The Swordmaster is indicated by this glowing blue ball just here. Look at him. You can't see anything.
Well, I already got the contract, and I was just fulfilling it. Now I got to report it back.
Yes, chat, that's the vampire. Welcome, Raiders, to Thor's stream. He's just temporarily AFK, I believe.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit or withdraw Solar? How much Solaris would you like to deposit?
Thank you, Emily Slider. You are a friend as always to Harkonnen.
I just encountered the vampire roper. I definitely should have gone to Arakeen, right?
You'll see. Eventually, we will fulfill that contract, make this money, and be very
Arakeen. Arakeen.
Celebrate our heritage and traditions, for they bind us together as a
we meet again. The rhyme of your stride betrays you.
I have returned. Hello.
Welcome back.
All right. It is time.
Enjoy.
Yeah. Boop. Games. Boop.
I will, during this one, I'll be heading off because I've got to go out for a commitment this evening, so I'll be dropping out the call, and I'll catch you later, bud.
All right. I'll see you around, dude.
I'm going to enjoy the sponsorship. Yeet. Bye, chat. Now it's just my chat. This is where it's at. And this is like one of my first time streaming when I'm not in a Discord call. That'd be cool. Regarding my task, I've recovered your hilt. Shouldn't have left it behind, silly man.
Place it in my hand.
Thor is doing a sponsorship for a game that is being published by our friends at First Break Labs. They are a very good publisher. They're good friends. The game is called Particle Hearts. And I will drop a link in chat for you to the Steam page, because I can do that because I'm very organized and have it open. That is the Steam link. So that's what the game's going to be. It's a very cool game. It's made by 3 developer team, so it's a nice small kind of enjoyable game, to be honest with you. I think it's going to be great fun. I think that the community's going to really enjoy it. So if you're wanting to go and see what the game looks like, go and tune into Pirate Software over on his channel and take a look at the game. I'm going to keep playing Dune in the interim, because that's where I'm at. And we'll go from there. Vicky says time to riot. Okay, so a couple of questions while I was doing stuff. Do I think the devs will help with the faction issue? Go and look at the chat with them. I've made it exceptionally clear that you're not sure whether to make a new character because you're level 160, so any appreciated. So I've asked them. I'll see what they do, and I'll keep you updated as much as I can. Again, it's a public holiday in Norway, which is where the devs are based, I believe. Oslo, Sweden or Norway? I apologize, Scandinavia, in advance, because I can't remember. Actually, the lands are underwater system. Okay, I'll show you guys that in a second. The vampire is a member of the community. He's a friend of mine. So he's putting on a very fun voice. I really enjoy it. It's good roleplay. Shields can't be prevented from turning off by adding new power source after the storm. No, that would be really cheesy. They're disabled by electromagnetic interference by the storm in the deep desert. Whoa, Viva, thank you for the gift subs. You absolute badass. Jeez, 50 gift subs. You're... Bro, insane. So Nellis had an issue where he's been locked out of betraying the Atreides by getting a certain part of their main quest, and we just want to know whether that's intended that you can't betray, because there's a quest that says you can still betray them, but the options don't appear to be there. So we're just looking into that, and with a level 150 plus character, I think it's level 160, that's a lot of progression that I can imagine we don't necessarily want to lose. That's the faction. Yeah, Funcom Norway, that's the one. I can never remember. It's Stockholm for Sweden and Oslo for Norway. That sounds a bit more familiar. Vicky, I like your hardcore lurking. It's great fun. Yeah, Viber dropped a 50 bomb. Like, just coming in here and just slamming down the hammer. You're kidding me. 93 subs away from needing to change the goal again. No way. Don't you do this to me. Ridiculous. Insane. Bro. No, I don't. I think our subs would be happy with it. God damn it. I
have no interest in doing that.
Coming back, so I'm staying on Dune now. I have a commitment later nights where I've got a memorial for a friend of mine who took their life 10 years ago. So we get together every year on the 9th or 10th-ish of June, if possible, depending on if it's a weekend or not. So we aim for the 9th because that's the day it happened, and we basically get together and we have a couple of drinks. We just kind of socialize. We're there for each other. His family will come out and they'll see us at the pub. It'll just be a chill evening of getting together and remembering him and supporting each other, really, because it's really easy, I think, in this day and age to just get stuck on what you're doing with work and then to forget, you know, actually it's been like 6 months, a year since you've seen some of your friends. I think it'd be really nice to have people back together again. I'm really looking forward to seeing some of my friends who, you know, live up north, or, you know, spend some more time overseas, or, you know, work in various cities, or have like kind of if they're like medical or police workers, they'll have strange shifts. I don't get to see them very often. It's just really nice to get as many people as possible back together every year, and if not everyone comes every year because of various commitments, you know. For example, one of them's a surgeon. If he's doing surgery, like, you know, you can't really do that kind of thing. So if work's permitting, we try and get basically everyone there, but there should be a fair few of us, which would be quite nice. It'd be really nice to see everyone. I've not seen most of them since the new year. Before that, really. So most of them most of them probably don't even know that I've left my my corporate job. Here we go. Yeah, it's a good thing to do. I think it's an important thing to do. It's very easy to let those kind of things slide, and actually, I'm glad that we don't, to be honest with you. It's just, yeah, it's an important thing, I think, to remember. Very important. Hey, thank you. Yeah, now I'm a professional nerd. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure what happens every year is that a bunch of people, you know, basically just drop a bunch of updates all in one go, so it almost becomes like an info dump session, which is always very funny. Also deeply funny that you got caught for missing the L out in public, and which is also mods like, nope, you can't say that word here. I appreciate it, Melbo. At the end of the day, when I went into law originally, I did like 1 week in a traditional solicitor's firm, and I did not like how do I say it, the corporate culture. The solicitor's culture was almost around like, it wasn't about fixing the issue, it wasn't about making people's lives better, it was about billable hours. It's all about billable hours. It was all about the money, about delivering return for the partners. It was all about, you know, doing literally bitch work so that the partners could make the most amount of money and most amount of income. I left that job. I think I left on the Thursday evening. I didn't even complete my first week. I was like, you know what, this is not the kind of place I want to work. It's not the reason I got into law. It's not whatever attracted me to the law. The thing I liked about the law was the fact that the law is meant to be, everyone is accountable to it. It's about fairness, it's about the right and fair outcome if possible, and the law is about justice being served. So where I don't see that happening, I don't like it very much. It's about giving people chances to succeed. It's about setting up for success. And like, when you're talking about cases where it's like you've got a father who just wants to see their kids, and one's not letting them, or, you know, a woman who wants to run away, you know, from an abusive relationship but can't for a number of legal reasons, like that, those are the kind of cases where there is more that can be done and more support that can be given, and when you're in a typical legal environment, you just can't do that. It doesn't play out that way. So I quickly changed from being what I would call a solicitor, almost going down that path. So I went into consumer protection instead. So I started off by working at a place in the UK we have called Citizens Advice Bureau, which is a government-funded organisation that provides free and impartial advice to basically consumers, the general public, on all matters from immigration to benefits to housing. And some of the things I did at that role for a couple of years really stuck with me. There was, I think, my first ever solo standalone case was a lady came in, and it was about to be kind of the deep part of winter, so wet and cold. And she basically said that she'd been trying to get her landlord to fix her roof for 2 years, and the guy had been dodging it all the time. Every time there was a storm, she had to put all of her pots and pans out. She had to get it resolved, and she just basically just wanted support to know what her route forward was. it took a couple of calls for me to speak to the landlord, remind him of his obligations, say that if they weren't followed, we'd be basically helping her to go down the tenancy ombudsman service route and to complain to the local council about being basically a slum landlord, and the roof was fixed within 6 hours. So, you know, there was a guy over there fixing it within the day. So like, and she broke down crying and was so grateful. Like, that stuck with me more than any case that I ever looked at in either studying law when I was learning it, or when I was doing it in that week at work, and that was far more rewarding to me than anything else.
Happy to help.
So that's the kind of thing I went down the route of, because it was just, the law should be about doing the right thing, about doing the just thing. It should not be about delivering value to shareholders. It should not be about delivering value to the partners who are playing, who are basically playing games with each other for who can make the most, who's the biggest, kind of, who can bring the most political influence inside the company. Like, that's what the law should be about, doing what's right and supporting the people who can't support themselves. It shouldn't be about lining the pockets of businesses and protecting corporations, like you say. I don't know. I feel very strongly about it. Some people will say that it's naive, but family law was always rough. There were a couple of family and immigration cases that I can't really talk about, but like, you're talking families who are separated across seas where they want to bring their loved ones over from a war zone and they can't, and you want to help them out, but there's only so much that can be done. It's there's always going to be challenges in that, but yeah, it's about trying to do what's right. And I think that if more people and companies did that, things would be better off. Is it hard to immigrate to the UK? It depends on where you are, what your situation is, what your reasons for immigrating are. It's, if you are fleeing a war-torn country, then that's one thing. But if you are just, you want to come study here, well, you can do that more easily. There's all kinds of stuff. But like, I think it depends on your situation and what you're doing. The UK is, if you've got somebody who you can do skilled work for, there's lots of places that will hire overseas people and you can move across the UK on work visas. But yeah, as Mango says, the UK is incredibly expensive. The cost of living in the UK is on par with, some of the other bigger countries. Sorry, one sec. One moment, apologies. Ooh. Okay. Sorry, that's just the a couple of bits for the sponsorship I had to answer. What was I saying? Yeah, the cost of living in the UK is quite high, so if you're going to move across to the UK and you're going to emigrate there, you need to be aware that when you come here, it's going to be more expensive to live. Therefore, you need to one needs to be aware of that. You can't, I can't deny that the UK is. I can't say the UK is a cheap place to live when it's not. Like, it's just not. You had hairy mold in your walls. You see, that's the kind of thing that when I was doing some tenancy coverage, that's the kind of thing I would intervene on, because there is a basic level of care that landlords owe to a tenant. It's enshrined in both the contract and in tenancy law and in common law. And if a landlord isn't meeting that, there are a number of things that can be done with it. You can complain to the property ombudsman, you can complain to the local councils, who can strip someone of their landlord license. And ultimately, landlords shouldn't be allowed to do that to people. If you are renting a home, you should be left in your home to do as you see fit and to live in a way that you can, in the best way you possibly can, as long as you are maintaining the safety of the building and you are, meeting the requirements of your tenancy. The landlord should be making sure that you're living in a place that's absolutely fit for you to live. And anyone who doesn't do that is a shitty landlord and doesn't deserve to be one. I'm to be honest, my view on landlords is that you should have to pass a property inspection if you want to be a landlord, and if you don't get it fixed, there should be financial consequences. Fortunately, if you choose not to fix an issue, that's it. There are some good landlords out there, but there are also the only time I ever had to intervene is when there are shitty ones who won't fix it. So I've probably had a disproportionately negative interactions with some landlords over others. Got to sort that. are there no tenant rights? So there's a huge. So the UK is actually, unfortunately, UK is one of the best places in the world for tenant rights, and I still think we could do better. I still think that as a nation and as a legal system, we could do better than we do to protect the people who are renting. Because a lot of the people who are renting because they can't afford to purchase a house, and I think that, you know, a lot of the people who are in that position aren't protected in the way they should be. Then you've got recourse, because obviously a landlord is paying their mortgage. If the mortgage doesn't get paid, then they could lose the house. So the landlords have pressure on them too. You have to remember the landlords are people as well. And most landlords aren't going to leave you living in a shithole for a long time for no reason. Like, they're not long enough for, like, there'll be a reason why something can't get fixed 9 times out of 10. Whether it's they haven't got a trustworthy contractor, or they don't know how, like, often it's they don't know how bad the problem actually is. Sometimes all it takes is a phone call, or to show them in the property when things are at their worst, for a landlord to understand, to make some changes. But often, I think what I saw when I was working in one of the companies I worked for as a contractor for a little while was I was dealing with complaints and consumer protection complaints specifically about tenancy agreements. And a lot of the time, tenants have what I would call unreasonable expectations of those landlords in getting things fixed or getting things updated. The law doesn't say that the place has to be fully kitted out with the best of, you know, the best X, Y, and Z. You know, it doesn't have to be new carpets every time, but you can't have a leaking roof. You know, you can't have mold growing through the walls. There are certain obligations, but I've also seen really awful tenants who leave all the windows shut and then will run tumble dryers with the air filtering, like the air hose filtering into the rooms. The room's filled with lots of warm, moist air. People who dry clothes in an airless bathroom, so there's just loads of moisture that builds up. Like, often it's not as simple as, are the landlords awful, or are the tenants are awful. Often it's a combination of both. Both sides are often the wrong, and it's about finding a way to get people back together and to mediate the matter.
No, right now, the next dude, but you're
that's
going
often how
to
it
make
works.
contact with Damari and tell him you want to ship
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that.
package to
That's great, to be honest with you. Like, that's the way it should be.
Come back to me when it's set.
You'd be shocked at the number of times when I dealt with the complaint. It was, oh, we've got lots of black mold, the landlord won't do anything about it. When we get into, like, when I would look into the complaint or into the matter, you'd find that actually, you know, the tenant has not opened, like, doesn't even know how to open the windows. They've been locked since they've moved in, and the keys are on their house keys, for example, and they've just never done anything with it. And you're like, well, okay, so you've never ventilated the property, you've got the heat blasting all the time, and you've got lots of moist air from where you're doing washing. So that's why you're getting mold. It's not always on the landlord, and it's very easy if you're like, oh, the landlord's shit when you're the tenant, but
not from around here.
The landlords are in the minority, but they're not always the bad guys, and it's about finding what's the fair outcome for them. Because I'll be honest with you, not all tenants are good tenants. You know, you hear horror stories of tenants who leave properties trash when they leave them, and how's the landlord going to deal with that? And after a landlord has dealt with that, how are they going to feel about tenants again in the future? So there's a balance there. It's about people. You have to remember there are people involved here, there's feelings involved, and it's about doing what's right by each of them. Often if you can just get them to sit down at a table and to discuss what the matters are, you can often come to a very, very reasoned, like very normal, happy outcome. And they will find a way to meet in the middle ground. Double glazing in front of openable window. I mean, that just... Why?
If you want to avoid 3,000, very good.
Sorry, I question. Did my official education provide you with conflict resolution skills training to pick them up on the fly? Good question, actually. There was no, there was no class or any kind of study on how to settle conflict resolution, how to mediate something. It's not quite that. I mean, I've always been kind of a reasonably mediated person. I've always had to balance a certain level of conflict. I've always been the person who will take a reasoned ground, because ultimately it's not worth having an argument and losing friendships over these kind of issues. It's about coming back and meeting in the middle. I'm not Oh yeah, sorry, I should be more toxic about this. Yeah, it's everyone else's fault and never mine. Everyone who says I'm in the wrong is AI, and therefore can't be listened to. They're all bots. That's how that works. But no, I don't know. I didn't receive any kind of specific conflict resolution training. It's stuff I picked up on the fly, stuff that I've developed over the years, and it's stuff that, to be honest, I think as a personality, I'm reasonably hardwired to try and settle those kind of resolutions. Anyway, I don't like it when people disagree. I will try and settle people's issues with them and for them if they need it or if they want it. You know, just how that is. I don't think that there's. I find anger is an exceptionally wasteful emotion, in that it blocks you from finding a reasoned solution to things that often are not actually as big or as difficult as they need to be. It's just about taking ego out of the equation and finding something that works for both parties. It's just that simple sometimes. And if the two sides are at odds, then it's about, okay, well, which side has the best level of outcome for everyone? You gotta look for the best outcomes.
You ever eat spiced Hadari buns? If you've ever eaten from a food cart in the Grand Sook, and if you had, but sput, and the fact it, the rest become, and if Milan, you think a
There are
little
very few
fecal
people I
matter's
know who
going
have
to dissuade
acted
the
in
bottom
anger
feeders from
and not
scooping that
regretted
shit up?
what's
Literally?
happened. You know, it's I think managing anger is a skill that not everyone has or trains, and if you start off in life with that problem and you aren't able to work on it, I think it can be a real burden for some people. So when someone is angry with you, and you might think that they are being ridiculous, or you know they don't have a reason for it, often that reason is far deeper than you might see, and they've got things going on in the background, or they've had things going on with them before that has not left them wounded, but it changed who they are a little bit. Because people don't get angry without a reason, even if it's an emotional reason or it's one that they are reacting in effectively to try and they are in survival mode when they get angry almost. I think that's what happens a lot of the time, and people don't necessarily realize that they are.
It's actually, presumably,
they're in that position. I think it's very, very hard. Stress is a big part of that as well. Stress plays a big part of anger. When you are stressed, you lose that ability to not control your emotions, but to keep them restrained and to keep that kind of logical filter on things. And yeah, I think that managing those emotions is a skill that is very hard to train some people, and some people have it easier. So if you know somebody who is prone to getting angry and highly charged, it can often be very tiring for you to deal with, but ultimately
what's it to you, String?
When you hear them out and you accept that actually just because they are angry doesn't make them a bad person. They are just lashing out. They are just dealing with an emotion.
Turned out the apprentice was.
All you can do is forgive them and try and help them through it. And if you try and be understanding with somebody who is angry, they'll go one of two ways. Either they'll get more angry, and that's when you know it's not rational. There's something more emotional driving this, or that they will eventually realize that you are offering them a safe space to feel the feelings they are feeling, and they can, you know, at that point you can try and find a middle ground. But when you get angry at somebody who is also angry, both of you are just going to end up in survival mode. You're both going to hurt each other. You're not going to care about your friends. So I like I say, I think anger particularly is a very wasteful emotion. But it's one that we're all prone to. You know, I'm not perfect. I get angry at things sometimes. I get particularly angry at myself a lot. You know, it's not productive. You know, you can call it frustration. You can call it, you know, stress. You can call it whatever. But like at the end of the day, if it manifests as anger, it can manifest as anger. And people angry at people being angry at themselves is one of the big causes of people doing things that hurt them. Like that's a lot of people are angry at themselves and don't even realize it. So sometimes you have to be kind to yourself and be like, you know what? You step away from this. I'm angry at myself for doing something. I need to go do something else for a while. Etc.
The meek.
I don't know how we got onto this. Sorry, I've just been yapping for a while about anger and emotions.
Sound, but none of them can capture the word for searching round.
The meek, the weak, the freak, all similar in sound, but none of them can capture the word for searching round.
Oh, it is clever.
Yeah, if you want the TLDR of that is that humans are shit meat computers, and sometimes, you know, we just need to kind of like chill for a minute. There you go. There's your TLDR. my meat computer needs more RAM. I agree. That's why I download my RAM. Gold. Yeah, you just go to Google and you type in download more RAM, and then you definitely don't go to any of the sites, because that's not how that works.
You're back. I've been waiting for you. Well done, Trooper. If we were in any kind of real it's been an honor to have you to think. Good news on that front. The Mark is a slave. Nallus was the pig that put the servo stimulator
Nellis,
implant
wow.
into my
What does
head.
Nellis do? Look at this.
In my
Can't
deepest
believe
moments of
Nellis did
pain
that.
and despair,
Awful.
I sustained myself by imagining his death and count as much as I. Dr. Kumari has made no such luck, but my intel broker is working on
Look.
that right now.
They'll deliver Nellis's location to a dead drop near the Hand of Kadir.
Near the Hand of Kadir.
Can't believe it, Nellis.
You need to get to that dead drop, find Nallus, and take the master transmitter. Preferably from his cold, dead body.
Can't believe you've done this, Nellis. Oh, look, I mean, look, she says it, so I don't make the rules. I didn't make the quest. Now I gotta go kill you. Sorry, that's how this works. Are you at the Hand of Kadir? Is that how that works? She sold you out. She ratted on you. What are you gonna do now? Oh wait. Fair. Make sure I'm... You have low EQs, that mean you're more computer. I mean, I don't know, I think EQ and IQ, I think, are weird human methods to try and measure something which isn't really that measurable, because I don't think there's anything, you can't really standardize the human brain. Like, think about how different we all are and the things that we like and dislike. Like, it's a useful enough tool, but like, I think that people focus too much on it sometimes. Is it possible to get on your server? Is it pretty much full? The servers, to be honest with you, I would not recommend you join the server that I'm on. If you go to Natrado NA East 09, there are 10 servers on there which have mushroom names. 5 of them have passwords, 5 of them are open. They are all low server population, and therefore the load on them, the lag, the packet loss is significantly reduced. So I would probably advise you go to those ones on Natrado NA East 09. If you use !Dune Discord, that'll take you to the Discord server that we have set up for the release of Dune for our 20 worlds, 20 servers on 2 worlds. Inside server index are the passwords, the password protected ones, if you want access to those. Feel free to join that, to hang out with people, to meet up with other people you want to play the game with. But like I say, I would fully recommend joining the mushroom ones, because I think you'll have a far better gameplay experience long term. I have a quest objective here. What's going on? You? suddenly appeared.
Any coins, friend? The blind are usually... then speak to my friends.
Okay, footprint.
Welcome, stranger. It is unusual to see
140 something?
Felicity and
I've not been
Why,
focusing too much on leveling today. I've been kind of taking it a little bit slower today.
The jackal? My word? No. Only Felicity. Because you were rude to her earlier. Felicity. Oh, here is Felicity's riddle. Who is the greatest friend of the hunted? Felicity thinks it is close.
Didn't ask who controlled it. You asked who the friend is. Okay.
Ah, you return. Yes. Why, my...
In that case, it's going to be the sandworm.
My word? Because
We're saying the sandworm.
Rude to her earlier.
Harkonnen Trace, I am going Harkonnen because I don't want to be in a group that has a Ligma. You know, Atreides nuts.
Here is Felicity's riddle.
Although you do have Harkondi's nuts.
Greatest friend of the Felicity said.
Okay.
Ah, you... Yes. Why, my... The jackal, my word?
I would deny that...
Here is Felicity's riddle. You are correct. Silence.
Oh, okay, it's an old Fremen riddle. Oh, I guess silence on the sand, the vibrations, that makes a bit more sense
And now,
with the context of the Fremen.
She lives here. In my mind. Thank you, stranger. The word you...
Others. I mean, I know the two words I know of are worm footprint. That's all I know so far.
You come back. Then
Oh, there we go.
the words, and you are closing in on your home. Which, yes, I knew it would be Fenring. He never stopped hunting for us after Carthag.
Yeah, that's how Dune works. Yeah, you boot it up, you play it for 5 minutes, and you look up, and all of a sudden it's the next day.
To come in search of the Fremen. Those were...
Oh, of course, mate, that's true.
And one by one, you have hunted them down and killed them. Until at last, there is only me. Blind and lost. You have eyes, yet you see less than a blind. Who indeed? Who plucked us from our berths on the prison ship and compelled us to find the Fremen? And that is why you must kill
I have not
me.
yet found the Fremen.
You are so close to your answers. My brothers and sisters are dead. You must. We've all lost our way. You can complete the mission. But not if Fenring kills you first. Do what you were sent here to do. As I said, friend, we were designed to be controlled. So...
Designed? Interesting. Nissan Algo, you've nice. Is that their new vehicle? I hesitated. I said I didn't want to kill him, and he said that I had to. Oh, sometimes I'm such a child. Which journey am I on? That's a good question. Here we go. That's not bad, you know. The heat protection isn't ideal, but like, the armor is great. Luckily, I'm already in Arakeen. I was running towards her and she disappeared for a second, then she reappeared in the cutscene.
You're here.
Horrifying. Absolutely horrifying.
But never mind. Arrakis is almost as full of abandoned hope as it is sand.
Making new friends, Aristay?
Oh, look.
Oh, these two know each other.
Famous outlaws and Tara the Lion.
Interesting. He's worth a bounty of 1 million Solari.
With savage menace.
That being said, I've already got 525,000 in the bank, so I'm kind of not too fast.
New ones must be found.
I'm sorry, Aristay. There are
Wars to fight, cities to destroy, Sardaukar to kill.
Also, I just want to go back and shout out It's Me Bell for 5 gift subs, Chaos Theory for 6 months at tier 1, Agent 17 for the sub, and Kroko for the sub as well. I appreciate you guys. Sorry I didn't catch them while I was doing it. I think I was yapping about stuff at that point.
I remember. I dreamed of you. Birthed in fire. Twin comets in the sky. The seer of lies.
the seer of lies. But there was no comet, Aristay. Just the burning wreck of an Imperial prison transport flaming across the sky after my rocket hit it.
And there is no way that could be interpreted differently.
I know of...
Peace. We're not here to discuss my dreams. We're here to decode this.
Where did you get that?
So I've not seen this before. I didn't get this far. I kind of stayed away from some of the main story quests when I did the playtest to keep some of this kind of intact. So this is all new to me. Gooba Games, thanks for the sub, buddy. Hope you're enjoying this. Hope you're enjoying.
I know what it is. As much as I may try, I haven't entirely forgotten my past, Aristay. Just buried it. What's on the film?
It's something I'm considering, TurboCat. Yeah, I mean, obviously this is only day 5 of my stream. I'll start rolling out other things kind of as we go. I'm meant to do things on YouTube and things like TTSQs. It's about time to do it, about learning a different system. I've only just about gotten down to learning about Twitch systems. Sadly, I can't pause this midway through the cutscene.
I confess, what began as an infiltration quickly became admiration, and now obligation. They're a harsh people, shaped by their oppression and persecution, most recently by the Emperor and his Sardaukar legions. I can unite them, help them to achieve the dream that Kynes began, but it requires a leap of faith. I must drink the water of life. I must become their money. But before I take that step, I have unfinished business. I've come to believe that my original mission
Hello. Yeah, I'm planning on doing that, totally. Yeah. Hey, Puppeter.
I am forced to track down those who set me loose on this world in the first place. And I believe I have found them. Beneath old Carthag. Despite the destruction, something lingers beneath the city. On this film are the coordinates of the location where I believe I will find my answers. If you are searching for the same answers, you must follow me there. This is my secret name, spoken only in troop and siege.
I can, but I'm a new streamer, and therefore I forgot to press the snooze button. I completely forgot that I had that as an option. This is my first day with ads, so I apologize.
Did you know him? He was wearing Fremen garb.
I know of him, but we have never met. Stilgar asked me to search for him after he disappeared. You seem to be connected to all of this. You need to come with me to Old Carthag. Perhaps there.
Hey, thanks for the gifts up to Ferret Software. Nice. Appreciate you greatly.
I saw him watching us from the corner.
You saw who?
Fade Raltha Harkonnen.
Your betrothed. Yeah. Not even he would be brazen enough to risk himself in a traitor's territory.
So, the female here, Ariste, that is Paul Atreides' character. That's who Paul would have been had they been born correctly, or as intended, as a daughter to Nito Atreides.
Noctua will lead you to me.
I'm coming as well.
You know you can't, and you know why. As an honored daughter of House Atreides, you are too valuable to risk on a trip into Harkonnen territory.
You sound like my father.
Never let your whims interfere with your duty.
Looks like a slob. Nice,
now
Abby.
you sound like my mother. You're right. Now get going before the Sardaukar round you up. You too. You wouldn't survive a face-to-face meeting with Count Hazimir Fenring.
Fenring.
Wait, what was that? Tell me later. Get going.
Oh. Now I have to go to Larko Village. What is the difference between reading chat as a mod and as a streamer? As a streamer, my obligation is to try and respond to pretty much every single question. As a mod, my job is to look over chat and to make sure that everything in there is meeting the community requirements. There's nothing in there that could be problematic, or there's nothing in there that is somebody reaching out asking for help. But they are a very different. They're a different focus of action at that point. Reading the chat as a streamer is much harder, I'll be honest with you. I'm good at reading at speed. I'm used to it with voice chat, but actually answering the questions, being able to think about all of them and stay on track in the game is something that it's probably that's a learned skill that's going to take me a lot longer.
Back.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Interaction versus intervention is probably a good way of kind of summarizing that. Yeah. Sure. Why am I a gacha character? This is Emily Slider, the sensible one who looks after her brothers Rod and Richard Slider. You know. She's the half sister. That's why she's got hair. She's Bene Gesserit trained, so that's why it makes sense. You thought my icon was a red blob guy, not a red duck. The red duck is it's a good Heartbound reference. That's from the game. I have eaten today, and I will eat when I'm out. It's one of the first meetings again after last trial. Yes, this is what I mean. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit further on. I've done a couple of missions since then, but it's probably my second meeting with her since the trial. Bene Gesserits have hair, so you know she's half. Nice. Half Conan. William Slider, no relation. Nice. The nice thing about the game is you don't need to know a huge amount of Dune lore for it to all make sense, which is helpful because my Dune lore is limited to the David Lynch film and the 2 more recent films, and then a book and a half. That looks suspiciously like a worm. As to the... That looks a bit more like its teeth. I don't like that. The new the new Dune TV series. Angel 17, thank you for the gift sub, bud. That's it's very much appreciated. And Pope, to thank you for the extra gift sub you gave to Big Red Duck. Very funny. Oh yeah, thank you everyone for your support today with the gift subs and, you know, being here and hanging out. I really appreciate it. You're all awesome, and I hope you're having fun. Our Conan brothers. It's quite okay. So I'll make a deal. I won't come back after my evening today, but what I will do instead is I will send a couple of messages to arrange emotes and that kind of thing, so that you guys can start getting some rewards for being a sub. I want you guys to know how appreciated you are, and I want you guys to have like fun things that you can use. You know.
Are you ready for this, Offworlder? Old Carthag awaits.
I'm ready.
Remember, if we're caught, we're dead. But
Someone else in there. Possible. We might be waiting here a while, chat. This is my only kind of issue. Some of these missions, like for example, when you're doing the Fremen trial and you get to doing, after the 7th trial, you go and do kind of the final quest chain in finding the Fremen, and you unlock the Death Store. The area is instanced to one person only on Siege, so if you've got like 30 people or you're with your friends, you can't do it all as a group. The problem with things like the Wreck of the Hephaestus and like this is that if you have, you know, an hour's wait, because there's a whole world of people trying to get to the same location, and unfortunately, if 10 servers at 30 people, it could be 300 people who are in the queue theoretically trying to get into it, which could be an issue. So they are working on these things. I know this is something they're looking at. It's kind of their post-go launch change they want to make to kind of improve things. And I will be very clear that Funcom have made a huge amount of changes to stuff. But they're kicking ass. Their vision for this game goes far beyond what they've launched. This is basically the sandbox and the platform for what they can do more with the world and with the story. So I'm really excited to see what more they do with it, to be honest with you, because there's a lot more of Arrakis and the lore and the factions on Arrakis that Dune hasn't really explored in great detail. Well, I think that, you know, it's gone very well, and I think we've got kind of a promising new series potentially that Funcom could be adding quite a lot to. We could get to flesh out some of the world that we haven't really got to see in films and other media. Is it difficult to get into streaming? Is there a lot to learn to get started? There is a lot to learn to get started, but I'll be honest with you, I'm 5 days in. But I also have the advantage that I've been moderating on Twitch for 5 years for different people. I've been dealing with Thor's community for 1.5 years. So in terms of getting into streaming, I probably have a little bit, I would call it I have an unfair advantage. I think that there are challenges that most people will have on the platform when they start streaming, where they're streaming to themselves, that I will never have. I'm very, very lucky that all of you are here watching me. I'm very grateful for that fact, because to be honest, I never expected it. So I think that it's one of those things that if you want to get into streaming and you're thinking about it, just start and then go from there. You know, you can build the best setup in the world. You can build, you know, you can have 1 million cameras. You can have a full 5090 computer, you know, but in the day, learning to present yourself, to be talking, to look at chat and interact with chat is a skill that takes time to train. I've had the advantage of, you know, obviously moderating Thor's chat, sometimes being on comms with him. We've been doing Ashes of Creation, but I've kind of had a little bit of kind of like practice rounds almost of being like a miniature streamer, like, you know, been a couple times where he's had to go AFK for like 15-20 minutes, where I've just stayed interacting with his chat or with other people's chats, and that's been fine. So I've had a little bit of practice here and there, but my routine is not reflective of everyone's. I've got a lot of advantages that other people don't have. I'm very lucky, and I recognize that. And so I can't give you what I would call advice that like just anyone can take. I don't think that I'm the person to come to. There are a lot of other streamers out there who are far more knowledgeable, far more skilled than I am, and I've probably put a lot more work and practice into this. I'm just very, very lucky to be in the position I'm in, and it's off the back of different type of work that I've done. So maybe find a couple of streamers who have like 15-20 viewers and speak to them, because they're ultimately starting their journey, and likely built a lot of time to get there. So it depends about what you're aiming for, what you want to do, but you know, like people say, being comfortable talking is a big part of it. I really appreciate that, Mel. That's really nice. I know, I just try to do the right thing by the community. Everything I try and do is to support what the community is doing, to make sure that we are doing the right thing by each other and by the community as a whole. And you know, if I can you know, give you guys some information, or I can talk about this stuff, then I'm happy to. Got some more streamers here and there. I mean, I currently mod for Annie Fuchsia as well occasionally. I've got a few friends who have, you know, I got used to moderation tools by a couple of friends who were basically streaming to just the friend group, like 5 or 6 people who were in a Discord call, and we were just providing some numbers for support. Like, that's where I got first used to moderation tools platform. So I've done all the way from, like, you know, 1-2 viewers all the way up to, you know, 10,000, 15, 20,000 viewers towards the end of last year. So very, very different. Souls are cool. So the way that the servers work is that we are on 10 servers on one world. Those servers are the sietches that you see that people are doing their single player on, the small group stuff, and then you've got the deep desert, which is tied to that, which anyone can join. There are quest areas which are on the world level. So, for example, the wreck of the Hephaestus, the water catcher's mansion, and the lab under Old Carthage. They are the only instance, and there so far seems to be 1 instance per siege or 1 instance per world that works. So I'm likely in a queue for someone else who's doing the main quest under the Old Carthage. When they are done with it, then I will be able to join. That's likely how that will be. That queue could be 10 minutes, it could be an hour. I don't know how long it'll be. In about 6:15, I'm probably going to sign off and start getting ready to go out, because I've got an event this evening for a friend. I've got a memorial, so I've got to go to that, and I'm looking forward to that. See my friends, to spend some time with them, remember him. That's what I do. There are three times you need to join instances which are this busy. If you time it well, it should be fine. Yeah, so if you go to tortuga.plantologist.app, you can kind of see a visual representation of how the servers are set up, which is created by a member of our community, one of my moderators, Luther, who's been doing a great job creating web apps for this. For me, it is currently 3 minutes to 6 in the evening, so 17:50 or 17:58 now. Thank you, Basil. That's really kind of you to say, bud. I'm here for you guys, and I'm here, you know, thanks to you guys. So I appreciate the really kind words. Damage games. I think, yeah, it could be instance. I think that it's probably something they are working on. They've had feedback about it, and you know, the one thing I will say is that every time I've raised something to Funcom as feedback, they've listened, they've reported it internally, they've either given a reason why it wouldn't work or why things are that way, or they've looked to make changes. But making changes like this are more difficult, so, you know, I don't know what their solution is. I'm not a programming expert. I don't know very much about networking at all. I'd have to speak to someone else for that kind of knowledge, but I imagine that it's not just as simple as doing, you know, making 10 of these hidden worlds that you can do. I imagine there's some kind of requirements there. So we'll see. They'll probably try and improve things. But today's a holiday in Norway, so I'm not expecting to get a big amount of response from them. You know, they're looking at other issues. They've got a huge amount of bugs to be looking at across other things, where they're massively iterating on it before tomorrow's main launch. But they are, you know, for example, Nellis's faction issue, they're looking into. We're going to try and get a response tonight, but it might be tomorrow because today's a national holiday in Norway. You know. I guess developers deserve time off too. Developers are people too, I guess, you know. Yeah, Pentecost, that's the one. In the UK, we moved that. We were like, you know what, we're just going to have a late May Day bank holiday.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
You know what? Of everything I've said today, that's the unreasonable thing, right? Devs are people too. That's the unreasonable part. Okay, I'm gonna X out of this queue, and I will likely do that quest first thing tomorrow morning when I'm in EU time zone, and the Americans are all sleeping. At the end of the day, the servers are dealing with so much stress that actually having multiple ones of those instances could be the thing that tips it over the edge. I don't know. So, you know, there's almost certainly going to be a reason why that doesn't work. We'll just kind of wait and see. You're not a person, you're a developer. That makes sense, that tracks. There's probably quite a few developers in chat. But no, I can't stand it when people treat game devs like shit because something's wrong with their game. It just doesn't sit right to me.
What do you have for me?
What will it be?
So one thing that we are going to have happening likely on Wednesday afternoon now is there will be a few hours of downtime for the servers while we migrate to a more powerful machine. Hopefully that will fix some of the server issues you guys are seeing on people like Calico Jack, Henry Morgan, etc. Because we're aware that because of the server load on those, we have had problems with the packet loss and the way that how stable the game actually is. They're looking at it, and Netrado have been absolutely incredibly amazing at looking at the stuff. You know, I can only recommend them from the interactions I've had, which is always a nice position to be in, to be honest with you. And I think that they deserve a lot of respect for what they're doing. But I do respect, I respect that there are probably people in chat who are in places like Australia or the other time zones where, unfortunately, you can't join to our NA East ones. You know, the reason we always tend to choose NA East is because with modern server technology, we find that people from EU can join, all across the US can join, and we can get basically kind of a good blend of the community together, as many people as possible. But we do recognize, and we are sorry that people who are in the oceanic regions or in Eastern Asia are not able to join the servers because, you know, latency exists. There's no way that we can find a server that will please everyone, you know, unless, I don't know, we've got some kind of like liquid cooled space station where you beam yourself directly to it or something. I don't know. Like, it's just not gonna be doable. So we're doing what we can. I will do another set of restarts probably before I head out this evening, just to make sure that the servers try and kind of remain stable. But realistically, I don't know how they are. I've not had anyone in chat so far pointing out issues with particular servers. I'm not seeing anyone saying X, Y, and Z server is down or having issues for a while, but it would not surprise me because around this time each day they have been starting up. It might just be because it's Monday and people are at work. We've got less server load than we did yesterday on Sunday. This time yesterday was when the issue started happening on the US areas, as the US started waking up and EU was enjoying their Sunday evenings. You're on the Shroom side of servers since the pirate ones are full for most part. Don't want to take a space. How have you been finding the Shroom servers, Lucifans? Have they been stable and nice? I remember what's the oceanic regions of the upside. Yeah, that's the upside down place where they fight kangaroos and they eat spiders. Yeah, 100%. Can I bring my character across to your servers? So I don't believe that there is transfers between server worlds currently. I believe that if you are on the same world, so if, for example, you're on Anne Bonny, you can visit and therefore kind of semi-move to Calico Jack, for example, one of our other servers. That's the current situation. So, but as far as I understand it, you cannot transfer between areas that aren't on the same main server. That's not doable so far. That's why, you know, it's important to find a group of your friends that you can play on reasonably frequently. It's 3 AM down under. Definitely, if you're Australian in chat, you should 100% be getting some sleep or going out and fighting some emus. One of the two. We don't have EU servers, Bolt Fight. We found that most people who are in Europe, so I'm in the UK, as you can probably guess from the accent, I'm playing on the US East servers with about, I think, 80 ping at the moment. So, I think that most of our EU players have reported that they can play on the NAE servers without any problems, except when we've had a huge amount of server load and problem, because that's not related to ping, that's related to packet loss, which is the servers, in this case, being overloaded, not being able to keep up the number of actions that are being, you know, kind of asked for. There you go, Nellis is playing from Germany, he's ranging from 120 to 150 ping, which is, I think, very, very playable. Warchild, you might be surprised, I know of at least one other person from South Africa who's playing, and while they are playing with about 200 ping, it is still reasonably doable for them. They're still having a good time, they're still managing to progress and keep up, so it may be different depending on which bit of South Africa you're in and how your internet connection is, but I don't think it's as much of a deal breaker now as it used to be being in SA compared to being in, you know, EU or USA. Like, 200's pretty good. Yeah, there you go, Demnar's in chat, playing from South Africa. Don't want to name names like Demnar, you know, put the hand up themselves. Just curious with the private servers in Dune, does that change when you get to Deep Desert as you're in a bigger public one? So yeah, so we are on one public server. So I'm currently logged into our server Blackbeard. It's our public server. It's our private server that we've set up streamers, some of the core community group, a few other people who have been invited who we kind of know and are friends with so that we can play alongside them. There are 9 other servers in our world. And if you go to tortuga.planetologist.app, it gives you kind of a good visual representation of this. Let me see if I can grab you a link. We've been talking about this already. App for you. So if you, I mean, that gives you a bit of a visual representation of it. So what you can see here is that you've got the servers down the left-hand side. You've got Tortuga, our world server. Well, they all share one deep desert. So there's 10 servers that can access one deep desert. So you're in a bigger semi-public, but it's controlled by our world in this case. So that's what's going on there. Oh, that reminds me, I should post Daily Bailey. Good job. Well remembered, chat. Definitely didn't forget about that. Yeah. That's okay, Chainlinks. I'm more than happy to help. It's just, I think understanding the server structure, they put out, so the devs put out a blog post that was very helpful, but I think that seeing it is a little bit more helpful. We're playing on 36 players per each server. Oh, hello, Bailey. Hi. Here you go, chat. Look at this. This little baby. Look at him. You're a good kitten, aren't you? Yeah, you shouting at everyone. You've got loads of loose fur in your tail. What have you been doing? Well, this is Bailey. He is my irate son. I call him Irate Software. Hello. Wanting some attention, baby? Yeah. What have you been up to? What have you been up to, huh? You gonna go check the food bowl? Yeah? Bless him. That was Bailey, the cat. Yeah, so the big cities are also shared across the main world, so that's why you'll see people in kind of in Arakeen, for example, who you wouldn't see out in your siege. Yeah, so that was the key. I mean, you can use exclamation point Bailey, or if you're in my Discord server, then there is now like a link that will automatically post the daily Baileys that I post. What I'm currently writing now. And that's just that I post a photo of the cat every single day because he's a small potato and I love him. Add. The mushroom servers, we have 10 servers on Nitrado NA East 09, which have mushroom names, things like Lion's Mane, Chicken of the Woods, Morel, that kind of thing. So those are our lower population servers that you are completely free to join. Just go into private, find Nitrado NA East 09, and you can basically find any of the mushroom ones and join any of the open ones that you like. If you want to join the passworded ones, you have to join our Dune Discord, so with exclamation point Dune Discord. In the server index channel of that Discord is the link to the password ones. Those are passworded to basically allow the community to kind of come together to play together, form small groups in that Discord if they so want to, because we know that there are lots of people who are playing by themselves, and therefore they might want 1 or 2 people who are also in the same boat to be able to collaborate with. That's why there are 5 passworded ones, so the community can take part and collaborate and come together. The 5 open ones are so that you can ensure that you've got an open end game experience when you enter the deep desert. You're not just kind of playing by yourselves in a blank open world with only people who are friendly. This way there will actually be a certain level of threat. You will still have to play the game. I'd thank me, you're all pretty good. I got that set up on Wednesday, Thursday, so because I know the community wants servers to play on. Okay, Daily Bailey is being posted. It's done. Been released. I will get those of you in chat a link. Yes, you want a direct link for chat. Because that's more fun, I think. Copy link to post. Here we go. If you want to see today's daily cat picture. Juriel. Yeah, good question. So if you go to this site, you will see that we have 10 servers of 360 people. The MMO part comes at the end game when you're in the deep desert, and there are up to 300 plus people who can be taking part in that. You can visit your friends on it, you can do all things. It just happens to be in our Sieges. There are 36 online people is our current cap. I am asking whether we can change that though, because I think that some of the performance issues we are seeing are player cap related. We know that's going on, we know that's a concern, but I'm working with Nitrado to see what we can do. Yep, 100% it gets worse at prime time. There's a 36 unique players. You can have many more players, like, and you can have more people logged onto the server, like kind of who have characters on that server. But it is 36 concurrents at the moment. Latest Thor 2K, hope you enjoy. Thank you very much for the kind words. Hope to see you soon, bud. Take it easy. You can't climb anything, or just you can't do anything at prime time, Disco. Just want to be clear. Is that now? Or in general? Daryl, that's not strictly true, so let me show you this. I think that this is now working. Okay, wait a second. See if this will do it. Happening now. Yeah, the time of day is unfortunate. I think that's when you're going to start seeing players ramping up on the servers as the EU players get home from work and from commitments. The NA players who aren't at work are logging on to do stuff. So let's do this. I'm on Blackbeard. I've got character on Blackbeard. That's what's going. If I clicked on, say, These. Oh. No one else on. Should be a visit button somewhere. I bet I need an online friend somewhere. But yeah, our other group of servers you can find here. You can see here Black Trumpet, Mushroom, Balit, Mushroom, Morel, Mushroom. These are all low seed. Lobster, it's a mushroom. Chanterelle, a mushroom. Chicken of the Woods, a mushroom. Oyster, Honey, and Puffball, all mushrooms. Lion's Mane, a mushroom. So these are what I call the mushroom servers. They're on Nitrado NAE09. You can see that my ping here is, 75, so nice and low and reasonable. Anyone got any questions, issues, concerns, anything you want to raise? Any servers you want me to reset before I go? Yes, there's much more room on those servers. I didn't, but it was tempting. Does pineapple belong on pizza? Depends on what type of pizza you've got. If you're in Italy having proper Italian pizza, I would probably say no. If you're having American pizza, pineapple can belong on it because pineapple is one of the things that will cut through oil quite nicely. And if you've got an oily pizza, it can actually do quite a good job of just getting rid of some of that oil. Bailey server when? I mean, what cat names? Bailey and Meatball. Yeah, we could do cats, we could do ferrets, we could do all kinds of things. I'm absolutely absolute chaos. I believe that if pineapple tries to break me down when I eat it, it absolutely should do so, and whichever one of us wins gets to take it all. It's a winner takes all kind of principle here. Yes, my affiliate paperwork is indeed done, Arbuckle Zero. I did it last night after I finished stream. It was actually surprisingly easy, apart from having to look up a couple of terms that are only relevant to American tax systems, like, doing W8BEN forms, which are, or BENE forms if you're an enterprise, like, quite a lot in there. But apart from that, it was all okay. I've done those before, the heavy ones. Yeah, if you're, so yeah, to reiterate, Italian pizza, absolutely no way I would ever have pineapple on that. To be honest with you, I went to Venice a couple of years ago, and I was wandering just this random like back alley street somewhere off of one of the main squares, and there was a beautiful little kind of walled off courtyard or piazza, and inside was a guy. It was like three guys. There was a waiter, a chef, and Mr. Front of House guy, and it was probably like 7 or 8 tables and a big kind of basically like a big proper pizza oven. And it's probably the absolute best pizza I've ever had, because I just had a really plain pepperoni. It was made with like local meats. What was the pepperoni? I think it was Italian salami they had on it, actually, not pepperoni. And it was incredibly nice. But the way that Italians make proper Italian pizza is very different than what I would call American pizza. And it comes down to the oil amount, and that's what I would use pineapple for, is to deal with oil. Pineapple, tuna, mushrooms, shrimp, and red onion. My issue with barbecue bases on pizza is typically the barbecue is very, very sweet, I find, generally. Like, if you get, like, most barbecue bases on pizza, they just become quite sweet, and all it tastes like is barbecue at that point. So I would rather have just a plain plain pizza base, but like, you know, so obviously, you know, tomato and cheese, and then like good local ingredients with a lot of flavor in them, rather than using barbecue. That's my feeling about it. I like barbecue, don't get me wrong, but I think it's better like if you could like dip a slice of pizza in it or something, or you have a small amount of it. But I find that as the base sauce, it tends to take away from the pizza as a whole sometimes, especially if you've got like nice ingredients on it. And pineapple, mushrooms, and olives. That one's a bit more tolerable than pineapple, tuna, shrimp, red onions, and mushrooms. That was slightly concerning, to be honest. I'm a bit worried about that user. Yeah. We'll send a I mean a support squad to look after them. Oh, Thorlar, no, it was an absolute pleasure. It was lovely seeing you. Thank you for popping to chat, bud. It's great to see you. I am loving Dune. Yeah, Dune's been great. I mean, I was playing the playtests. I've been playing the playtests since the start of the year. I'm really impressed by what Funkin are doing. The devs are absolutely awesome people. They are working really hard on their game, and they are doing their absolute utmost to stay true to the lore while delivering a fun gameplay experience, and I have so much respect for that. That's ultimately all you can really ask for devs these days, is that they not only feel strongly about delivering a good, fun game, but also staying true to the source material as much as they possibly can, and balancing those two is incredibly important. So a really good example is how they dealt with shields, because shields in the lore, you shoot at a shield with a las and the whole thing detonates like a nuclear bomb. In order to combat that, you know, to make the game fun, to make it playable, to make it feel right, they found a lore. They basically introduced lore reasons why that's not a thing. So, you know, in this situation, because of an incident that wiped out half Conan City, any las or gun that's sold on Arrakis or that's sent to Arrakis has to be installed with a safety, so it cannot be fired at a Holtzman shield. Nice things like that just mean that they've made so the gameplay and the lore fit and align. But yeah, those of you who don't know who Thorlar is, they are another content creator. Spent some time with them at TwitchCon. Great person, real fun. They're a Twitch ambassador. You should 100% give them a follow. They are just an all-round, you know, decent person. When I say about people who will treat you like a person rather than like, you know, just like an attachment to Thor, Thorlar's one of those people. He was so nice, so friendly, super supportive, and you know, I have a lot of time for people like that. So yeah, drop Thorlar a follow. Do this I can do. Go check out their content. It's absolutely great dude. Oh, thank you, Pipta. That's really kind of you. That's really appreciated, buddy. Thank you for that gift sub. I'm very grateful to all of you for your support today. It's been a massive difference. I'm very touched. Kind of slightly overwhelming, concerning at times, but I've had a really great day, to be honest with you. I've really liked being here for and with you guys, and to be honest, I can't wait for more. I'll be back tomorrow morning at the normal time. That's midnight PST, 8 AM UK time, 9 AM EU time. No mustache. I had to lend it to Primogen. His was looking a bit stark, so I lent him my one just to use it as you know, additional foliage. Needs it to use as extensions, you see, Primogen. Thursday, thank you very much for the Prime sub. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Great to see you. Thanks, Chaos. No, I'm really touched that all of you would come here and support me like this. You know, I never expected it. It's been great hanging with you guys. Let me just see what Thor is doing. Right, we'll do this. Now I can do one of these. I'm gonna do my first poll. You get to have a choice, chat. Just make sure there's no one else who's... Ooh, we've got a few options. We've got our dad. Or we have. You got 1 minute. There you go, chat. You got 3 options. Let you decide. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'll have a good evening. I won't be checking my phone or anything for a while. I'm going to be really focusing on spending time with them. But for you to all know, I appreciate all of you. I will try and keep an eye on the servers. When I come back, if I need to do a restart, I will. And I appreciate all of you for being here, to be honest, because you know, you don't have to be here. You could be anywhere else on Twitch, and I find it so incredibly touching that you are here choosing to watch me today. So. Yeah, thank you. And for all the support and stuff today, like the hype trains, all of it, like, it's been absolutely great. We'll see what the raid message is. So looks like we're gonna be raiding Pete, who's Premier 2. Premier 2 and Pete is absolutely awesome dude. He's super friendly, super lovely, super supportive. He is genuinely, he's made me feel the most welcome at TwitchCon. When I went last year, my first time at any TwitchCon, you know, only there as Thor's mod, he really treated me like a person rather than like a moderator, like an extension of Thor, and I've got so much time for Pete. He's such an awesome dude. Hang out, see what he's doing. He's playing Blueprints, which is a really fun puzzle game. The raid message would just be, I don't know. What do people normally do for raid messages? They just normally just spam emotes, don't they? Oh, I see some Premier 2 emotes, don't they? See, I'm a new streamer, so you're going to give me some ideas for raid stuff. You can there you go. Yeah, we'll go with what Kate said. I'll do this. So I'll start the raid. There we go. Do that. The raid message can be, here we go, Kronos raid with the waves. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. I hope you enjoy Pete's content, enjoy Blueprints, and I'll come with you guys, chill and chat for a couple of minutes, say hi to Pete, and then I'll be heading off out. So thank you very much for tuning in today. Appreciate you all, and hopefully see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye. Let's go.